Can you chill? Can you go lay down? Can you go CP? Can you go see? Can you go see? You're CP, right? Can you go to sleep? Oh, is that Charlie? Oh no. Look what you did. You got your brother out here. Why do you keep laying like that? What a weirdo. Oh my god. Are you fucking shitting my dick right now? I was literally just saying. Fuck. I don't deserve this, man. I don't fucking deserve this, man. What the fuck? I thought this was gonna be blood points. I thought that was gonna be blood points.
Pix hearts, Pix heart
like
1,
shake.
Pix heart 2.
Alright, water of safety. No, because I actually made it out of there, Astarion. I'll be more careful next time. I brought you back tonight. I thought the Mind Flayer parasite protects you from the light. I think it prefers you as a pile of ash. So this one, right?
No. Apparently there's a limit. Somewhere between a nice summer's day and the full concentrated power of the sun. Just warn me before you do something stupid. At least then I can get out of the blast radius. Now, shall we go?
Should we
Is there
go?
more of a chaos you need to unleash here?
No chaos, just some questions.
Gods. All right. What's on your mind?
So about you biting me.
Apologized. What more do you want?
Can't spend money if you don't play the game. How's everybody's weekend? I totally forgot today was Saturday. I can't stop looking at my cleavage, I'm sorry. I don't often like wear low-cut shirts at streams. And I can't stop looking. Like I don't often see my titties. Happy Monday! How's everybody doing? Can you guys hear me? Oh wait, that was the wrong command. Guys, everybody say hello, Gunner. Happy Monday. Not muted? Yes! There, okay, cool. Alright. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. What is up? What is up? Also, who was first? We know who was first. It was Raven, who just opened up the tab. I just went live as soon as she clicked the tab. That's so funny. Raven first. Cute as a button. Not first. YBZ! Mwah! Preston. Covered my pillows. He loves it. Don't worry. Cute as a button. Mwah! Saucy Plague. Mwah! Max. Mwah! Amaya! With the 42 months? 44 months! Wait. How many months did you restart for? Holy resub, Batman! It's saying 42 and 44 at the same time.
Good
Alright, what's
evening,
happening?
Princess.
Oh,
Pix
I didn't
love
change my
Yoli,
weekly goal.
holy
Hold
cow.
on. What's
How
happening?
are you?
Hold on. Chill
Why
on
you
it.
so
Chill
sweet,
on it, chat.
princess?
Guys, I am not combobulated today. So some might say I'm discombobulated today. Sorry. Hello, princess. Amaya, thank you for the 44 months. Amaya. Mwah. Kaya. Mwah. Kaya, thank you for the 14 months. Oh my god, step bro. Mwah. Get us a button. Thank you for the 60 stream streak. Bravo, princess. Hello, princess. Holy cow. Thank you for the 25 months. How are you loving your new PC, by the way? Are we, like, obsessed? Also, thank you for the hype train. 30 seconds into stream. Oh my god, step bro. Welcome in. Willie. Mwah. Bravo, penguin. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Charlie. Did you eat your dinner? Yes, you did. Okay. Then you can have this. I was going to give it to you anyway, but I would praise you if you had your dinner. Nope. Hi, Candy! Late night candy. Mwah. Salty Loki. Mwah. Happy Monday. What is up, my friends? A smidge overwhelmed? Oh, I bet, because is this like your first like PC? That's not like a laptop? What's up, Henbane? Henbane, welcome in. Henbane, did you change your name? I like it. I like it a lot. Henbane Gaming. I like that a lot. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you guys so much for the resubs. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. What the hecky? Happy Monday. Happy Gunner Monday. Everyone say hi, Gunner. Oh, let me pull up the Gunner website really quickly. I think do we still have the mystery box sale going on? Right, meow? It is! There is still a mystery box sale. Slay. Period. Perfect, cool. Hi, Gunner. Everyone with their Pokemon badges looks so cute. Oh my god, I love the Pokemon badges. We had a family computer. Yeah. That's not the same because I mean, as a kid, it was probably like, what, Windows Vista, Windows 7, like you probably are Windows 11, right? That wasn't work related. Yeah, like it's so different. It's super different, and it's not like a POS system. Not like a piece of shit system, but like a point of sale system. That's what I meant. But hey, if you work in retail, POS system and POS system, 6 to 1, half a dozen to another, you know? Hey, Mama J! Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Most POSs are POSs. See? Dagna, you get me. Hi, Mama J. Or, hey. Hi, hey, Mama J. What's up, Dagna? I'm a POS. You're a point of sales? What's up, everybody? Oh my god, I ain't gonna lie. You guys want to know something? You guys want me to compliment you really quickly? I'm gonna say nice things about you guys. So close your ear holes if you guys don't want to hear it. I've been having such a pee-pee poo-poo day. I've just been not in a good mood. If it wasn't for Gunner, I would have canceled today. So everyone say thanks, Gunner. We love you. Thanks, Tetsual. But I was gonna cancel today, and as we are 8 minutes into stream, and I'm already like completely 180. I know, Kaya. How are you doing? How are you doing from that? Are you feeling any better? Yay, Gunner. And also, yay, Pixel. No, yay, you guys. Yay, you guys. Because seriously, I was just in just a sour puss mood. It's just like one of those days I woke up on the wrong side of the bread, and I'm just not happy, you know, like everything was pissing me off, and I was just so annoyed, and I was Mr. Grumpy Gills, and then like now I'm streaming, and like now I feel like so good. So
Hello.
thank you guys very much. Oh my god, we are 4% away from level 2. What's up, Sam? Sam, I hope you're doing so good. Here's a meep to everyone having a bad day. Meep. Meep is so cute. Hello. Hugs for anybody who wants one. Unless you guys don't want one, you guys can double it, give it to the next person. Also, thank you for the hello, beautiful Henbane. Samfire. Mwah. Mystic Simba. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. My mental got so boomed, my stutter came back today. I want to get out of bed, so I get it. When was the last time you've like struggled with your stutter before? That sucks. I'm so sorry to hear that. I finally finished RE9. I'm on my speedrun flight. Are you really? No way! I actually finally just looked at the achievements. I didn't look at any of the secret achievements because I didn't want to know what I didn't want to know what any of the secret achievements were because it had spoilers. But after my first playthrough, I'll look at the achievements, all of them. Thank you guys so much. I can't hear the sound alerts during the Gunner stream, so I do appreciate the bits. Thank you guys so much. Over 2 decades. Mama J, I'm so sorry. Extra hugs for you. This is just for Hey Mama J, and then here's an extra one for Kaya too, because I feel like you guys need these extra hugs. So extra hugs. You're all like giving me sound alerts. Bravo Penguin's like, what's up, Fun? Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Jordan, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I totally get that, Mystic. I'm the same way. I used to be like a super big into Xbox achievements, but then ever since I became like a PC gamer, I've kind of like put them on the wayside. But I do try to get as many achievements as I can on Steam. Yay! Oh my god, Willie, let's go! Wait, Willie, is your birthday next week? When's your birthday? Also, Loki, what the hecky? Thank you for giving us something to Nagi. That is such a cute name. Oh my god. I don't recognize that game. So that name. So I don't know if I've seen this name before, but the Nagi is such a cute username. Thank you so much for gifting a sub. Did you already have your raccoon badge? If not, you just got one. Death Reaper. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. The English. Mwah. Did you really? I'm hoping I can beat it today. It kind of sucks because it like limits the amount of games I get on PC. Oh, that's fair. Right, because you don't want to like double it. Oh, you wanted the hype train emo. Oh, yeah. Also, you're number 1 on the leaderboard for Gift of Subs. Get shit on, everyone. That's funny. Happy March, by the way. How far are you? I am in Raccoon City with Leon. Not for long, I'm sure. You never know. You never know. But you're number 1. I do want to say, oh, Destiny, you're such a brat.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
What did Salted Loki do to you guys? You could have let Salted Loki have number 1 for 2 seconds. You kicked them out of top 3.
Hello?
What just happened? Death's Reaper, Hey Mama J, and Henbane, thank you for the 2 gifted subs each. Why? that was so funny. That was really, really funny. If you guys have not already earned your Raccoon City or Mr. Raccoon sub badge, or not sub badge, Twitch badge, hey, you get it now. What is happening? Loki was number 1 for 1 second. What is happening?
Oh, somewhere deep inside of these bones,
It says it gets in 5 on my end.
emptiness began to grow.
I gifted subs
There's
before.
something out there
Why is that inside there?
far from my home,
Oh, that's it.
longing that I've never
Oh, yeah, it says Slasher's done 7. What is happening? I might black out. I might throw up. Oh, what is it? What is it? Slasher, did you gift a sub to Blumhouse? Or to Bloomhouse?
Pixboo love.
Okay. Death Reaper, thank you for the 2 gifted. Hey Mama J, thank you for the 2 gifted. Henbane Gaming, thank you for the 2 gifted. Slasher Bunny, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Why? Mystic, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. YBZ, thank you for the 75 stream streak. And the 39-month resub at tier 3. I'm gonna pass out. Panda Monster, mwah. Otaku, mwah. 3 raccoons! And a trudge go, mwah. Thank you for the 4 kissy. I literally feel like I'm about to pass out. Also, new month, we are going back to the sitting kitties. So I'm gonna need Mystic Simba, Slasher Bunny, and YBZ. Oh yes, right in my ear. Mystic Simba, Slasher Bunny, YBZ. Please pick a kitty cat. I have pink, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. I am in the hunt for finding like big ones. So I could like shake it up a little bit, or do like little special ones for tier 3s, or do special ones for like big, like 20 gift sub, like big sub bombs, you know. But I can't find anything. I can only find ones that are like this shape. So I am on the hunt for that, because I think it'd be really fun to just have obnoxiously sized cats on the cat wall. Excuse to go shopping. I think my dad is gonna take me shopping tomorrow. I'm gonna try to get. I actually might try to get a pack of Pokemon cards, just one. I'm assuming you want big. Oh my gosh. Also, Mystic, did you tell me a color? Barely 15 minutes. You're already 30. I'm gonna black out. Can you take me shopping too? Yeah, come. Come. I was gonna say come with, but it came out just come. So, come. Oh my god. Oh, what is happening? I'm blacking out. All right. Okay. YBZ. What? BZ_J. How was everybody's weekend? I went to my parents' house yesterday. What'd I do yesterday? I was at my parents' house yesterday. That's all I did. I edited a YouTube video. What if I told you guys a whole new YouTube video is going out again tomorrow? That's gonna be 2 videos in a week, like in like one last week, one this week. Can you guys believe that? Who am I? Imagine I had passed to Jasper. Yeah, more up. Good boy. That was for you. That was for you, Jordan. Gift treats. I'm assuming you want that for Jasper. I'm proud of you. Don't be nice to me. Oh my god. Oh my god. So oh my god, yes. Okay, so I took that Snapchat of Boo because I needed you guys to see how crazy Boo gets in the car. Like he was like shaking and convulsing. He gets so excited being in the car ride to go to my parents' house. It's so, oh my god. So it's my first time doing a derpy cat on the sitting cat, and I'm not gonna lie, it doesn't disappoint. What's up, Pisces? Favorite Pokemon check, guys? Type your favorite Pokemon in chat. Mine is Clefable. Leon makes me go feral. I did post a TikTok today of our collective response to seeing Leon for the first time. And I haven't been called cringe nearly as many times as I expected to be called cringe, so that's nice. Gengar, Umbreon, Dragonite, Gengar! Look for the puff! Volcarona. Never hear that one. I love it. Zigzagoon. Cute. Hi, Dragon Son of Blaze. Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Also, thank you guys very much for the level 8 hype train. Are you guys okay? Are you guys sick? You got your gunners? I posted pics in Discord. Hold on. Did you get them today or yesterday? And these are the mystery box, right? Oh, here! You got the ellipses! Oh, and the rushes, these are actually some really good ones. The ellipses, fun fact, were the first gunners I got after I got sponsored by Gunner. So, twins. No way. Oh my god. Oh, Panda Monster, you are so hot. Oh my god, I don't know which one I like better on you. They're both so cute. You got them today? These are so cute. Are the rushes in the clear? Yeah. Okay, so you got the Rush and Crystal with clear neutral. So you're the first person I've seen that has gotten a mystery box glasses that didn't get just like a basic, like, not the basic, but the default amber. I ain't gonna lie, I love that you got both of them. I love that you got 2 different versions. This is probably like one of my favorite mystery boxes that you gotten, or that I've seen. So you got the Rush and the Ellipses. That's awesome. If you guys want to see what glasses Panda got in the Discord, or what Panda got from Gunner, they're in the Discord. What's up, Sheriff? Sheriff, welcome in. Also, thank you guys very much for the hype train. What the heck? All right. Also, I don't think Mystic Simba gave me a color. I'm going to pick blue because that's Mystic's username color is blue. Hold on. Let me click it. I don't mind the long wing. Okay. Oh my god, Loki posted in the mod chat some potential oh my god, now I almost made my head start hurting. Potential cat post-its. I'll have to look at those again. I opened the link and immediately closed the link. Someone talked me out of ordering food for dinner. You're in the wrong chat for that, Tiny Tiger. We are, as I like to call, enablers. Do it. What are we thinking of? What's up, Kishu? Hi, Kishu. Pixel, you said hi to Kishu twice. I like Kishu. Sorry. Anywho. It's a lusher booty. Did somebody say meatloaf? Oh my god. I like the sitting cats, I'm not gonna lie. Let's do Mystic Simba. And we're gonna, I'm sorry if you guys don't like the derpy cats, but I love the derpy cats, and they make me laugh so hard, so you guys are just gonna have to deal with it.
Yippee Dino dance, Dino dance, Dino dance, Dino dance.
So handsome. Handsome derpy cat. Okay. Alright, you guys ready? Are you guys ready? First is Mira! Yippee! Oh my god. Oh, Spades! Spades. Mwah. Mira. Mwah. Mira, what the hecky? Everybody do the dino dance. Dino dance. Mira, thank you for the, what was that, 23 months? 24 months? Wait, was that, wait. Mira, was that, this is the second time that Twitch has confused me. Was that 2 years or is that 23 months? I can't tell. Oh, you know what? I'll just cover over your name and it'll tell me. Mira, thank you so much for the resub. What the hecky? 23, it tells me 24. That's so weird. Weird. Twitch, why are you weird? Well, Twitch is weird. Oh, yeah, I don't know. That's weird. Wait, I think Twitch is weird right now, guys. Also, Leon's Moans. Mwah. And thank you for the 80 stream streak. Mystic Simba, our derpy little kitty. Our handsome, derpy little kitty. Sasha. Oh, it's in my hair. Oh, no. Oh, no. You love my shirt? Thanks, it's my merch. Hold on. You guys want to see? Wait, is it my merch? Does it say Pixel Kitten on the back? I can't tell. I'm pretty sure it's my merch. Oh my god, you're such a slippery little boothy cat. Slasher Bunny, I hope you like your cat. Thanks! This was influenced based off a Forever 21 X Nintendo collab that happened like 15 years ago. And I loved the shirt so much that I didn't copy it verbatim, but I did, I made it better. Because I don't think the shirt had this on the arms. I think it just had this. And then it had, did it have a logo in the back? I don't remember. It's been so long. I don't have the original shirt anymore. I'm sure I could look up pictures of what it looked like, but anywho, I used that as inspiration. I made my own because I liked it so much that I wanted to make my own. And then YVZ. Oh, sorry, I just crumpled you a little bit. Oh, so cute. I'm obsessed. I can't stop making derpy kitties. They're my favorite thing in the world. Oh, also, shout out to the primary colors, by the way. So cute. So cute. I love. I'm gonna have to get one. Oh my god, no, you guys don't. Wait, those are so good. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you, Soft Look. You're so hot and tall and talented. What is happening? I look away for 2 seconds. Norby, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Thank you so much for the 38 months. Moon Quartz, mwah. Haku, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Hello? I like shopping, and this way I don't spend money. Wait. Are you talking about window shopping? I window shop a lot. The sleeves are all fraying. Oh, no! Of the hoodie, Raven? YVZ, I hope you love him. Oh, you have the super hoodie. Okay, okay. Attacked by Slash of hoodie. I love it, too, because now I can test them both out. That's so true, Panda Monster! I do want to say that I'll never get anything other than Gunner. I have no idea what I'm missing. The ellipses with the epic lenses make a huge difference. I have the ellipses right here. And I actually think we have them in the same color. I'm obsessed with these. These are the very first Gunners that I got after getting sponsored by them. They do have the reflection on them, which is why I don't wear them as often. But I'm truly, truly obsessed with them. And they're very comfortable. You do. Every time I see you snap and you have my little hoodie on, it makes me so happy. Oh, God, I'm blind. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Panda Monster, you kind of got a really dope Gunner mystery box. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, he's a good boy. I'm so glad you got good ones. Because I know, a lot of people are like, because I know, Loki, I know you got, you've gotten like a bunch of mystery boxes all at once before, and I know you got, I think, 1 or 2 duplicates. And I know, like, there's people on Facebook that are like, oh, I got, like, 2 duplicates or blah, blah, blah. And, like, I know people get really upset sometimes with the mystery boxes. But, I mean, it's a mystery box. It's a gamble. You're getting them at a discounted price. But, I don't know, sometimes you can get good ones. Wait, what was Leon's Moans, Fifi? The scarf, by the way. Haku, thank you for the 7th stream streak. 1% vibe is crazy. Oh, Fawn, you should reroll. You should definitely reroll. It's safe to make another purchase. Are you looking at a specific frame for Gunner, Panda? Or doing more mystery boxes? Hi, Shabby! Sorry, I just read Raven's other comment. Shabby. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead, Kizzy. When your FSA renews, slay, period. Pussy pop. I cannot wait for the Fallout ones. The Lucky 38 and the Brotherhood of Steel. 5% vibe? Oh my god. Fawn, reroll again. That's so unfair. Well, the vibe check hates you today. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. Oh, do you guys want to see? So I got the physical Resident Evil thing. So I did something bad, but this is why Pixel has credit card debt. Don't give Pixel. All right, no one use the vibe check anymore because clearly the vibe check hates everybody. So this is why Pixel's in credit card debt, and I don't want to talk about it. Oh, that's the ones I'm wearing right now, Panda Monster. I don't want to talk about it. Wait, actually, hold on. Does my webcam look different to you guys? It does. Sorry. Sorry that made anybody dizzy. I have to do this every time I stream? That's annoying. Whatever. Anywho. So I have the Resident Evil Requiem in the physical case, and I want to show you guys what comes in the deluxe physical thing. Now, Pixel, why do you have this in your hand? You didn't show it off on Friday when you first started playing Resident Evil Requiem. Well, you see. I pre-ordered this on Amazon, the Requiem Deluxe Edition. I pre-ordered this on Amazon, and on Friday when Requiem released, I looked at because I was like, I haven't gotten a shipping update. I look at my shipping update. It says, will ship March 14th. And I'm just like, I cannot avoid spoilers until March 14th. That's absolutely crazy. Like, there's no way I'm going to feasibly be able to miss any spoilers. And so I panicked. And I bought on Steam a second copy of Resident Evil Requiem. Now, what does this mean for you guys? Hi, Cookie Dough. Hi, Nutmeg. Oh, Nutmeg! I didn't give you a kissy! Wow, I completely skipped over Nutmeg. Mwah, mwah. Also, Fiberglass. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. What does this mean for you guys? I think I'm going to give away this code instead of returning it. What do you think? What do we think that we give away a little, What is happening? What is happening? Henbane, thank you for gifting me the mini letter opener of Sting? Why? Why are people being so nice to me today? You guys gotta stop. I need someone to comment on one of my social media videos telling me that I'm a fat, dumb idiot or something, because I need to get taken down a peg today. What is happening? Also, Cookie Dough, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Henbane, can you let me know what color kitty cat you'd like? If you'd like a pink, orange, yellow, green, blue, or purple kitty. Bless closed captions. What do the captions say? What do they do to me? We love Pixel Day. I'll never stream on ever again. But I don't think I could do that because Pixel's too gorgeous. You mean I'll ban you? As I give you a throne? You know what? I'm not gonna give it away. I want to return. I'm just joking. I'm gonna give it away. So I'm thinking, because you guys are such brats, you guys gotta stop being so nice to me. Henbane, thank you so much. The imposter syndrome, Raven. Every time, people are so nice to me. I think I've told you guys this. I think I've told you guys this twice now. Every time people are nice to me, I literally can't sleep that night because all I do is just lay down in bed or sit on my couch and just I gotta quit streaming. I don't deserve this. They deserve so much better. Because, I don't want to get into it. Whatever. Oh, I'm in my emotions. Kitty creeping. He is a creeper. Up. Okay. You like the pink ones? I get you a pink one. I get you pink. Wait, hold on. Do you guys want to see what's inside the collector's case? First of all, I can't show you the back of it because the back of it has the code that I'm going to give away. But it comes with a paper. I got to be really careful. It comes with a paper disc and it says digital code only, and it has the code on the back. Ooh, I can see the code. But I'm going to give this code away. But I think it's so funny that this is it's a steelbook. And so if you're on console, it comes with a disc, but for PC it just comes with a little paper thing. But this is so cool. I didn't know this was part of the physical deluxe edition, is that it comes with this Resident Evil Requiem card, and it has Grace on the front, and it has RPD on the back, and it says 39,535 of 47,500. Oh! This is... Oh, Raven, you're probably not gonna like this. It's 3D. Look. Huh! Neat! So I did not know that the physical copy came with, I don't know, this little card. You know? What's up, Benny? You don't mind it? Okay. I like the sound of the... So that's really cool. So that's what comes with the physical edition. So I don't know what I'm going to do to give away the code. I might do it this week. I got to figure out what I want to do or how I want to do it. But I will be giving away not this. I'm keeping this. But I'm going to give away the physical code. So I'll just send you a message of the physical code of whoever wins. But I don't know what I'm going to do for that. I don't know. Because it's kind of a... It's not it's kind of it's like an $89 thing. So I gotta think of a good idea, you know. I only got so much since also trying to love myself extra hard today. But send you, Fiberglass, don't you dare, guys. Hugs for everybody who wants it. Wants for everybody who needs it. If you guys don't want the hug, guys, then double it and give it to the next person. But big hugs for everybody. Mad Eye, thank you for the forehead kiss. Your PC can't run it? Yeah, but what if it could run it in the future? I'm not reading that out loud. Because if I read it out loud, it makes it real. And then I'll start crying. scroll up because I've missed people's messages. Lenticular? What does lenticular mean? It's for console as well. Yeah, Resident Evil 9 is out on, what, PlayStation 5, Xbox One, and, or Xbox, whatever the new Xbox console is, and Steam. Yes. I mean to you and send pixels. Pixels. Send pickles my P.O. box is crazy. Shatoni, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what I would do if I went to my P.O. box and there was just like a big old thing of pickles. I don't know what I would do. I really don't know what I would do. You know, you say that, but one of my highlights of TwitchCon was be able to meet you. Not only that, but we hugged like 3 times at TwitchCon. That was very special to me. You're a very good hugger, Mystic. A pickle bomb. Oh my god. Oh, it's called lenticular? I kind of like that word. It's a fun word. I'm already crying. I almost cried today. Almost. But then I, like, got angry instead, and I didn't cry. Cool Kim! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. Hey! Henbane Gaming. My brother's gonna see Avenged Sevenfold and what's that one, Ben? Go Charlotte? I would totally do that, but the size of pickle jar would send as a joke. The shipping would be insane. Ooh. That's very true. I'm protected by customs, by tariffs. That's very funny. Oh my god. These derpy cats make me so happy. I love a good lenticular cup. Ooh, yes! Gotta get one of them 4-liter bottles of pickles. Sounds like something Spades would have. Sounds like something Spades would have in their refrigerator and nothing else. I ordered something from overseas and thought that the shipping and handling costs covered all the tariffs and everything. Turns out, through some importers, you need to pay. Yeah, you do. And returned? Yo. D-Mac, I'm not gonna lie. That would send me, like, over the wall. Henbei, thank you so much for the throne gift. Focus. He's a business derpy cat. Look, he's got a tie and everything. Also, hi, Tom. Space would buy the jar of pickles in Pizzeria Sim. Oh my god. Shout out to Pizzeria Sim. I used to eat pickles and jam for some reason. Wait, like together? I would have the 4-liter bottle of pickles if it would fit in your fridge. That's when you take everything out of your refrigerator, even all the shelves, and you just put just the jar of pickles. Business dirt. If I've missed anyone's messages, I'm so sorry. I don't know how to read. Eepy Jinxie laying in bed. Hi, Jinxie! Jinxie, I hope you're doing very well. Happy Monday / Tuesday, because I'm pretty sure it's, what, Tuesday morning for you right now? Sweetie, is that Twitch famous legendary women of the internet? Hello, sweetie. You know what? This is actually the first year in, I think, 5 years that I'm not part of the women's shelf on Twitch. I think there's someone on Twitch staff that hates me. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't been. Every single one of my front page requests has been denied for over a year, and I'm not on the shelf. They're not putting me on the shelves anymore, and so I think someone at the Twitch staff hates me because, like, what is happening? You're not on the shelf. You have to be. You were part of the Twitter. How are you not? Also, thank you very much for the shout out for sweetie. Not only was she on that the Twitch tweet video, she was in the Twitch tweet video twice. I was so gagged. They were gifted a sub, Maple Mama. I just called you Maple Mama. Sorry, I just read your Discord name. Low brat, big beep boom. 66% bratty today? You mean 666% bratty today? What's that one movie? Oh, wait, hold on. The Devil's Carnival. 666. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh. I don't think you guys heard that, but I felt it, and that's what matters. Oh my god, you and Hockey Jetty are like, I look up to you guys so much. You, Hockey Jetty, Kitty Cat Cows, Brandy, Lily Pie. You guys are just all so hot and tall and talented and handsome. So proud of all of you guys. Hi, Alice! Alice with the big booty. Alice, did you change your name color again, or did I oh, there's a Vulpix in chat if anyone wants to catch that. I know, sweetie, right? Enjoy your sleepy Jinx. Please take care of yourself. Oh, it's St. Patrick's month. Gotcha. Well, I like the green. It's a very pretty green. I hope someone gets a shiny one today. You beat RE9 Oh, that's right. You did say that. Alice. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, whatever, sweetie. Whatever. Listen, I've just been in such a bleh. Cause like I had the migraine. Oh, well, I've been burned out since like what, October, right? It's just been getting like worse and worse and worse and worse. Sorry, my throat was killing me. I don't have anything in here yet. It's just water. Hey, you noticed I changed my name? I did! I said it earlier and you said it fits your channel better. No, he says he wants pet me eyes. Is he sizing me up? What are you doing, buddy? What was I about to say? Oh, yeah. Okay, so I've been burnt out and getting, like, worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. Starting in October, right? And then I had a migraine that lasted 2.5 weeks. It did kick back in again yesterday. Today seems to be okay, but it did kick back in again yesterday, so that scared me a little bit. And then I'm just been depressed. I don't know. Someone did get a shiny! I manifested it. There's no way. Max got a shiny. I literally... You're welcome. I'm taking full responsibility for that shiny. I'm taking full responsibility for that. I'm so happy for you. Oh my god, a shiny Vulpix is so strong. Oh, one of my very first Pokemon I've ever caught ever in like a video game was a shiny Vulpix. No, Henbin, you're totally good. You're Gucci, it's a coochie. Hi, Goddess. Goddess, thank you for the 5-stream streak. Holy. Yeah, okay, I just looked at Jasper. Yeah, I can see it now. You do be sizing me up. All right. So let's recap. What have we been doing for the past 42 minutes? Everyone say hi, Gunner Optics. We are doing our sponsor stream with Gunner Optics right now. Hi, Shrek. So we are doing our sponsorship with Gunner right now, and we'll be live with them for the next like hour and a half. And they do have the mystery box sale going on right now. If you guys want to see what Panda Monster just got in their mystery box, they ordered 2 mystery boxes, glasses. Go look at the Discord. They got the Ellipses and the Rush. And oh my god, they're so good. Hold on. There you go. There we go. I want to show you guys the Rush, because we haven't looked at the Rush in a while. I just showed you the, so these are one of the glasses that Panda Monster got, was the Rush and the Crystal. And you got it in the clear neutral focus, which is so interesting because this is the first one that I've seen that someone ordered a mystery box that was not the default amber. So I think it's so cool that you got a neutral focus, but then you also got the ellipses, which I showed you guys earlier. And you got those in the rose gold and the amber tint. And these are the other ones that Panda Monster got. So not too bad. Are those? Yes, the trace ones are new. Do you want to see them? Trace. Tindra, Terra. Trace. Terra. Am I crazy? Oop. Am I dumb? We saw the same ones that I saw, right? Also, Alice, thank you for the 5-stream streak. I do hope your mental health continues to improve. I hope so, too. Thank you. Thank you, Shitoni. Go eat your dinner. Oh, my God. Enjoy your eating, Shitoni. Thank you for stopping by and saying hello. No, it's funny, Panda. I'm satisfied with what you got. Oh, the Trace Collection. Is that what I'm thinking of? Oh, you know what? Oh, sorry. I got distracted. I just saw Dark Lady Cosplay. The Trace collection. Okay, so it's not a glasses, it's a glasses set. Okay, gotcha. Yes, these are new. These are new. Which are the ones that I really liked? I think it was the Davis ones that I really like. These I really, really like. The Davis. And there's Hayward and Barton. These are really sleek looking. The Hayward and then the Barton. These, I'm not going to lie, kind of sick looking. Digital Princess, I'm not going to lie. I am wearing the Digital Princesses right now. And I wouldn't say I'm biased, but I'm pretty biased towards them. I love them. They're very, I would probably assume that these are more of the wide fit. But I think I like the Davis the most, then Barton, then Hayward. Not that there's anything against the Hayward. I really like the Davis. I really like the this wood look. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But the mystery box sale is still going on. And you can get a mystery pair of glasses for $10, or you can get 2 pairs of glasses for $15, and it's just a sale price over and over and over again. So you can get like 6 glasses for, I don't know, less than $100, which is pretty cool. But they are mystery. They are mystery. So you never know what you're gonna get. Holy Diver! What's up, Panda Pants Party? Mwah. Thank you for the forehead, QC. I don't know how long it's going for. Actually, sometimes it says on the website, and sometimes it doesn't. It says while supplies last. It does not give me a date. Sometimes they say a date, but I think this one at the moment is just while supplies last. At the moment.
Hello.
At the momento. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. I can channel in a riff-raff with those. They're just lacking colors. I need them in lilac light. I'm not gonna lie. A lilac colored glasses would kind of go so dummy. That actually sounds like kind of like how Panda Pants Party name color is. Like that name color would be so. Oh my god. Okay, Raven. I have demanded to Joe and Mike, the CEO and like the heads of Gunner, and say that the Canada sales, and I quote, were supposed to be. Oh my god, you're gonna get so tired of me, Canada and Raven, because I've said this like 20 different times. Hold on. Let me find my notes. 212? No, we had a more recent one. The Joe said that the Canada site will shut down temporarily. And then after the Canada site is shut down temporarily because they're getting a new distribution center, I think, or something. I don't know what's going on there. Then the sales will be there. So I don't know, but that's what they said. And I don't know. I wish I could help.
Let's go.
I don't know. Oh, okay. So I would assume that after the warehouse moves is when the sales will happen, but I don't know. I just want Canada to get their sales. I want Canada to get sales. Also, goats. Thank you so much for the 43 months. Goats, I hope you're doing so good. Happy Monday. I'm gonna go by. Have fun. Have a good night, Max. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Congratulations on your. Oh, you caught the shiny one, right? The shiny Vulpix. The only kissies I've gotten. Oh, hold on. You guys gotta stop talking. I can't reach it. Only kissies I've gotten for months are 4 kissies. And my cat cleaning my face. Oh my god. Panda Pants. Same. No way. Some Borderlands 4? Hell yeah. I have a gift card waiting to be used. Oh my god, yeah. Yeah. Did I give you that gift card? Or did you just have that gift card, right? I didn't give that to you, right? I don't. Did I? How we just move out of Canada? No. Wait, is Canada? I don't know. I don't really keep up with current events because it just depresses me. I can barely keep up with my daily life. Is Canada bad? My cat has been cleaning your face. Shut up, Panda. No, it's one of those prepaid credit cards I got for Christmas. Oh, okay. I was like, I don't think I had any gift cards to give. Okay. RE4 remake with the VR headset. Oh, really? I didn't know it was in VR. I don't know if I could play Resident Evil in VR. I don't know if I could. That'd be so scary. Oh, okay. That's what we're doing. Okay. I totally understand, Tom. I totally understand. What colors would you like? Recap before we get into the game, because I am like in like 2 seconds. I'm gonna start playing Resident Evil. I know we're doing our hourly pre-stream yap session. Purple and yellow. Yeah, those are your colors. That's right. You know what, Loki? He's being quiet, and that's what's making me nervous. Is he's being completely quiet. As soon as I load up Resident Evil, guess who's gonna start yapping? Oh no, she came to exfoliate my heart. That's suspicious. That's weird. Alright, so Gunner stream. We are sponsored with Gunner right now. Everyone say hi, Gunner. No way! Happy 60 days chemo free. All good. All good. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead QC. Yeah, purple. Oh. Let's do oh, Boo? Okay. I can do Boo. I'll give him a body biscuit. No Jojo. Oh, Boo, wake up. Oh, okay, he got it. Oh my god. For the record, my dog is unemployed. He doesn't... Oh, what the heck? My dog is unemployed. Doesn't do anything. And, he's acting like he just got off like a 60-hour shift. Oh my god. Yo, what's up, Danny? Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kids. Oh my god, I gotta stop laughing. My headache's gonna come back. Are you talking about the Frito factory? Shut up. Oh my god. Oh my god. I think I'm gonna have snow cone today. Not the headache, yeah. Yesterday was pretty bad, but today it hasn't really like started yet. Okay. What was I about to say? Okay. I'm trying to do a recap before we start the game, but you guys are so hot and tall and talented, I can't, like, go without being distracted. Alright. Gunner, I have a code to give away. I'm not giving away this. This is mine. I'm keeping this. Alright. But I am going to give away a code for the deluxe edition of Resident Evil Requiem sometime, I'm thinking this week. I don't know when or how I'm going to do it, but I will be giving it away. Yeah, Tom. Well, I was just dumb because I ordered this and it said it was going to ship March 14th and I ended up getting it yesterday. And I just knew that I wasn't going to be able to wait until... I knew I wasn't going to be able to wait until March 14th to avoid spoilers, so that's why I bought it on Steam again, not knowing that this was going to ship early. Not that I would... Because I would have been able to play it today, but I don't know. I think I'm glad that I still bought it again. It's fine. And this way I get to give back to the community, you know? How you liking the game? I'm loving it so far. I'm loving it. My youngest just asked me where her brain is. Where your youngest child's brain is, or where my brain is. Either way, it's hilarious. I have a shoe story you might like. What shoes? I don't know if I have any canned Sonic P-Trains. Her own brand. That's really funny, actually. Ooh, canned snow cone is very, very good. Alright, I'm gonna open up the game. I'm gonna start playing it. I promise. This is your warning, though. If anybody... I doubt anybody is here that's trying to avoid spoilers because I do have Resident Evil Requiem in the game, or in this, as my game when I'm playing. But if you guys are trying to avoid spoilers, I am about to load up the game. So if you guys don't want to get spoiled, leave now or forever hold your peace. Speaking of spoilers, I know, Pixel, she just doesn't shut up, I know. Speaking of spoilers, I do want to say, I do not want to have a drinking game where I have to tell you guys, please don't spoil things. When it comes to spoilers, it includes, but it is not limited to, oh, you're gonna love this part. Oh, you're gonna hate this part. Have you gotten to this part yet? And then lists specific part of a game that could potentially be a spoiler. Have have you met this person yet? And then lifts a person that would be introduced later in the game. Like, all of those things are spoilers. So, when in doubt, the mods have offered to be like, hey, message me this if you want to see if it's a spoiler or not. But when in doubt, just assume that if you have even like the inkling to think it's a spoiler, it probably is. So just I have not finished the game. Please not spoil it for me. Please not to spoil it for anyone else in chat. Have you gotten to the point that is the point of the point? Just curious. Also, when it comes to backseating, I will play this game. I'm going to play this game with you guys. It's going to be called Pixel Says. Not to be confused with Simon Says, or for any of my Call of Duty fans, Swifter Says. We're going to be playing Pixel Says. So, if I need help. Oh! Hi, DPG Devour. Oh, you're doing so good, homie. Also, Electric Panther, thank you for the 10 months. What the heck? Thank you guys so much. Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. So I'm not going on a rant, I'm going on a tangent. What part are you again, exactly? I am at RPD, or not RPD, I am in Raccoon City with Leon. But again, I'm not going to go anymore, because again, I don't want to be spoiled. And so, I don't want to like, I'm not saying you specifically, Henbane, but like, just, I'm going to use it as an example. If someone were to ask me, oh, so you haven't gotten to blank space yet. Don't ask that, because that's a spoiler. I'm not saying that's you, Henbane. I'm just saying, like, because people have done that in the past. But, when it comes to backseating, we're going to be playing a game called Pixel Says. You will notice that while I'm playing the game, I'll ask myself rhetorical questions like, oh, what do I do here? Oh, should I bring this gun? Oh, I don't know what I should do. Should I buy this upgrade? And I'm all asking, like, rhetorical questions because I'm a live streamer, and it's like a radio. Like, having dead silence or having dead air is, like, bad or whatever. That's how it is for me, right? So I'm constantly yapping. If I want to ask chat a question where I genuinely want your help, I will say, Pixel Says chat, what do I do here? I will specifically ask you guys if you guys can help me. Yes, Henbane, but please, for love of God, and this is for you and everybody, do not say, you will love this part, you will hate this part. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna read, I know my mods just posted this. Guys, please click on that link. Click on that link if you have played the game before and you want to see, like, my reaction to the game, which I totally get and I love. I know we're getting towards the end of the game. At least I hope so. Just don't spoil it, man. Just don't spoil it for me. Don't spoil it for, chat. That's all I asked for, right? I don't want to have to play a drinking game. I don't want to play a drinking game when it comes to me saying, please stop spoiling, please stop spoiling, please stop spoiling. So, anywho. That's it. We're here for a good time, not a long time. I do appreciate you guys being here. I just want to experience this for the first time with you guys. I assume it's scary. It's pretty scary, actually. It actually is pretty scary. So I got scared so bad of Requiem. I genuinely am shaking and feel nauseous. Oh my god. Oh my god, Slasher, I'm so sorry. I'm not going to ask where, because I don't want to, like, know where it is, but... I am a yapper! Hold on. What are we at? Okay, I'm going to open the game so that we can say that I started playing the game before an hour into stream. Resident Evil Requiem. Cool. I'm so sorry to hear that, though. Oh, Bravo Penguin? Yes. And we are going to run an ad now, so there's no ad during the game. But, with the ads... So I can... No, Henbane, no. No! If anything that hasn't come up yet, please don't say. Let me just experience the game organically, please. No, please don't tell me you have an hour left. Oh, you have 15 minutes left. Oh, you have 3 missions left. I don't want to know. I want to experience this as organically as I can. Please, but thank you for asking. What was I saying? Oh, ad now, no ad in game. With ads in this stream, I appreciate you guys that are subbed, but I don't want there to be an expectation to be subbed to not miss the content here. And so when an ad starts playing, I am just going to sit here and yap and run an ad, and then we'll play the game once the ad is done. So ad now, no ad in game, and then we'll start the game. Ad. Needy Cat! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Yeah, right? I don't want to hear it. Also, Dangos, I saw you here. I'm so sorry. Mwah, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I hope you're doing so good, Dangos. I hope you're doing amazing. I'm catching up on chat right now. Hold on. So genuinely horrified. Oh, really? What did he say that for? I hope you'll like lots of parts of the game. Danny, I hope so too. Who's the turtleneck lady? Ada? Electric Panther, I hope you do. I am going to give away a copy of, not a physical copy, but a code of Resident Evil, the Deluxe Edition, sometime this week or next week. We'll see. I want to do it sooner rather than later so people get their hands on it. But I am going to give away a copy of Resident Evil Requiem Deluxe Edition sometime soon. Also, thank you very much for the 25 stream streak. Holy crap. Mods and Raven, to be fair, mods will always have the right to delete messages and type people out at any point, no matter what we're playing. I am a professional yapper. I'm so sorry. If I've missed anyone's messages, I don't know how to read. I dropped out of college. I'm so sorry. Shut up, Danny. Is this one of the remakes? This is brand new. So this is new story, new everything. Time me out. Abuse your power. It wasn't Ada? Okay. I will post it everywhere. When I do the giveaway, I'll announce it everywhere. I might even make it like a couple days long so for people to enter so that people have like a chance to enter. You know what I mean? That's what I was thinking. I don't know. I just thought of it today. Also, Dizzle, mwah, a little ignorant, mwah, and Dangos, thank you for the 70 stream streak. What the hecky? I think the ads are done, so we can start playing the game. Also, as always, let me know how the audio of the game is, if you guys need me to turn it up or down. Oh, I need my controller. There we go. Louder! Hi, I'm gonna be playing Resident Evil Requiem! Sorry. Hi, KK! Alright. Are you guys ready? Turn down for what? Turn down for what? The shoe shop is called Why Are You? I think their shoes are unique. Really? The last time I bought shoes that were not for working out, where I think back when Puma did a Pokemon collab and I got these Pikachu shoes. And I've only worn them like twice. Oh, anxiety title music! Alright, I'll get off the title screen. The screen. So you don't have to listen to that. Spartan! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss here. Turn down for what? Okay, that's gonna be stuck in my head now. Who typed that? Henbane, as long as you are 100% sure that I've completed it. Kiki, did I miss your kissy? Kiki. Mwah, mwah. You get 2 kisses because I missed it. You get 2. Those are only for Kiki. Monster High? I never gotten a Monster High, but I really love the way they look. Like, I love when people cosplay them. Oh, canned snow cone DPG. Leon! Oh my god. Oh. Alright. So, we are in BSAA tent. Let me get used to my buttons again. You made pumpkin spice iced coffee? Oh my god. Tom, do you mind if I come over? Red Rover, Red Rover. That sounds amazing. I haven't looked anything up. What was that in response to? Loki? Collect the detonator parts, 1 out of 3. Get some fuel, get the batteries. Incomplete bomb. Gas power generator. Oh, okay. I need this second battery. Okay. I think I have to go back this way. Oh, okay. Gotcha. No, Spartan. Thank you guys for being here. I said this like right as we started stream. I was not having a good day today. Full disclosure, I was not having a good day. It was a bad day today. I was just getting like salty and mad about everything. Sorry, I'm trying to remember the buttons again. I was just like salty and mad about everything. Everything that was happening was pissing me off. It was just like one of those like I woke up on the wrong side of the bed kind of days, right? And I was just like annoyed with everything, mad at everything. And then I was going to cancel stream today if it wasn't for Gunner, but because we love Gunner, we show up. And as soon as I hit live, as soon as I start talking to you guys in chat, I just instantly feel better. So seriously, thank you guys so much for being here. Okay, so this is the bat tray. Oh, I knew it. I knew there was something I missed. Okay. Also, Jasper is already meowing, so. Ooh. I forgot there were zombies in this game. I told you guys. Jasper's gonna. I don't want to jump down. I love it here. I love it here more. No, I don't want to be down here. Are you kidding me? There's gonna be like zombies in the water. In the water. No, I hear them. No. I don't like this at all. Ah! Oh my god. I don't know why. I just know that the zombie's gonna come out of the water. Scared the little pee-pee poo-poo pants out of me. Beth! Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, hold on, guys. I'm missing some chat. Hold on. If you don't want it, you can double and give it to someone else. Oh, you're so sweet. I used to work on any side of the bed. I woke up in the bathroom floor. Did you really? Wait, I'm gone. What was that? Oh, I see you, you little shite. Look at you throwing rocks like a little brat. Oh, I just know someone's gonna come out of the water. Not on God. One of those skulls made out of titanium? You are not the first person to ask that. Machine gun ammo. Okay, I did not get the machine gun, though. The holy hand grenade. 1, 2, 5, 3, sir. 3! Sorry, I'm gonna keep making those references, by the way. I am gonna be making a lot of I knew it! Ah! Get shit on! That was awesome. That was awesome. That was awesome. Oh. Big boy. Can you stop moving? You gotta stop moving, brother. Ah! Why do you have things? Alright, you know what? No. Brother, die. Oh! Alright, this guy, the auto aim is actually like cucking me on this. Hold on. Not the auto aim cucking me like 5 times on that. That was crazy. I have like no more handgun bullets. I don't have a lot of ammo left. I do have a lot of scrap though. I don't think I have any gunpowder though, so I keep doing bomb or keep making grenades. Auto aim hurts more than it helps. Swear to God. Okay, you know what? I guess I will investigate this room first.
The battery should be in this room.
Oh, really? Is it the big green thing, Leon? Oh! Oh. You're just giving this to me for free? Alright. Okay. What's up, King Jones Gaming? Leon Kennedy equals Daddy! It said how bad do you want it? Wait, what? I'm sorry if I missed anyone's message. Oh, thanks! Oh my god, King Jones, you're so sweet, guys. Happy Women's History Month. Shout out to all my ladies! That's so sweet, King Jones. Thank you so much. I picked up the battery, right? Yeesh. Yeesh. I have 16 bullets. Wait. Where was that throwable? Right here? Yeah, that's not in the... I don't want to waste my ammo, but then... I also don't have the patience to wait for him to come over, you know? Here. There you go. What was that? It's like Leon doesn't know what to do when someone has like a throwable in their hand, you know? Okay, brother! Leon, you should not be allowed to use auto aim. You should not be allowed to use auto aim! Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. There you go. There you go. Oh! Handgun ammo. There's one bullet. Oh my god, the Requiem. There's a mod where Leon is shirtless. Next playthrough. Next playthrough. W women. SMG ammo, rifle ammo, machine gun ammo. Alright. Well, I guess they want me to use my machine gun, I suppose. I don't really want to. Wait, can I craft anything right now? Nope. I don't really want to use my SMG, but I will if it's telling me to. I'm gonna do it. I know. I know. I know. I know. Overkill. I know. Alright. So now this is back where I came, right? Okay. Can I climb back up where I came from? How do I get back home? Wait. Ah, Zaydeen! I am absolutely loving it. Aha, Loki, I know exactly what you're talking about. Aggressively. Wait. Wait, what about loading them? What's up, Eclipse? Eclipse, thank you for the forehead, kazoo. Oh! Oh! Oh. Well, I'm dumb. See, what would I do without these maps that tell me exactly where I miss things? What would I do without them? The shirtless Leon mod? It says I'm right on top of it. Oh, is it in here? Oh, it's scrap. Where am I missing the scrap? Can I jump up here? Leon, I know how agile you are. I know you could jump on top of this. Every time I jump on it is the best time. I totally agree. Where is this scrap? Am I dumb? Oh, right here. Got it. Okay. And then where is this ladder? How long have you been there? Henbane, that's a spoiler. That's a spoiler. That's a spoiler. We literally said, you're gonna love this. You're gonna love this. You're gonna hate this. Like, anything that hints at things in this game are spoilers. This is your last warning. Ah! Oh my god, I'm gonna have an aneurysm, chat. I'm gonna ah! Ah! I'm gonna have an aneurysm. I'm going to. Wait, why did you not reload? Okay. I expected to drop down here. Oh, I am. Okay. I'm sure nothing bad's gonna happen. I was just about to post that. Post what? I'm a paladin. Wait, did you start a new playthrough? Wait. Oh, there we go. Okay. Invincible zombies. That took a lot of ammo for an SMG. That was my first time using the SMG. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh. Okay. I don't think these guys are coming back. Oh, cutscene. Sunlight. Yeah, you made it sound like something was coming. This is giving Halo Combat Evolved with Sergeant Johnson and the Flood.
Infected and eliminated them. That's correct, sir. Do we proceed?
So the rumors were true? What rumors? The missile wasn't just about stopping the spread. Don't be ridiculous.
Affirmative. Listen up. Our objective hasn't changed. We rendezvous with the advanced party in the center of Raccoon City, then head for Ark. Our mission is to retrieve Elpis. Move out!
Goop? The iPod Touch.
Jesus, fuck! Where is he? I'm fucking blind here! My fucking leg!
My leg!
Please help me!
Are they using the Requiem too?
Holy shit!
That has to be like a Requiem adjacent. Whoa.
I thought I had a short fuse.
His one-liners will never make me roll my eyes, but also I need them. I crave them. Oh my god, my stream is lagging so much. I'm so sorry.
What are we doing here?
All in good time. You'll see.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to remember what I needed that key for. Oh, BSAA container key. Yes, sir. All right, cool. Oh, let me catch up. Okay. Swole Nerd. Mwah. Sunny Easy. Mwah. Super Band. Mwah. Marta. Mwah. Thank you guys for the forehead kisses. I'm trying to like. You guys know it's hard for me to shut up, right? So I'm trying to shut up during cutscenes. Inventory list. Container 1, medical supplies, consumables. Container 2, motorcycle and repair kit. Container 3, sniper rifles. Container 4, sniper rifle attachments. So I'm assuming there's 4 crates I need to go to, and I'm assuming this is 1 if this is medical supplies. Eh? I'm assuming. Does it say 1 on there?
Hello.
I don't know. Thank you guys so much for the follows. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. Oh, I know what that is. Guys, can we tell the mods how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are? Everyone tell the mods you love them. There's some good stuff right there. Okay. I'm gonna need some gunpowder stat. Because I need to do something with my scrap. I wish that the scrap was stackable. I am going to eat one of these. Right? Yes, okay. Alright, go. First of all, Loki, you are so fine. Like, you are absolutely so perfect. No, you? Don't be nice to me. I'll come. Oh, wait, did I not pick this up? I didn't even pick it up! I don't know why, I thought I did. Tall is a state of mind, Tom. Alright, so we have this ladder, which I don't know if I want to go up to yet. Oh, I have to. Oh, maybe I have to go up this to go around. Because I would like to make my way back to the camp. 1, to save, and 2, to... Oh, you know what? I will go this way.
Send some footage your way, Sherry.
This is where I just came from, right? It is, okay.
The guy at the end. White suit. Can you find anything on him?
Yeah, hold on. The database is coming up empty.
So there are ghosts involved with Elpis, too.
Yes. I see you, Mr. Box. I would like that box, please. Aha! You don't have to go, Henbane. It's just, you know, shush, you know? Sit on your hands. When did you get there? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Well. Parkour! Yeah. Like, just don't mention anything that's, like, coming up. Just react to what is currently happening. Oh! Large gunpowder. Wait, is it here? Okay, it is. I would like rifle ammo. I don't want rifle ammo. Shut up, Jasper. Oh, I need a little gunpowder for that. Well, I guess I'll do shotgun shells. Yeah, I'll do shotgun shells. And I think this is as far as I can go. So we'll go back here. Go. The zombies know parkour too. Sounds like a game that you would like. Yep. Yep, Tom. Yep. Oh my god, they really do know parkour. I'm trying to use, like, the Resident Evil, like, 1 strategy where you don't want to kill every zombie because, like, I'm trying to save ammo. I'm wondering if that's going to bite me in the ass. Literally. Interesting. What do you have for me? A holy hand grenade! Oh, okay. I have a lot of health stuff. I stop. Yeah, it's actually getting pretty bad. You know what? Let me go back to, let me go to lowest settings, I'm thinking. I'm gonna go to lowest. Oh, can I not? I have been on low. I'm gonna go to low setting, or lowest settings. I guess I can't change this to... Well, can I not... These apps can only be changed in the main menu. Oh. Okay. Well, I'll have to go to lowest settings next time I get to a save point. But... I don't think that changes anything. No, it doesn't change anything. That doesn't change anything. Low, low, low. Yeah, that's all I can do for that. Let me try one more thing. This also is probably because I'm streaming with Gunner too. Because it's like, it's adding more stuff to like me. Oh my god, I was supposed to restart. It's adding more stuff to like my PC too. I don't know. Hopefully that helps. Sorry guys. Sorry, my PC's ass. You guys know I have a really bad PC. I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do about that. Sorry. I think that is a little bit better though, right? I don't know. I haven't been looking at the game or the replay. It wasn't too bad. Yeah, but I feel bad. You know. I don't want rifle ammo. I also don't want this, but I can combine you, so I might as well. But that's the wrong one. That's the last one that I'll take. Ooh. VSync is on. I don't think I saw a VSync option. Did you? Was there a VSync option? I didn't see one. Graphics. Yeah, it's on. Is it better, worse, or the same? Now. Oh my god, Leon, just move over. Move over! Better? Okay, cool. I just closed all my Google Chrome tabs. That's what I did. So that's the only thing I did. Really? That's all that was up here? Oh, there we go. Ah, I see. I'm gonna fall off. Oh! I meant to do that. Wah! Damn you! Okay, that worked out. That worked out. You just called me psychic because I knew it was gonna fall off. That's very funny. Guys, can I get some handgun ammo, actually? Okay, hear me out. Raven, I'm not gonna lie, I was about to say something suspicious too. I was gonna say something like, me next! Thank you for the handgun ammo. REVR, I've never played, I don't own a VR headset, so of course I haven't. But, need a container for the fuel. Oh, I see. Oh, I'm not gonna have any inventory space for that. I would be so scared to play any Resident Evil game in VR. I think Henman was saying that earlier, that they were playing RE4 VR. Using the shotgun in that game was crazy, in a good way or a bad way. And pump it yourself. There's a collectible around. I hear you. I hear you, Mr. Collectible. I hear you. Is it up here? It's gotta be underneath me. Ladies. It is. Okay, there it is. I was like, where are you, little brat? Scrap. I don't need it. I don't need it. Oh, yeesh. I guess I'll just leave it there. If I find any gunpowder, I'll come back, but... Are you shiitake my mushroom right now? guys, we're gonna pause for ads. Oh my god, that was so rude. Alright, we're gonna pause for ads. An ad is about to play, so we're gonna play an ad and we'll go back into the game. Just it, we were all thinking. That's my man meat. I just stopped playing. I never thought I'd get too overwhelmed because I usually don't in games. Hold on. My chat box is so small. I literally can't read anything. There we go. But when you're in VR and you're being back to a building by a swarm of zombies, no, I don't think I'd be able to. That sounds like way too scary. Sounds way too real. Me when I hear a legendary chest in Fortnite, oh my god, Bravo, really? I feel like I need like audio cues, like in Fortnite. What's up, another guy named Steve? Happy Monday. Bravo Penguin, truly. It's not the size of your chat box, is how you use it. What's up, Noob Gaming? What's up, Noob Gaming? Welcome in to the YouTube stream. The Gunner YouTube stream. I'm not live on YouTube on myself. It's actually crazy intense because VR is so immersive. I don't know if I could do it. Ahoy, strangers. Everyone say hi, Steve! Happy Monday. We're taking a minute and a half break while the ad plays and we'll get back to the game. The artist normally, formerly known as Friskay Clicker. To say goodbye. With good intentions. Well, go. Have you played Resident Evil Requiem, Steve? It's like how I thought it was tough. I was tough until I went into a haunted house. I can't deal with it when I'm actually in certain scenarios. I personally don't like haunted houses. Not because they're scary, because yes, they are scary. But because I think people are so weird and so awkward that I don't mind the scare actors. The scare actors are fine. I don't like the other patrons that go to haunted houses. Because there's always, like, that one douche canoe that is trying to, like, act tough and not scared. And then there's also that other douche canoe that tries to, like, scare the scare actors. Or who, like, you're not supposed to touch the scare actors. And they always, like, try to touch them anyway. Or poke them or prod them or, like, whatever. Or it's always, like, people trying to act tough. And, like, I don't know. They ruin it for me. I love the word pairing, douche canoe. I don't know. I got it from some sort of media. I don't remember where I got the douche canoe from. Yeah, exactly, Tom. And people are so blech. Loki, I don't know what to deal with that. I don't know what to deal with that. I don't know what to say to that. I don't know what to say to that. I say it all the time. Yeah, I don't know where I got it from. It's definitely from something older, right? I would not do well in haunted houses. Yeah. You were a scare actor for years. The act ups. Cold Back Coffee, you are stronger than anyone I could possibly know because the amount of, like, weirdos that you have to deal with, I can't imagine. That's right, Dangles. I speak in fluent typo. Matt G's say douche canoe. Who's Matt G? I feel like you've mentioned Matt G before. I don't remember who that is, though. All right. Ad is done. Get back into game. Also, you're not playing a game because you have too much to do. I totally understand, Steve. No, mods, please take care of yourselves. Literally, and probably, like, so much more patient than any of us deserve. From Meryl to Mommy 2. Mommy, if you're reading this, please go back to the hotel. There are lots of creepy people around. They make strange noises. There are fires. Mommy, it's really scary. I'm okay. I met Daddy's friend, Mr. George. Remember him? He's going to evacuate me to the police station in his police car. I'm sure Daddy will be there. Love you, Mommy. Am I gonna have, like, a paternal, like, instinct towards this Meryl child? What's up, Bay? Mwah. And also, Nikki. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kisses, Nikki. Thank you for the 65 stream streak. What the hell? Thank you so much. So I make sure I'm not missing anything. Oh, I just realized I could check the map, you idiot. Okay. Scrap. Okay. Alright. Alright. What the hell? Why are you giving me so much rifle ammo? What could that possibly mean? Can I open this? There's no power. It won't run without fuel. I'm gonna... Oh, okay. What's this? This is an herb. I don't need that. I knew it! Oh, it's only one spot. Okay. Well, then I am going to craft something. Maybe? Ah, poo. Alright, well, I'll just get rid of med injectors. Fully restore your health. Well, then I'll get rid of... Oh, fully restore your health. Damn. I'll get rid of this. Yeah. Thank you guys. Thank you, mods. Truly, you guys are so hot, so tall, so talented, so brave. Shopping therapy? What did you get? Let me live through you. Shrieking on a Monday. What else are you supposed to be shrieking? Like, what do you prefer? I'm also playing on casual mode too.
Let me guess. You must be the town lumberjack.
I hate this game. You bought books? Shut up. Oh, that sounds nice. You're such a see you next Tuesday. Oh, I will see you next Tuesday, my friend.
Eat this.
Give me that. You took it! You took it! There are many things I want to say to you, mister. Pick up the thing! Pick it up, Leon! Pick it up with your little mittens! I'm on fire! Oh. No, you're fine. You're fine, Leon. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're being so dramatic. What do you mean now's not the time for that? Are there more peeps and poops? Ah, I see. Shotgun versus shotgun, my friend. And by shotgun, I mean chainsaw. Can I get out of the way, go? Yay! No way! That was awesome. Leon, get out of the fire! That is so dope. Oh my god. That was awesome. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was awesome. Oh my gosh. I can pick up that scrap now, probably, eh? I can take the scrap now. Oh, hello, God. Oh, Jamoy. My health. Oh, my health is fine. Not the tea bags. Listen, he pissed me off. That was so hot. That was so dope. The chainsaw on chainsaw action was sick. That is very, very, very cool. And the fact that they did an animation for that too. Oh my gosh. Oh, I love it, Spades. The only thing I really didn't like about like the original Resident Evil games was the fact that like you had to have like ink ribbons to save. But now that like you don't need like ink ribbons specifically to save anymore, Resident Evil is just so good. So good. Like I don't mind the inventory system. I don't mind you can only save like at typewriters or whatever. Oh, can you stop it? You're very flammable, Leon. Leon! But oh, it is fun. It is fun. I don't mind the inventory management. I hated it at first, but then it was like, I don't mind it. Any other surprises that I should know about? Oh, do your thing, Chicken Wing. Do your thing, Waven. And I did finish it because I suddenly started using like 97% of my CPU whenever I launched it. Oh, really? That's so weird. Oh, Essential Irish Queen. Mwah. Dead girl Chloe. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. Do I need to refill the gas canister again? I don't I need more gas? I think my gas canister is gone. I think it is. Oh my god, Dagos, don't answer that! We did not do Pixel Says. No, I don't need that. Right? Okay. Yo, Essential Irish Queen, thank you. Ooh. Thank you so much for the 7 stream streak. I do hear. I hear you. Where are you? I hear you. Are you in here? Ah! Aha! Little shite. Man. Oh, that, That was really fun, Chloe. Gunpowder large. Oh, I still have my gas canister. Okay, good. Oh, enjoy a lurky turkey getting those last minute. Ah, I'm so peanut butter and jealous. I want to play DBD so badly, but this game has me in a chokehold. I mean, Leon Kennedy has me in a chokehold. I mean, I wish Leon Kennedy would choke me. I mean, enjoy your Dead by Daylight. Were you really? Okay, good to know. Oh, let's go. That's awesome. So we have an easy way back. Perfect. So I really want to save. Get him! Get their ass! Oh my gosh, this game is so much fun. Holy! Wait, what am I picking up? Oh, that? Ugh, I don't want that. Right, I don't need this, right? I didn't need that. I need it! What's up, Dandy? Dandy! Happy a Monday. Oh. Okay, I fully reloaded. Go. Okay. Oh, sorry. Wrong button. Sorry. Steady. Is that everybody? All right. Ah! I need room for the handgun ammo? That's crazy. All right, well, I guess I'll just... Don't mind me. Why are you up? Why are you up? No. Oh, that was awesome. Oh, I like that a lot. Oh, I forgot I can't do that. Okay, so I can't pick up any handgun ammo right now, which is egregious because my inventory is full. I don't want to go down there yet. I want to go here, but I didn't. You know what? I'm gonna see something. Is your pause? No, it's not. I'm just very pause happy, I think. Can you pick this up, my sweet? I think I'm just very pause happy. Oh, I see. Okay, let me reload. And then I should be able to pick up. Damn it! You're really gonna do that to me, aren't you? Alright, that's fine. Oh, wait, let's craft something. Let's craft, sure. Alright, now I should be able to pick up handgun ammo. Yes, sir! Alright, I want to go back here, because I want to see if I can go to the save point first before I go down there, because I'm not sure how... I don't want to go down there yet. Having a Scream activated pause button would be so iconic. Yes, I would like to go back to the save point first. And I want to use my credits as well. And open up, I believe, a container that's right here, right? I think this container's locked. Yes, 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 yes. What kind of books do you guys like? Oh, that's a good question. At the moment, I'm rereading The Hobbit for like the 3rd or 4th time, and I'm rereading The Silmarillion for the 2nd time. So, Tolkien for me. Fantasy, I suppose, right? I'm gonna have a lot of credits. Holy! Where's Waldo? Oh my god. What were those books and like the Scholastic book fairs that... Was it I Spy? Remember those I Spy books? They were literally called I Spy. Those were super fun. I really enjoyed those. Upgrade the size of your attaché. Yeah. Yay! Fantasy and dark romance. I would love to get into some romance books. I think I'd really like to start reading some romance books. I really do think. Requiem. I think I'm fully upgraded my hatchet. No. Alright, now my hatchet is fully upgraded, and that makes me happy. Requiem. Well, can't I get a better... Compare this to... Okay, snapper. Should I just buy this instead? I might just buy this instead. And then can I sell my alligator snapper? Might as well, right? And then let's upgrade you. Near silent firing? I would like that, actually. Yeah. White rabbit! Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kiss you. Walking, or oh wait, it hit 1 game points to get the dog streets. Sounds good. You're so sweet. Video game history and books on bands and musicians I like. Oh, I do have a lot of video game. What are they called? Like video game books, I guess. Sci-fi and fantasy from non-NA. What's non-NA and non? Like non-Western. Oh. Thriller horror books? Ooh, I don't know if I could. They might be too scary for me. I do kind of want to start reading romance books, though. I think that'd be fun. Ammo capacity? All right, cool. That's all my money. That's all my money. Can I sell anything else? Oh my god, I could sell my herbs? My herbs? My Herbie Werbies? Oh, I did not mean to actually do that. Hold on. Oh my god. All right, that's fine. What's my inventory look like now? Okay. How full are you? Alright. Well, I'm okay with this inventory space. Let us open this. I think I can open this now, right? Okay. I'm at capacity for those. That's awesome, though. Highlights! That's what I was trying to think of before I thought of I Spy, Steve. That is exactly what I was thinking of.
Beautiful. Just need to get through that gate.
What do I need the repair kit for? This seems like it's gonna be an exit strategy kind of game. Also, is that a Tommy gun? All right. Okay. 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 Was I supposed to get something in here? Did I miss something? You know what? We'll come back to that later. Ooh, Dandy. I don't know. Does anybody know if this is on Game Pass? I do not know. Okay, that was not open. Okay. It's locked from the other side. Okay, so I probably should have unlocked that is what you're saying. My bad. Yeah, highlights is... I remember I used to read highlights all the time from the Scholastic School Fair. Steve, you were... thank you so much for remembering that, because that was what I was trying to remember before I thought of I Spy. I am going to do a giveaway for Resident Evil Requiem on PC. It is going to be for PC, unfortunately. Like, because that's the code that I already have. So it's going to be for Steam. But it is going to be the deluxe game for this. Can I unlock this? I can. All right. Well, at least now I know. Now I know. Oh. Okay. Okay. Hello? Okay. I was like, where is my pistol? There we go. Of course you'd give me this right after I just did. Okay, that's fine. I should have saved after I did all those upgrades too. My bad. That's right. Whoa! Okay, Leon Kennedy. So an RDS gives me first person for Leon. That's interesting. So if you have a sight on your gun, it gives you... Because the rifle's first person, right? Bro, take the ladder. Think of your shins! You hurt my shins every time you do that. Okay, that's already reloaded. Everything is reloaded. Okay. I have so much inventory space. Might as well. Oh my god. Why are they giving me so much machine gun ammo? Oh, you're holding something, aren't you? Wow, the silencer is crazy. Whoa. Oh, enjoy your lurking turkey, Lethal. Thank you so much. We're always asking how is Pixel Kitten, never who is Pixel X Kitten. Of the movie Elevation. Oh, I've never heard of that. Is it a scary movie? Oh my god, speaking of scary movies, I watched Smile 2 the other day while I was working out. By the way, I would not recommend watching a scary movie while you're walking on a treadmill or walking pad or whatever, because I did not fall off, but I don't know how I didn't fall off, because I did get jump scared twice. But that movie was so, like, I wouldn't say it was scary. It's a freaky movie. I did not like it at all. The beginning of Smile 2. Sorry. I gotta stop reading chat. I'm gonna stop reading chat because of you guys. Thanks a lot. Yeah. That movie was very creepy. I did not like that at all. Be right back. Oh, God. And then I started watching or rewatching Silent Hill. Yesterday. Don't turn around, don't turn around, don't turn around. I'm gonna have to start doing that more often because that was really hot. Oh, it's way too dark. Shh. Don't turn around. Shh. Don't turn around. Don't turn around. Shh. Don't turn around. Oh, you're such a stinky bitch. Lady, I finally got up here. It's taking me so long to get up here. I'm gonna get up right behind her and she's gonna turn around. Ah! Dang it. I got impatient. Are you watching it with the volume on or off? Wait, are you talking about the movies? Okay, this looks like the right way. I don't want to be here yet. I want to go the wrong way first. Silent Hill? No, I don't mind the movies. The movies are good. I like the movies. The Silent Hill movies. I know a lot of people don't like them. Well, I know there's some parts that aren't like lore accurate. I totally understand that and I respect people's opinions on that, but I do enjoy them. Oh, if you watch it without the volume, then it's just Silent Hill. Shut up. Shut up. Oh! Oh, we're back here. Oh, we're back at the beginning. Okay. I know where I am now. 3 years before the events of the film, mysterious apex predators called Reapers emerged from sinkholes underground and began exterminating humanity. With 95% killed in the first month, survivors live in pocketed communities 8,000 feet or more above sea level elevation that the creatures do not venture into. What? What? That actually sounds terrifying. Yeah. You know what, actually? This is worth it, trust. It's worth it, because I'm gonna do this. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, there it is, it's right there. Hold on. Worth it. Welcome back, my man! Sorry, that was worth it. It was worth it. Trust. Where am I? Does that go? That leads... Wait. Do I want to go this way? Oh, grunting! In case you missed it, one more. And then one more because I have to go back there anyway. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm gonna clip that and use it later. Oh my god. Oh my god, Kyle! Kyle, thank you so much for the 20 stream streak. Also, we're gonna pause because there's an ad about to play. So we're gonna play an ad, and then once the ad is done, we'll get back into the game. You ever wish you were a door? Shut up. You guys are so... Oh, you wanted Boo to give it... Oh, that's right. This is where Boo... This is from Essential Irish Queen. Bloop. Oh, sorry, I didn't go very far. Good boy. Get your treat. You don't want it? Save it for later. So cute. So cute. It's so cute. I love watching dogs eat. Ugh. So cute. Kyle, happy Monday! I have peach ice cream with two green apple Twinkies in it. What? I've never heard of peach ice cream. Oh, is my camera foggy? I can't tell. And I've never, Twinkies. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Kyle. I also had, is my camera foggy? I really can't tell. I feel like my camera's blurry. Hello? Focus? Focus on me. It looks blurry, right? Is that better? That looks better. Okay. I think it's the same mic, but mine isn't mounted arm like that. What's going on there? This is an arm mount that I got for free on Amazon because I used my Amazon points back in 2020. This, sorry, choked. This mic arm is not the right mic arm because it's for a different microphone. I'm sorry, you're probably going to hear me shuffling with this, but this is supposed to be like, screwed into like a mic stand or into the Elgato mic stand holder, which is like $90, by the way. So I'm just gonna use this one that I got for free, and it has like this shock mount thing, and I just shove it in there. This is not the right mic arm, but I got it for free, and it was the wrong one. So it's what I've used since 2020, and if it's not broke, don't fix it, because an Elgato, I want the mic arm so badly, but it's $90. And I was like, we have mystery flavor Hostess snack cakes. Really? Apple flavored Twinkies. I feel like I would eat that. No judgment here. Judgment free zone. Judgment free zone. Also, ads are done. Welcome back from the ads. You didn't miss anything. We literally just gave the dog a treat, and that was it. Where am I going? This way. Right. I love the silencer on this gun. I truly love it. I would love to have, like, the actual mic arm. Oh, ammo. But only if it was, like, on sale, or if Elgato was able to send it to me. I would love that. And the way she kept screaming at me after I fed her because she refused to eat without her tummy treats. You think she didn't ever eat? Oh my god. Cats, man. Cats, am I right? Did you know John Carpenter's name was originally John Electrician, but he changed it so his movies could be less shocking? What's up, Leaf? Leaf, I was actually thinking about you. Was it yesterday or today? Because I heard, like, a really good joke, and I was like, I think Leaf would have liked this joke. I was like, I think Leaf would have appreciated this joke. Oh, we're back at the beginning. That's where we are. Okay, and now I need to unlock this case. What was box number 4? Oh, I think box number 4 was like sniper. Woo! Sniper. Ooh! Oh, okay. Why would we make it easy? I think box number 4 was like sniper things or something. I don't know. Oh, Jusa. Yes! And use this, use this, use this, use this, use this. Thank you. And then... No, 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 no! I gotta be careful. Because his blood can change other people, right? Shit. Okay, we're good, we're good. Woo! Sorry. And then sometimes Leaf jokes are better, but at the end of the day, it all comes out in the wash. Oh, do I not get... I don't think I get that one. If Leon is gonna open it on box number 4, shut up. Shut up! You guys are so... You guys are so funny. I don't know what I would do without you guys. Oh, well, I'm not a smart man, Loki, but you knew that. Raven's box. A charm for sniper rifles increases firepower only when the scope is not equipped. Interesting. Okay. So I still need the sniper rifle. Cause I mean, I have a rifle. I think box number 3 was the one I needed to get, right? Alright, so now I need to go back. Okay. Back where I came from. I love that this game has like backtracking, but like not like backtracking. What did you trip on? Oh, or tripping on this. Not like backtracking, but like it puts me back to where I was earlier because this is when we first arrived in Raccoon City. That's really cool. I like that. I know, Loki. I'm so ignorant. That did it for me. Ladies. What's up, Mike? Happy Monday. Happy Monday.
Leon, do you still think about what happened there?
Every day.
How can you not?
That night? I was just a kid. Scared and confused. Imagine Grace must feel the same right now.
For sure.
Sorry. This isn't the time. We need to focus.
Alright, hold on. Let me check something real quick. Alright. We are going to end the Gunner Summit really quickly. So I'm going to keep streaming. So don't leave. We're going to keep playing. But we're going to say, bye, Gunner. Thank you so much for sponsoring the stream. Thank you for everyone who's gotten Gunners using my code or Gunners without my code. You guys can buy Gunners whenever you want. Or don't buy Gunners. Your prerogative. But also shouts to everyone who's also taking advantage of the mystery box sale too. The mystery box sale goes while supplies last. You can't use my code in addition to it. At least not that I think you can. If you can, try it. Code Pixel 2025. But if you guys use my link, I do get like commission for the sale, whether you guys use my coupon code or not. But make sure you guys say, bye, Gunner. Thank you for sponsoring the stream, and we'll see you guys next Monday. Bye, Gunner. Thank you so much. Ba ba ba. Dun, dun, dun. All right. So we can end that, and then I could turn my audio settings back on. What? Because I saw a 10-inch thick, and I did not think that sentence was going to be a skull. Listen, that was just a benefit for becoming a zombie, is you get a 10-inch thick penis. I'm joking. Oh, I just turned my audio settings back on where I can hear my microphone in my ears, and the first thing I hear is penis. Oh my god. Oh, actually, let me change my stream title really quickly. Flashbang. Become a zombie. I too would like a 10-inch penis. I mean, what? Take my life. Oh my god, Kyle. I don't think I ever like finished saying this, but Kyle, I love you. And I'm so sorry you had a pee-pee-poo-poo day. Guys, give love to Kyle right now. There's a TTV in my DVD lobby. Do you guys know anything about TTVs? I don't even know what TTV stands for. Take my life. I don't know where I'm supposed to go now. I went the wrong way. That is my hug. That was your hug. Only for you. They are getting tunneled! Tunnel time! That's very funny. Oh. Oh. I can zoom out that far. I don't know where I'm supposed to go. Oh, now I know where I am. Okay. Well, okay. Because this is the bomb. Actually, can I put this piece in here so I can get it out of my inventory? Whatever. This game sucks. I'm joking. Why are you limping? Are you, like, injured? Nah. There you go, you're fine. That way. What's up, Panda Pan? I have not, actually. Since I'm here. Since I'm here. Why do I have so many points? What? Let us upgrade my shotgun. Alright, so it's max sound power. And then... I think I'm good for that. And then, if you want a song about a way, you should probably try to walk this way! Walk this way! Nothing worth noting? Hey, you know what? As long as you guys are doing okay, that's what matters to me. If you're not doing okay, hopefully it gets better. I need to try to see... Am I going the wrong way here? It's fine. I'm just gonna go back here anyway. Because I think I'm missing something here. I'll go down. A stretch? I'll stretch. I'll do a good old stretchy wetchy. Oh. I did already work out today. Someone be proud of me. Oh! That's something I forgot to mention. So, this Friday. Friday the what? The 6th? Oh. Oh, that feels really good. Good. Oh. That feels really good. Oh. I don't know what I did, but I feel like I made like a weird movement, so somebody ban Steve. I literally only have that thing because of Frisky. Steve, I literally only have that stupid channel point because of you, or whatever it's called. That was scary. Not during my relaxing stretch session. Oh, Panda, do you want a dog one or a cat one? Hey, thanks for the 1,500 bits, Frisky Steve. Why can't I say your name? Frisky Steve. What was I gonna say? Oh man, before I was really distracted. So, if you guys don't know, I've been doing a challenge that I've made up for myself called the Hobbit Walking Challenge, where I walk 950 miles in 172 days, which is about 5.5 miles a day. Charlie, do you want a treat? Charlie! Charlie treat! And the reason why it's 950 miles in 172 days is because that's how long it took Bilbo and Thorin to get from the Shire to Erebor in the Hobbit movies. And in September, I was like, I want to do this challenge because I had dislocated 2 of my toes, as you guys know, in August. And I was so tired of being like, what's the word? Immobile and not being able to walk or do anything because, man, messing up anything on like your toes or legs sucks because you don't really realize how much you like move around until you can't move around because you're in so much pain. And I was rewatching the Hobbit movies a lot, and I was like, I wonder how long it took Bilbo and Thorin to get from the Shire to Erebor. And so I googled it, 950 miles and 172 days. So I started doing that with 2 dislocated toes, by the way. but it's fine. But today was day 168 of my habit walking challenge, which means 172 days will be this Friday. And I'm thinking that on Friday, I have a standing desk and I have a walking pad that I'm going to do my walking pad and do my 5.5 miles, my last 5.5 miles of this challenge with you guys on Friday. So I don't know what I'm going to be doing on Friday. I don't know if it'll be just chatting or if I'll just play a game. Because I could play games and stuff while doing walking. Because I'm not going to go as fast as I normally do. Because normally I go 4.4 miles per hour. That's kind of like my average. So I'll just go something slower so I can prolong the walk and make it like a full stream or something. But I think what I'm going to do is also I'm going to try like to raise money for this, which is the Lord of the Rings. Shut the fuck up. Somebody ban Tom. Get him out of my stream. That is so funny. Fuck you. But shut up. I'm going to try to raise money for, which, again, it is all optional, no obligation. It's literally all just optional. I'm going to try to raise money for the Conqueror medals, because I want to do the Lord of the Rings Conqueror challenges, and those are stupid expensive, but I want to sign up for those, and this is the exact price. I think it's like 340. I can't read that, it's too small. But it's like 300, or is it 300? I don't know. I don't know what number it says down there. But whatever that is how much it is for me, like with taxes, to get all of the challenges. And to sign up for all of those and get all the medals once I complete them. Because I'm going to start, I want to do 339. Thank you. So I can't read it, so small. So like almost $350 with taxes for all 8 medals. And then I could start doing more challenges afterwards. Which I'm hoping to do, because I want to do that afterwards. But yeah, that's going to be on Friday's stream. Sorry I'm paused again, guys, but I wanted to yap, and we're stretching. Also, Remy, thank you for the forehead kiss. I will be No Lifing Path to Exile 1 on Friday and Saturday. Ooh, speaking of Saturday, I will not be streaming this Saturday. My dad has an event, and my family's going to support him for an event that he's going to, so I will not be streaming this Saturday. I don't know if I will do the stream on Sunday instead. I'm not sure. Stay tuned. Also, thank you for the shout out for Timothy. And you want teal? I got you. I got you. Guys, I kind of have to pee. Do you guys mind if I go pee? Oh, this is our song, Raven. Ooh, that's pretty. Remy, good call. Hi, DJ. If 4.4 is hack speed, then what is 2? Ugh, I don't know. Huntress when she's loaded up. I didn't realize how big walking pads were, which, like, I should have. I'm just, it's a mini treadmill, but I have to come realize I do not have room for one. Did you order the one that I sent you? DJ, thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, did you redeem a crystal? Oh my god, 5 minutes ago, Kiki. I did not see that. I'm feeling something red. Like, not just like a red jasper, although red jasper is a good one. I might go with red jasper for right now. W Pixel Dad. I know, Kyle. Feels so bad. No pee, only games. Sorry I'm late, was cooking. Oh, you're totally fine. You are not late. A wizard's never late, nor are they early. They arrive precisely when they mean to. So she could use her phone to bleach her hair. Oh, you're so sweet. What's up, Lily? Lily, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. See, guys, everyone go follow the homie Lily. So hot, so tall, so talented, so handsome. Red Jasper, Shiny Rock. And what I think I love the most about Red Jasper is like it's so smooth looking that I want to like lick it. What is this song? This is what is this? This is Goth Harry Styles and Zombie by Youngblood. AKA Goth Harry Styles. There's no pee in Resident Evil, which is why I need to go pee. That's such a derp thing to say. What is? The one in a lick of rock? Alright, I'm gonna go pee really quickly. I'll be right back. I know when ad just played. I'm gonna play an ad again during my Be Right Back while I'm peeing because you guys aren't gonna. Yes, our song. It's our song. I don't know if you heard me. It was like if you heard me call it out, but I'm playing ad. I know that's weird. I know I'm the worst, but it's gonna be while I'm Be Right Backing, so you guys aren't gonna miss anything. I promise. So I'll be right back. Go get some bevies, snacks or something. Go stretch. I will.
We might have to run. Oh,
Be right back,
oh, let's go. I take the hit. W. But she might. Okay. Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna run right to the boon. Methinks. Okay, she hits the gen. I do have Roselle. Ah, no, we gotta go. Alright, he's checking there. Oh, there she is. Oh, J-Bug with the big body blocks. There we go. Medium vault, that's fine. I don't need it. Nice. Yo, J-Bug with the big body blocks. Yo, let's go. Woo! Oh, sorry. Woo! Let's go! Honestly, this boon is so great. Your boon is so good. Oh god, Circle Pin is just so good.
Thank you. Too bad they're banned during the tourney.
Yeah. It's just like that that aura reading, or just like knowing that someone's there is so good. Oh. Mike. That's alright. She's gotta break that pallet, yeah. Should I make this? I'm gonna just do it for distance. She vaults. Oh, okay. Oh, I thought for sure she was getting that. That's right. I think I get this. Yeah, it's fine. Why am I taking chase, by the way? When we have Zervs, J-Bug, and Lilypie here. Why is it I am taking chase? Okay. You know what? I panicked a little bit.
Can I say how grateful I am for my mods, by the way. I'm so grateful for my mods. Just throwing it out there. You guys are seriously so hot, so tall, so talented, so handsome. Also, now that the Gunner segment's over, can I drink some G Fuel? What was the flavor that I said that I needed to try on Monday? Oh, I know. It was this one. It was this one, right? And we love you too. I'll make you honorary mod. Yes, Tom. The Honeydew green tea. So this one is the Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater. I myself am a bit of a snake eater myself. Sorry. I know, cringe talk. Sorry. Don't Nyquist notes me. I am gagged. I'm so excited to try this. Oh, Tom, do you want to see what else I got? There's another case coming, but I got Snow Cone, Orange Vibe, and Power Pellet. I have never tried any of these flavors in the cans, and I'm drinking the Snow Cone, and I thought of you, by the way. I know! And I thought of you because I know you love me. You love some Snow Cone, so it's like, that's my Tom flavor. Made with real Toms. Is it because you're in Canada? Okay, that sucks. That sucks ass. Did you see that they're reselling the not reselling, but they restocked the Ghostface shirts and sweaters? Yeah, damn, that's ass. I love the cans. I'm so happy that they added them back to the store again. Shuffling in. I was really hoping that the plastic on the one in the bottom didn't break, because that would be a great clip. Would not be fun to clean up. No, you can't use those. One, because that's an amazing flavor, and two, you can't use them. I have a bunch of cans right here of like cans of like the last cans of things that I'll never use. Sorry, I just licked the powder off my fingers from this. That was really good. I think one of my my favorite cans from this collection was one of the cans that I got sent when I first got partnered with G Fuel, is Free Guy. So I have the Free Guy can here, and I'll never drink this. Even though this is like one of the most amazing flavor that ever existed, ever. I'll never drink it because it's my last one. Oh, it's like super dirty. Maybe that's another reason I won't drink it, but I'll never drink them. Keep them forever. But I have a bunch of other ones. I have the Venom one, the Carnage one. Bunch of flavors I'll never drink because they're my last ones of them. Yo, this flavor is about to go dummy. How do I make a mess every time? What is wrong with me? Butters is also just a total sweetheart of a person. I agree. I look up to her and her content a lot. They're just past it and they can't sell. I just want them. Oh my god! Oh, Tom, I would love that too. Like, just send me anything that's like expired. I won't use it. I just want to collect it. All right. Also, I'm using my new favorite shaker, the Sour Gummy Worm Shaker. Oh, I just realized I don't need this pinned anymore. Sorry. It's like I don't remember how to stream anymore. What is wrong with me? All right. So this is our first taste test of the Metal Gear Solid 2.0 formula, by the way, called Snake Eater, which is a honeydew green tea flavor. And then this is what the collector's box looks like. Oh, sorry, Jasper. So it's got Solid Snake on there. Ooh, good pin. Good pin, Raven. You're such a good, submissive little mod. And then here's the stainless steel shaker that I'll never use because it's going to be a collector's item. Thank you very much. All right. Taste test. Does not smell good. But most powders don't. Or most of the time I feel like it doesn't smell good whenever I'm about to drink them. Only some of the flavors smell good when I smell them. Whatever. Holy! Very green tea-y. Very, very green tea-y. Hold on. I'm gonna try to go back in for some honeydew. If I squint my eyes, I think I could taste the honeydew. If I squint. There's like a slight, very faint sweetness. Honeydew isn't very sweet. I love honeydew melon. Honeydew melon's such a good fruit. I love honeydew. If I squint, I can kind of taste the honeydew. It is predominantly green tea. So this is really, I think this is a really good flavor for people who are not like super into sweet things like me. I love super sweet things. So unfortunately, this is not going to be like my top most used flavor. But this is a really good green tea flavor. Because I prefer more sweet. I'm a very, like, I have a sweet tooth. I love sweet things. I love the sour gummy worms flavor. I love strawberry banana. I love all those sweet things. I also do love, shout out to the tea bagger. So yummy. This is a really good, just like I could see myself drinking this, like, more towards, like, the spring, summertime. I feel like this would be, like, a nice, refreshing flavor. As opposed to, like, I just want to drink something sweet. because that's how I am. But this is really good. Very, 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 very good. Gotta go piss, girl. You should have pissed with me, Bravo Penguin. We are almost in spring. Did you guys wait? Hold on. I know I'm yapping over here, but it's all right. We have plenty of time before an ad starts. I checked my weather this week. Hold on. This Friday and Saturday, a high of 60 and a high of 67 respectively. Next Tuesday is a high of 73. Oh, and then that following Wednesday is a high of 40. Make that make sense. Timothy, can I bother you? Do you have a moment to change my got D of the day to honeydew green tea? It's okay if you can't. I'm just curious if you are available for that. Darn, 70 degrees to 40 degrees the next day. That's wild. I cannot wait to have a 60-degree day, though. It's gonna be so nice walking my dogs that day. Alright, we're gonna get back to the game. Sorry. Also, thank you very much for pinning that. A Huawei Vern. Good submissive little girl. Good submissive little girl. What are we doing? Signal receiver. Was this here the whole time and I never grabbed it? There's no way that happened. Fire King! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead, QC. And only got up to 60. It says 73. I feel like it might change as we get closer. But as of right now, next Tuesday is supposed to be a high of 73, which is so weird. Thank you so much, Tom. You're so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Fire King, did I give you a kissy? Mwah. Happy Monday, everybody. Or Tuesday, depending on your time zone. Or Tuesday. Guys, I think I missed the signal receiver in here. Am I stupid? Happy day! Happy day. Almost 80? Kiki, do you mind if I ask where you are? It's okay if you don't want to share. It is totally okay if you don't want to say. Is it in? Am I stupid? It must be on top. Eh? Right? How did I miss this? What? Man, you guys must have been screaming at me when I missed that earlier, right? Central Cali? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Oh my god, I missed this too? Oh my god, you guys must be screaming at me. Got 60 here? I think, yes. Yes, it was last Saturday. I'm pretty sure it was 60 for me as well. I think it was like 64, I think, for me last Saturday. Oh, it was nice. The one time I accidentally made a command linking other streamer socials on your SC instead of G Fuels and wondered why it didn't work in their chat. Oh, that's actually super funny. That's actually super duper funny. Alright. Am I missing this item? Like, how? Why does it say it's here, but, like, it's not here, you know? Am I, like, stupid? It was the stream elements, right? Can I go under here? I'm so confused. Oh, is this... Maybe... Is it not... Oh! Okay. I'm stupid. I am stupid. This is not the right floor. My bad. Sorry. Well, I guess it's a good thing I went back here anyways, because I missed all this loot. Gotcha. Okay. Well, I guess it's a good thing I came back here anyway. Whatever. About penning weird stuff now? Thanks, Tom. Listen. I've been there. Okay, so did I miss it in here then? Ah! Oh, I haven't been in here yet. Jesper, fuck off. Oh, I haven't been in here yet. Okay. Okay, why are you giving me so much crap? I don't like this. Chrissy, wake up. I don't like this. Alright, now why is the music getting like that? Oh, this is where this is. What the heck is happening? You can see the mountains. Oh, I used to live in Montana when I went to college there, and
damn, they brought in the big guns.
Whoa, and I miss the mountains so much. I miss seeing them. I miss just like walking off out of my dorm room, going on campus, and just seeing mountains. I miss it so much. So I'm a little peanut butter and jealous, as the kids say. Hey, at least we're finally progressing. A slot for a crank. Why does this kind of look like Leon? Did that not kind of look like Leon? Well, not anymore. But you know, like with the hair. I have a slot for Leon's crank. Yeah, sure. Oh. Do you have a gun? Are you holding a gun? He's holding a gun. Ah! Fuck. Ah! I'll machine gun your machine gun. Where is that? Where is that? Oh. That sounds like a very large machine gun. Whoop! There it is. Whoop! There it is. You know, actually, can I just... Ooh! Oh, you know what? No, no, no! Stop, 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 stop! Oh, I gotta sneeze. Welcome back! My boyfriend lives in Montana and wants me to move there. Ugh. Where in Montana? Oh, you don't have to answer. I went to school in Bozeman. I know a lot of people like Billings, but I loved Montana. It was so much fun living there. It was such a beautiful state. This is the crank. Holy, it's been so fun seeing how everyone has been playing this game differently. I totally agree, Lily. That's why I so desperately want to finish this game, is because I so desperately want to watch people play myself, because it is so fascinating watching people's play style. Helena Slay. That's the capital, is it not? Have a good night. Oh my god, Kyle, you are so fine. 11-hour day. I love you so much, Kyle. I think about you all the time. Everyone say good night, Kyle. It'll be the best night ever. Come say good night to Kyle. Come say good night. Good night. Good night, Kyle. Buddy time. Bloop, 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 bloop. Thanks, Jojo. You finish it in 12 hours? Can't relate. I'm very sleep deprived. Oh my god. I love that. See, if I wasn't such a yapper, I think we would probably already be done. But I'm just such a yapper, man. I just can't shut up. You know? Oh. And now we're back here. But where is this signal visivo? Oh, the crank. Where was that? Where do I put my crank in this crank hole? Not here. Oh, thanks, Lily. I like the yapping. Guys, don't flirt with me. I'll start coming everywhere. Was it right there? Ah! I hate this video game. I hate this video game. We love you, Moist Kyle. Just throwing it out there. I'm tired of this, Grandpa. It's too damn bad. Aha. There's my slutty little hole. Insert. Oh, are you taking that with you? Yes, sir. Jasper just stormed off.
One of the parts should be just up here.
Well, thank you, Leon. I've been looking for it. I'm waiting for something to burst through this door. It's quiet. Too quiet. I hear a collectible. I hear it. I hear you. Why? Alright. I think I'm going the right way, which means I don't want to go this way yet. Because bad guys means progress, and I do not want to make progress yet. Why am I like so extremely third person right now? What? Yo, that guy caught a stray. Friendly fire! Whoa! Wait, what did you just say, Moon Quartz? I come in to say there's my slutty little hole. Pixel, I have a name. Oh my god, I keep getting EP, but each time you scream makes. Oh, I'm so sorry. Which is not a bad thing because I'm trying to. Oh, okay. So keep screaming is what you told me to do. Doesn't that feel like extreme third person? Thank you, Fire Cane. Happy Ladies Month. Shout out to all my ladies. Ah! Oh, here it is. I like the music. Music is nice. A terrible Moon Quartz. Would you hate me so badly if I wait till our next ad break to do it? It's okay if you would hate me. And you're like, no, do it now. I'm totally down to do either. But would you hate me if I waited? Can I go up here? Nope. Loki, I love you. No, that's okay. Alright. As long as you're okay with it. But if you're not okay with it, if you're like, no, I'm gonna go. Like, I want to go. So you should do it now. Oh, I went the wrong way. My bad. Sorry. I forgot there's a door. I would never hit you? There's time. There's time. Here we go. There's the music I was looking for. Okay, let me check here, because there is a raccoon here. Aha! Can I actually just... Beautiful. Cool. I didn't miss that. Perfect. Perfecto. I'm sure I have missed a Mr. Raccoon. I'm just trying really hard to not miss a Mr. Raccoon. I feel like I'm being really... I feel like I'm being really thorough, but who knows? There's no way this game would give me a stacked grenade for free. Shout out to the boss that I'm about to fight, I'm sure. I still don't have the receiver? Wait, I did all that for no receiver? Wait, what? Where do I get this? Where is this receiver? Be right back. Okay. Let us know what flavor you end up making. Am I stupid? Okay, I got up here and it says the tracker is, or the piece is up here. Make me one. Nuka grape. Oh my god. Oh, my Fallout stuff comes tomorrow. So I'll have Nuka cherry and Nuka grape tomorrow, which I'm very, very, very excited for. All right, the music's intense up here, which means it has to be up here, right? Yes. Okay, it is. Okay. Ah, I could have just gone this way, but I'm stupid. I understand. All right, actually, I did everything perfectly. Whoa! I did do everything perfectly. Oh, there he is. The music is really good right now. I would love to have a G Fuel made by the Tom. I wonder what he'd make me. That's a good question. I want to go the wrong way first. I fear I might be going the right way though. I think I'm going the right way. Hold on. Let me go back, because oh. Is this the right way? I don't know. I hate when they give me more than one place to go. I don't know where to go. I want to go the wrong way first. Wait, what did Spade say? Where am I getting shot from? Okay. Oh. Shit nipples. God, know what I wish you can do in this game that you can't do in this game that I wish you could do in this game? Barrel rolls. Some sort of like tuck and roll, you know? Some sort of evasive maneuver. It's actually like super shitty that you can't, but like I understand why you can't, but also at the same time I don't understand why you can't. Okay, hold on. What did Spade say? Tom Juice. Okay. I see now. You can go your own way. Go your own way. Watch out! Did I just pick up a Tommy gun? Holy. It says, please be patient with me. I'm from the 1900s. Shut up. That is really funny. Alright. Can you guys stop firing bombs at me? Like, is that so hard to ask for you to stop firing bombs at me? I hear many a zombies over here. Hold on. There you are. Woo! Oh, you're such a little nipple. Alright, you're such a nip. Alright, you know what? You're getting shotgun time. Shit. Shit. Leon! Okay. Alright. Whoa. That was crazy. Me shoving the barrel of that shotgun in that guy's mouth was awesome. And I'm like frightened and aroused. Also, the music is gone, which means... Ah! This is big and yellow. This means subtractive item. Yeah, shoving the barrel of the shotgun into that mouth was very, very nice. I enjoyed that a lot. I enjoyed that a lot. Muy bien. Go grab a repair kit from container 02 in the central camp. The signal receiver got all beat up during transport and we need to fix it. I just got reassigned and can't get it myself, so that's up to you, Graves. Well, Graves might be in the grave. What is this, Halo Wars? Now I wonder. Obviously, I could use this to shoot at, like, some of the zombies. Can I break any? Are there any like doors that I could break with this? No. Okay. Well, that would have been fun to use. You know what? I'm gonna use it once. Cool. All right. What else can Leon shove in my mouth? Stop blowing holes in my ship! Thank you. Excellent reference. Skadoosh. Cherry vanilla. Ugh, yum. Yum, 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 yum. You can go your own way. Go your own... Nope. What do I hear? Nothing. Nope. Nope. Leon, you know what to do. You know what to do, Leon. Oh, I know what to do. Oh, I know what to do. Oh, I know what I'm doing. Oh, I know what I'm doing. Yeah, you did, Irish. You did. See, I did get value from it. Did you just Naruto run through that? Gorly Pop. Eat that. That was so rude. What the hecky? I can't go any over. Oh, there you go. We're fine. Splash damage. I'm not sure if I got him, so I'm gonna do one more. Alright, I got value from the gun. Oh, I got him now. Okay. I got value from the gun. Yippee. Tell me she did not Naruto run. Tell me. I might have to clamber up that again. That sounded very nice. That was a very nice sound you made there, Leon. Oh my god, Leon, you gotta stop grunting. This is a family stream. This is a family stream. This is not a family stream. Although we do say daddy and mommy a lot. This is not a family stream. You guys couldn't even give me any loot? I'm like super third person again. Since when? Mommy, daddy. Well, that was fun. I enjoyed that a lot. Very fun. The additional being able to use, like, what is it, the M60 or M80 or whatever big gun that was a very nice addition. I like that a lot.
Sherry, got the signal receiver.
Okay.
Okay.
Opponent left. By the way, I found some evidence of the Pentagon putting pressure on the BSAA. It appears the North American branch has been moving independently.
Heard they had an internal dispute.
Just shock of nobody.
That's all I've got. There's been an increase in government surveillance. Looks like my fan base is growing.
Some things never change. Watch your back. I'll contact you again soon.
Okie dokie artichoke. Let's go. Okay. Let's go back to the save spot. Let's save. I never used my Granada. My stacked grenade that they gave me. Never used it. How disappointing. Pixel, can you call my boss and tell her I don't gotta come into the office tomorrow? Yeah. What's her name? Cheryl. I'm guessing Cheryl. Heather. What's my health looking like? I feel like he got hurt. Oh. Oh, I used a thing. Okay. Oh, I can, make things. Let's make some shotgun shells. Yeah. And then we'll save. I have a lot of credits. This is gonna be a nice 20, almost 25,000. Oh, my bad. Okie dokie. Let us upgrade. I do really like the pistol. But oh. Maybe I shouldn't have upgraded my shotgun. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I should sell this shotgun and buy this shotgun and then upgrade this shotgun. Right? No. There you go. Rate of fire. Okay. Okay. Oh, wait. Yeah. Yeah, I'm okay with this. Yeah, I'll write that. And then I need to equip this, right? Oh, it's already equipped. Alright. Wait, what? I have Requiem bullets? Oh, cool. Alright, so we have a full clip of Requiem. What else we got? Can't craft anything in the moment. Okay. So let us do the tarot poll since we're at this like little break moment. Let's do a tarot poll and then we'll play an ad too. Yeah. Alright, so if you guys don't want to be victimized by Moon Course's tarot poll, look away! If we get Page of Pentacles again, I might throw a fit. Because that was twice in a row we got Page of Pentacles. He said to me. Alright. The Six of Pentacles in reverse. Hi, Diamior. I hope I'm saying it right. Because you said it for me. So I hope I said that right. Also, what is this fucking emote? The emote is so cute. Oh my god, I feel like Bravo Penguin would like this emote. I feel like actually everyone here would like this emote. That is so cute. All right, we have the, what did I say? The Six of Pentacles in reversed. You may have been in a giving mode for too long. Others may have taken advantage of you. So protect your finances and emotional health. Be mindful of taking on debt. And if you are being charitable, don't boast. We've actually had this before. So instead of focusing so much on other people, I think it's actually time to start thinking about yourself. And yeah, and start focusing on some self-care. Because you are the most important you there is, but also some people might be starting to expect certain things from you because of your charity. And not just charity like with funds, but charity like with your time and your emotions and your energy. And so watch out that maybe someone or someones might be taking advantage of you, and don't let anybody guilt you. Don't let anybody guilt you into pouring from an empty cup, or just don't let anyone guilt you for taking time for yourself, or you know what, buying yourself something nice, or spending an extra day for you, or you know, declining helping someone for whatever reason. And just, you know what, you do so much. this is the general you. You just do so much. Do something for yourself and do it guilt-free. Good card. I like that one. What's up, Tyler? Tyler, happy Monday/Tuesday, depending on your time zone. Also, we're going to play an ad now, and then after the ad, we'll get back to the game. I'll talk to one of my friends. Are you really? I'm sorry, Moon. Thanks for validating me. Anytime. That was a good card. A hard card to hear, but also a good one to hear, right? Also, Tyler. Thank you for the 4 I can see. Also, thank you for the tarot command. If people truly love you, they will understand. Agreed. It was the one I needed. I'm really glad we got that one. I'm really glad. I love it. I love the tarot cards because, like, no matter what, someone's gonna hear something that they need to hear, whether they want to hear it or not. I love the tarot cards. And it's like the longest cat hair ever. And if you guys want, I do have a discount code for 20% off. And that's also thanks to you guys. Thank you to you guys for supporting me before I even had a discount code. She gave us a discount code because of you guys. So thank you guys so much for supporting Raven and Rogue, who is the creator of these tarot decks. Territorial. So if you guys want your own, 20% off. I need to get back into tarot. I don't know if I could ever even say that I'm like in tarot because to the trained eye, I'm really just like a novice doing it for like, I wouldn't say for like shits and giggles. Like I do respect tarot and I do respect it. I just don't have the time or the energy or the brain power to like invest in learning everything I can about it, which I think is what I love about Territorial is like, it's like literally like a cheat for me, you know? It lets me, I think that's what I love, is it lets me experience tarot without putting so much energy and time. Because, like, I would like to, but I just don't have the energy to go into it. I just bought a tarot deck, started shuffling, it had a card file of the deck. Yeah. Don't you love when that happens? Moon Quartz? Oh my god. Did I hear it? Did I want... Exactly. Did I want to hear it? No. But did we have to hear it? Yes. 20%? I know, right? Because usually it's just 10. Yeah, Irish Queen, exactly. I think that's why I like having the meanings being right on the cards. Instead of, like, going back and forth between the internet or, like, a cheat sheet. Which are good, too, but I like having it, like, right in front of me. Hi, Patorti. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Have you gotten any rest yet recently? Hopefully you've gotten some sleep recently. Also, an ad has finished, so we can get back to the game. And we are now looking for our last item, which is this one here, which is a relay. How am I supposed to get there? Oh! A gas-powered generator? Don't I have gas right now? I mean, I might have gas. Maybe I need to do that. We've done that container. Well, I guess we'll just go here first. Right? Am I going the right way? Maybe. Because I have gas. And I remember there was another thing that I needed to put gas into, right? Doot! Trying to be like Boo, like with him sleeping. Oh, with pendulums! Cool. That's actually awesome. You did? Okay, I'm glad. I'm glad you got some rest. Also, happy March, everybody. Happy Women's History Month. Hope everyone has had a really great start to your month so far. Oh, do your thing, Chicken Wing. My favorite sweater at the moment is my Fallout sweater that I got from Hot Topic. I can't not say it like that, by the way. Where is this herb? Oh, hello, lovely. Oh, bye, Irish Queen! Irish Queen, have a great day at work. Everyone say, bye, Irish Queen! Hot Bucket. A ghost crew neck from Hot Topic. Do you know when your next ghost ritual is gonna be? I said that right? My head is hurting. That's fine. I'm fine. I don't know if I'm going the right way. I'm literally just moving. I'm literally just moving and I'm not going the right way. Damn it, because it was downstairs, but I don't know. What's up here? I don't remember what up here was. I need a cute graphics to make final stickers. Does chat have any suggestions? Meg. Oh, here we go. Oh, I was right! Yippee! I knew exactly where I was going this whole time. Why are you not making various Meg stickers, you silly goose? Egg. Meg. Megan. Zipline. Oh, I like that. There's nothing else up here, right? Alright, well, we ziplining. Oh, this is gonna be hot.
Alright, I can use that.
Yes. Can we? Sorry, I just want to enjoy that visual for a second. I do want to appreciate right there in that moment how I clicked on that and the game didn't force me to descend because I would not have been able to go back. So I do appreciate the game like being like, "Are you sure about that?" Shout out, because most games don't do that. Most games will just be like, "Oh, you clicked on this, then now you're moving." So, thank you, Capcom. That was very nice. That was a very nice visual. Not for a while. Sorry, I missed the message. Hold on. They just finished their tour. They're going on a hiatus. Don't know when they're coming back. That's very homophobic of them. I'm joking. I've never been ziplining. I don't know if I would. No, I would. I would do it. It just I think it depends on where the zipline is. Did just add 2 other shows to my concert lineup for the year, though. Taking Mama Banquet to see Mumford & Sons for her birthday and go to see 21 Pilots at a festival. Shut up! That's dope. Is that Mumford & Sons? Hi, birthday! Mwah. They go for the forehead kiss. Yeah, I was just thinking about you while I was peeing. There it is. Oh, dead? Oh, weird. Okay. Benny! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss, you. The harness was crazy secure. The only time I have had the opportunity to zipline, I just didn't, was when I was in Vegas with my dad. And we were going to zipline down Fremont Street. And the 3 times of the year that it rains in the desert, which is where Las Vegas is, Nevada and Las Vegas, the 3 times of the year that it rains happened to be the one weekend that we were there. And unfortunately, it was like thundering and there was lightning, which is the only time when they stop the zip line is if there's lightning, because you're in a tall giant like metal contraption. Of course you're not going to want to be there when there's lightning. And so it was the last day that I was there because my dad stayed on for business and I was going home the next day. And so we weren't able to like reschedule it, unfortunately. So I was going to go zipline down Fremont Street and I couldn't. So I'm very sad about that because I think I would have had like that because it's not very tall. So it wouldn't have been super scary. But I think it just would have been really cool. Sapphira! Enjoy your lurky turkey. Also, hi, Benny. I have skydiving and hang gliding on my bucket list. No, I'm good. You can do that. I'll double that and give it to you. Tiger! Thank you for redeeming a tarot pull. Do you mind if we wait for our next, because we just did a tarot pull a couple minutes ago. Do you mind if we wait till our next, ad break to do that? If you want to do it right now, I have no problem doing it right now. I just want to, give some time in between. But if you want to do it right now, I'm down to do it right now. But if you don't mind waiting, we could also wait for the ad break. Sure, no worry. Okay. But because, like, if you're, like, going back and forth or, like, lurking, I'm totally down to do it now. So I don't want to, like, waste your time or anything. But I will absolutely do a tarot pull in our next adular break. Oh, you know what? I could check the map just to make sure I'm not missing anything. All right. I feel a little angular right now, but I'm chilling now for a bit. Okay, no problem. Well, if you want me to do it before you step away, or if you do step away again, let me know. Oh, I'm sure I'm not gonna fall. I hate this. Oh, Rootsy, you missed it. Ugh. R.I.P. Rootsy, you would have missed earlier in stream. I don't know if you can fall off there, but I know that if anybody can fall off there, it would have been me. Yo, can you punch me in the face like that, Leon? Hello. I feel like I'm gonna fall off. I'm dizzy right now. Ah! I didn't even do anything! Alright. I guess we're jumping now. That scared the hell out of me. Can you go back? Oh, I wanted to see your butt again. Oh. Okay, bye. Jesus. Me first. Lepis. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kissy. Guys, if I've missed anyone's messages, I'm so sorry. Please, if I've missed your message, know that I did not miss it on purpose, and feel free to just retype it again. I'm so sorry if I missed anyone's messages. I'm not trying to. I promise. Oh, now you give me a prompt to jump. Before you... Oh. You're gonna force me again. But I don't mind it. Oh, you're gonna make me pry that open, aren't you? Oh, you're gonna grunt like a little good girl, aren't you? No one's here, Leon. You can grunt a little bit louder, alright, sweetheart? I'm gonna have to dodge Thanes, aren't I? Thanes are gonna start falling? Willis Tower? Are we in Chicago? Just kidding. That's the Sears Tower. I'm joking. These are totally gonna start falling, aren't they?
Oh, fuck.
Yep. Yep. There it is. Alright. Gee, who saw that coming? I've played enough Halo to know where that's gonna know when that's gonna happen. Why would they do that? Why would they ever do that? That was very funny. You know what? I want to see something. I want to see something. I just want to see if those things crashed and like a collectible is now... Okay, no. I was going to see if they crashed either into something and something opened, or if they crashed and opened themselves and there was something in there. I just want to see. That's the thing, Tiny Tiger. The pattern recognition. You get me. Us neurodivergents can't be surprised by anything. Whoa! Alright. Have emblems to shoot? As in like collectibles? If there are, have not seen any. They have Mr. Raccoon, bobbleheads to shoot or destroy. Almost my twin, you get me. Glass surfaces are incredibly fragile and require extra caution. However, shooting the glass out from under an enemy will cause them to fall through. Okay, bye. I see a red barrel or a red fiery thing over there. Alright. What do you mean? There you go. Girly pop! Girly pop! Girly pop! Ah! That's fine. I was stuck. Sorry. To be fair, I was really stuck. I promise. Cool. I just wanted to get a collateral. Sorry, I just really wanted that. That was for me. Oh, wrong button. Actually, yeah. I didn't mean that! Shh! shit. I wanted that. Oh. Sorry, I'm pressing like all the wrong buttons right now. I'm so sorry. I did not mean to throw the grenade. Why are we not reloading? My brother in Christ. How many times do I have to press X? Alright, I guess we're using this. I'm like spamming LT and right trigger so I can get some freaking bullets into him, and it wouldn't let me. That's fine. I want to anyways. Let's see if there's any loot over here. Any loot? Any loot? No. What? No, okay. Holy! Why does he look so emo? Because it's Leon S. Kennedy. The S stands for super emo. Duh. Wah! Bitch. Oh, I see that. You're too close to me. Again, too close to me. Please don't blow him up. 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 Oh, you gotta stop. You gotta stop. Wait, that is not that good! Brother, how many times do I have to tell you to swap over to your SMG? I'm starting to get actually fucking pissed. I swapped my... Alright, Leon, we're gonna have a talk. I swapped my SMG 3 times. This homie still has his rifle up here. Alright, are we done now? Are we done? Are we gonna start paying attention? There you go. Come and get me now, bitch. Sorry. I'm totally fine. I'm totally fine. I'm just annoyed. There you go. Interesting that it prioritizes using my least effective healing over my most effective healing. That's another thing I think I don't like. It's like, shouldn't it prioritize using my most healing item instead of my least healing item? I don't know. S stands for sexy. S stands for sad. S stands for slay. Right back, taking the dogs off my body. All right, if I do, if I go up to your commercial break, I won't do it unless you're here. The tarot pole. All right, so we have that. Oh, this screams boss battle. Okay. Either boss battle or like wave of zombies. Because this is the last collectible.
Let's find those detonator parts.
Is Wesker in this one? No, but there's someone who's Wesker adjacent. I suspect he's a clone. But we don't know yet. Or at least I don't know yet. And no one in chat better say anything if they know anything.
Now to get through that gate.
Yeah, if you're giving me my credits and a save spot, something's about to happen. I don't know what to do. It's Cody Rhodes, but Resident Evil. Who's Cody Rhodes? Yeah, Grace, Leon, and what is her name? Who am I speaking to right now on the radio? What is her name? She's Birkin's daughter is who I'm speaking to. I can't remember her name at the top of my head right now.
Just gotta figure out how to get down.
Sherry, I can't remember. But she's Birkin's daughter. And both her and Leon are infected. Ammo pile next to specially placed heal pile next to specially placed save spot. Yeah, having a save spot next to my upgrade spot. Yeah. Something's about to go down. What should I buy? 13,000 points. You know what? Let's upgrade my SMG. I'm thinking my SMG I think could use a little bit more power. Yeah, I feel good about that. 3,600. Yeah, more ammo. Yeah, that's good. That's really good. I'm very happy with that upgrade. Oh, those upgrades. Yeah. I'm very pleased with those. What's over here? I don't want to go that way yet. Hold on. I'm not done over here. It's just the game being nice. Sure it is. And I just got more. Oh my god. And now they're giving me hand grenades. Bible Penguin. Ah! I love Dead Space. Dead Space is such a good game. I never actually finished playing them myself, but I watch people play them on YouTube because that's a game where I enjoy watching over playing that myself. Oh, increases hip fire. Interesting. Reload speed? Oh, yeah. Okay, now I'm happy about that. All right. Ari's known for being very generous with ammo and weaponry. I also am playing on casual. Because I myself am a super casual. Filthy casual, as it were. Okay, but like, why? What is this area over here? And why is that there? You know? Do I go there later? You know what? I imagine I go there later. Maybe I go, like, here. There's that up there. Okay. Alright. Alright. Tell that to Deez. Okay. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Let's get this box. I thought you called her Rookie for a second. Like, damn. Hey, Rookie. Oh, we got Requiem bullets? Yeah, okay, we're about to get fucked up. We're absolutely about to get fucked up. They're giving us Requiem bullets. Okay. Auto aim, can you, like, not be a dick? Is that a binoculars? I just don't want to click this and have me jump over. Okay, it's binoculars, okay. Oh, inspect.
That'll get me down.
I'll also go down. Boom headshot, boom headshot, boom miss, boom headshot. Was telephone, but that's it. Oh, it does look like a telephone! I see that. Shout out to Lady Gaga with her Resident Evil cameo. Good for her. Have a good night, Mooncourts! Everyone say good night, Mooncourts. Good night, princess. Lady Gaga's Lady D. I'd like that. I'd like that. Or that other super hot chick who was in Wednesday and Game of Thrones. You guys know who I'm talking about. Gwendoline Christie, I think is what her name. That's scary. God, she's so fine. Everyone say good night, Mooncourts. Mooncourts had the best night ever! Thank you so much for hanging out, too. This is not gonna work out for me. This is not gonna work out for me. But I'm gonna enjoy it when I do it, though. It's giving Doom. Doom. Meg Thomas is Meg Thomas. You'd like that, wouldn't you? You wish Megan was real. She's real to me. I love it. Well, that was rude. That was extremely rude. And now I just look stupid. Alright, now we gotta go back. That was funny. Oh, guys, don't forget, I have a YouTube video uploading tomorrow. It is, it's a funny highlight. It's a funny highlights and jump scare highlights from Resident Evil Requiem so far. So I think it's from day 1 of me playing Resident Evil. This is day 3 of me playing Resident Evil. So so day 1 highlights is being uploaded tomorrow. What's beeping? Who's beeping? Wah! I'm beeping. Oh, I did not know I had the Requiem. Well. Yeah, so tomorrow, Resident Evil Requiem. Can you... Bitch, when did I say jump down? But tomorrow, Resident Evil Requiem video being uploaded on YouTube. Very exciting. Kaboom. Please tell me that you said it like that. Please tell me you and I are the same person and you said it just like that. Kaboom. Oh, what is this? Machine gun ammo? Yes, okay. Good girl. Ah! Ah! Okay, that's fine. That's not fine! That's not fine! Oh, I didn't mean to do that, but actually, this is okay. I'm okay with that. Oh. Am I hearing bombs? What is happening? Fucking sick, dude. Sick, bro. Oh my god, this game is amazing. This is my horse. My horse is amazing. Why can I not pick this up? Why can't I pick this up? When will you let me pick this up? Can I pick it up now? Pick it up now? Yay. Oh, okay, because you only carry for a second. Okay, that's why. That makes sense. That makes sense, Leon. I forgive you. Oh my god. 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 I am so aroused right now. I need a bucket under my face for all this drooling. Real. That was very nice. Well, now where do I go? Also, very happy that I shot this down early. Can I not go down there? Oh, hello. That's nice. We are 2 minutes before we play an ad. Love when a man fights and makes it look easy. You know what? Actually, let's keep going because we'll see if Tiny Tiger comes back. Excuse me, I burped. Sorry. You know, let's go back up there one more time. Oh, I forgot to take my vitamins today. Guys, I'm trying to... Oh, there it is. Okay. I'm trying to get good at remembering to take my daily vitamins. I am so far 2 days into taking my daily vitamins, and I forgot to take them today, so I gotta remember after my stream. He's so dramatic. Guys, take your meds, med check! Alright, we're gonna play an ad. Ad now, so there's no ad in game. Do I have to pee? Oh, shit! Guys, I did not Oh, Lapis Lazuli, did I give you a kissy? I know I said hello to you. I don't know if I gave you a kissy. Mwah, mwah, just in case I forgot. So we had a level 8 hype train earlier. I'm gonna take a shot for that. Anybody want me to do a specific shot? I'll do Chatter's choice. Unless it's Rootsy telling me to do Pink Whitney, then anyone else. Hey, Tiger! Oh, you have perfect timing. Cool. Who wants to pick a shot for me? And then we'll do Tarot Pool too. Malort. Such a good girl. I do not have any Malort. Can I get a 67? Malort, I got you. Oh, it's really cold. Big Woody, big Woody, big Woody, big Woody, big Woody. No, Raven beat you. I did, when I streamed yesterday. Yeah, wait, no. On Saturday. I drank every single one of my liquors except for Malort. Malort was the only thing I didn't drink that day. I had a vodka, I had a Pink Whitney, I had a rum, I had a Biggie Balls, I had literally everything but Malort, so it's been a while. You're having drinking too! What are you drinking? What are you drinking? Alright. Salud. Thank you for the level 8 hype train. Oh. That was gross. Also, speaking of our level 8 hype train, everyone go follow Slasher Bunny. She live right now? Ah, she is! Everyone go follow Slasher Bunny. Malort is for cuties? Shut up! Oh, I love Angry Orchard. I know Bobble Penguin's Angry Orchard goily too. But, I still can't stop thinking about that Angry Orchard Rosé. And I haven't had it or seen it in a very long time, Rootsy. And I'm still upset about it. It's your favorite drink? Is it just like the basic, Angry Orchard? Alright, we're gonna do a tarot pull. And an ad is gonna start too, sorry. That's not like hard liquor? Okay, that's fair. Is tequila? You can never, I wonder if it was like seasonal or one time. I actually hate root beer, Tiger. Rootsy likes root beer. Yeah, you are. I knew you were an Angry Orchard Gorley. It's so good. And it does get me like decently like drinky, you know, like drinky winky. But I don't think we have a, oh really? Not at all? Do you, at the top of your head, do you have like any like apple ciders? In Canada? I prefer cream soda. I love cream soda. I can't stand root beer. I think it's so gross. Root beer, regular like yellow Mountain Dew, regular Sprite, and ginger ale. I get physically sick. Not to the point of throwing up, but I feel like I want to throw up if I drink them. Sorry, I probably shouldn't talk about throwing up. It's type between tequila and vodka. It just depends on the situation. Drink-wise, though, I always go for a tequila sunrise. Is tequila sunrise like tequila? And sunrise makes me think like orange juice. Best Damn root beer is yummy, and Best Damn cherry cola is yummy. I've never heard of Best Damn, that brand before, but I would try cherry. That's a brand name. That's a pretty good brand name. There's one I used to get at the shop at my house. Something Summersfield. Oh, okay. Tequila, OJ, and a little grenadine. Yeah, that does sound good. But I'd probably replace the tequila with vodka. Alright. I think I'm just going to pull the top card. Death! In reversed. Holding on to the past can limit your future. Trust the process and have the courage to take the step forward. Spending so much energy fighting the inevitable only delays progress. I feel like this ties kind of a lot with the reverse Six of Pentacles that we just pulled for Moon Quartz earlier. And I think this goes back towards the whole self-care thing. Rootsy. Oh my god. Oh, can I find the Six of Pentacles? Oh my god, wouldn't that be so nice? Because you need to hear it, I think. I gotta read it again. I think this is just goes back towards stop being taken advantage by people. And you can't pour from an empty cup. You got to make sure that you take care of yourselves. I want to reread the Six of Pentacles in reversed. Because that's what we just pulled from Moon Quartz just before. To have some fun. Hello? There it is. You may have been in a giving mood for too long. Others may have taken advantage of you. So protect your finances and emotional health. Be mindful of taking on debt. And if you are being charitable, don't boast. And I think when it also says debt, I also think that also could be like an emotional debt too. I think it's just giving too much. Ten of Swords is way worse than death. In reversed or regular. Tower is also in reverse is also worse. I can't think of those look yummy. Oh, you know what? That branding reminds me of the Jack Daniels bottles, because Jack Daniels makes some really good. What would you call them? The punch, like the Jack Daniels like watermelon punch, and then there's another punch one. That's what the branding reminds me of. If I was doing the right thing with this move, really, honestly, moving's scary, and moving to another state, terrifying. I can't imagine. Like, I've lived in another state, but only temporarily in college. But at the end of the day, I've only ever lived in Illinois. So I can't imagine moving to another state. Guys, stretch. Oh, yeah. Me who's moved to Oklahoma to Arizona, back to Oklahoma, then to California. I have never moved across state before. Recognize the meaning of the death card, so my own readings are paying off. Hey! Let's go, Tiny Tiger. We're in Illinois. Chicagoland area. Not in Chicago, but like Chicago suburbs. Also, hi, Anubis. What was I about to say? Oh, and then also, for anyone who's just joined us, I am going to be giving away a Resident Evil Requiem. Not this. You're not going to be getting this. This is mine. Go fuck yourselves. This is mine. I'm keeping this forever. But I am going to be giving away a code for the PC version. So PC only. I haven't announced this anywhere. I'm literally just decided to do it today. I am going to be giving away this digital. So this is where the physical copy would go if you had one. Go fuck yourself. No, seriously, go. This is mine. So on the back of this card that I'm looking at right now is the code for a Resident Evil Requiem Deluxe Edition for the PC, but it's just a piece of paper to go in this slot, which I think is so funny. But you're gonna get the code that's on the back of this. Flip it around. Don't be shy. But also, I do want to show this too, because I didn't know the physical Resident Evil Deluxe Edition came with this. It comes with this hard card for that has Grace on the front, and it says this is card number 39,535 out of 47,500, and on the back is a what would you call it? 3D whatever card. It's super cool. I know. I was born and raised in Illinois, but I moved to South Carolina. Oh, really? Where in Illinois were you from? If you don't mind me asking. So I don't know the details of when and how exactly. Lenticular! Yes, lenticular. Thank you. I just learned that word today. Oh my god, pineapple and lime sounds so good. What the heck, you? But I will be giving away this Resident Evil Requiem Deluxe Edition code for PC sometime, either this week or next week. And I think, I haven't decided exactly how I'm going to do it, but I might have it go over a couple days so that more people have a chance to enter. Because I know that some people, don't get notifications, if I post on Twitter and Discord and on Twitch. Not everyone, will see it right away because people have lives and people work, or, they have lives. But I will be giving it away sometime, and maybe I'll have people be able to enter for 2 or 3 days, and then I'll say, "Oh, you have to be present to win," because I'm gonna milk it, because this is a high value thing, and I'm gonna milk it. I'm gonna make people need to follow. I've never had people say that you need to follow me to win. I'm gonna say you need to follow me to win. You need to be here to win. I'm gonna milk it, and then watch one of my mods win, and then everyone's like, rigged. Milk teas. There you go. Lime. What are those? You who's like a mom. Yeah, you don't have a life. Winchester's gonna win. Leon's Moans wins. Oh, I have no clue where that is, Anubis. I'm gonna rig it. I want it. Yeah, that'll be sometime either this week or next week. A mom, no job. A mom is more than a job, if I do say so myself. I will win. I will be happy if anybody wins. Like, don't get me wrong. Of course, I'll be happy if like a mod or like a community member wins. But even if someone like who's brand new to the stream comes in and follows and wins, and then they unfollow, I don't care. Like, listen, you guys do so much to me and for me, and if I can give a little extra back to the community, I'll do it. I'll do it. That's it.
Now for the other side.
What do you mean other side? What? Wait. What do you mean there's more? There's more that I have to do? What do you mean? What do you mean? All right. All right. This is not the side you're looking for. What's up, Blythe? 3 hours? Okay. I'm about 45 minutes away from the city. Blythe, happy Monday. You don't have a PC? Yeah, but you can just have it for when you do eventually get a PC. Or, Leon's Moans, if anybody who wins, like, doesn't have a PC or already owns it, they can give it away to someone, or they can host, like, their own giveaway. You know what I'm saying? Oh my god, Blythe, hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. I'm actually really proud of myself. I edited and scheduled a bunch of Tiki-Takis for this, and I'm really proud of myself. And we, of course, have the YouTube video, which I'm going to keep talking about. And I'm sorry that I'm going to keep talking about it. I'm going to keep talking about it because there's a YouTube video being uploaded tomorrow, especially with YouTube, or just, you know what, actually... Boom. Everyone go follow me socials. If I lived near Chicago, would I be able to randomly hang out in your basement? Yes. Yes. As long as I knew that you were coming over beforehand so I could at least, wash things up and take care of it. But the thing is, like, I feel like you would understand. Like, what the heck?
Hello?
Why? Anubis, what the heck?
Hello?
Thank you for... What the heck? Thank you for the 2 gifted subs to Endless and Chris. Yo, enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. And Anubis, if you haven't already, enjoy your Mr. Raccoon Twitch badge. That is so sweet. Thank you so much. Blythe, that's why I'm trying so hard to get through this GD game, because I want to be able to watch my friends play, but I keep yapping. I can't shut up. Look at me. I literally can't stop talking. I can't stop. All I want to do is watch my friends play this. That's all I want to do. But I'm trying to get through this so I could, watch people play. Nothing makes me clean faster. Oh, literally spades. That's why, like, so my dad and I haven't hung out in 3 weeks. In over 3 weeks, because it was before my migraine was the last time I hung out with my dad, and we went out shopping or something. And that's the last time I really, like... No, I lied, because I did clean my house during my break and when I had my migraine, so I lied. But whenever my dad comes over, I'm the first thing I do is I clean the bathroom. Because, like, if I have a guest over, the first thing I'm doing is cleaning the bathroom. That is the first thing I'm doing, because it's guaranteed that someone's going to use the bathroom, so I always clean the sink, the toilet, and everything else. But I like to have, and, like, I always like to make sure that I have clean towels, like hand towels, too. Because, I don't know, to me, that's, like, the most important thing whenever a guest is coming over. And then, because I have 3 cats and 2 dogs, I'll light a candle or I'll light an incense stick or something, and I'll spray, like, my couches with, like, the anti-dog smelly stuff or whatever. But yeah, honestly, yeah, if you were a mod, I think I have that relationship with you that I would absolutely have you guys come over for sure. Hey Pixel, I'm coming over. Honestly, it'd be so funny, Rusi, just to have you just be here, just like kicking your feet and like playing Boo. The next time I stream it, I'm gonna do an insanity run. Good luck. Kitchen, then bathrooms, then living rooms, then office. I'm bathroom. bathroom, living room, kitchen, and my dad very seldomly comes down here unless he needs to go to like look at the laundry room for like tech reasons or something, which he does because there is something there's a pipe dripping in my laundry room that I need him to look at, so he is gonna come down here. But it's really just like full of stuff, so I don't really need to clean this. I'll need it. Apparently Insanity sets the chance of blister heads at 70%. No, I'm good. No, I'm good. I hate them. I use all my Requiem bullets for that. I have to use my Requiem bullets for that. But Nubis, seriously, thank you so much for the 2 gifted subs. Sorry, I know I'm yapping. Sorry, guys, I'm sorry. You guys distract me. You're so hot. Stop being so hot and we wouldn't have this problem. But it is super refreshing to have people come over. Because then I'm just like, alright, I gotta clean, you know? Like, it forces me to clean. You know what I mean? Alright, alright, alright. Hold on, chill. Alright, chill, chill, chill. Whoa! Oh, shit, 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 shit. Holy. Holy moly. I am the beanbag now. Of Crimson Heads. Okay. This is the Requiem. So it is what the game is named for after, whatever you want to call it. And this gun is... I want to shove this gun in my pussy! You know what I'm saying? I hear a chainsaw. Where are you, Mr. Chainsaw Man? I would like to have words with you. Oh! There's Chainsaw Man. Oh, coward. The chainsaw. Okay. Oh! This is Big Boy Chainsaw Man. He's on fire, Chainsaw Man. I'm a little scared, Chainsaw Man. Oh! Reload! Reload! Please reload. Ah, shit. Oh, brother. Oh, wait. Auto aim? Do something. Oh, my God. See, that's why the Requiem's the best thing in the game. All right? This is why. Requiem. Best game in the game. Best game in the game. Best game in the game. Gonna be my next one this week. Really? No way! New Billy skin? That would be so fucking sick! That'd be so sick! Where's my chainsaw? Oh, man. My Requiem blew up the chainsaw. That'd be so sick. A new Billy skin? Ah! Shit, 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 shit. Oh, shit. Ah, shit! Hey, you know what? That lady caught a stray, though. Team killer! Team killer. Again, I don't understand why this game prioritizes the lowest healing thing over the highest healing thing. Like, if this could heal me to full health and I'm at low health, why would you prioritize the lowest healing item? That is I think my biggest gripe with this game so far, is why does it prioritize my lowest healing item first? I think it's like my biggest gripe with it so far. Anywho. What's up, Spooky Dragon? Hi, Magically Masumi, Magically. Mwah, thank you for the forehead kiss. Home from work and going to recite my telescope. No way! Is there anything that you're looking forward to seeing right now with your telescope? That's dope. Anubis. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. Oh, they're giving me so much more ammo, which means something is going to happen. Alright, so we're reloaded on that. We're reloaded on that. We're all reloaded. Am I... Okay, let's craft something. Oh, I have so many hand grenades. Let's do that. And then let's do... I have so much machine gun ammo. Let's do rifle ammo, shotgun shells, and I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. Sorry, I burped. That tasted like Malort, by the way.
Hopefully this thing still works.
Okay, I think I should have made handgun ammo. No, I'm right with that. Let's bring another shotgun. I want that shotgun ammo. Oh my. Okay, then. Guys, I have to pee. Whoa, look at all this shit. Oh, I can't go this way, can I? No, sure. Where am I supposed to go? Game logic. Here's all this ammo for no reason in particular. Gamers. Oh, this is gonna be a big one. Literally! Yeah, sure. Well, oh, was I supposed to do something up there, maybe? The kids have no school tomorrow, so I can sleep afterwards for a few hours. Do you have snow? Is that why they won't have school? Oh, idiot. Where do I go? Oh, you know, right there. Stupid. I'm sure nothing's gonna happen. Sure nothing's gonna happen. No one's gonna drop down on my head. There it is. There it is. There it is. There it is.
Now what? We'll have to take the next one.
Suck my dick. Jesus. Snow and ice from 7 to 11? Well, hopefully you don't have to worry about this. Cool. Bye-bye. Positive temps? Yeah, right. I'll believe when I see it. Ooh! Of course, of course, of course, of course. I don't have a lot of bullets left, homie. Why should I again? Where did she come from? Alright. Okay, she's toast. Oh no. Wait, where's my shotgun? There it is.
This is my lucky day.
Alright. Can anyone come from behind? No. Okay. Okay. Oh my god, thank you so much for clipping that! Broody men in uniforms. Hey, yo. There it is. Whoa, shittibles! Alright, we're doing this. 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 Bitch, why there? Why not all the million people behind you? Good job. Good job, Leon. Good job. Alright, cool. You're not even gonna throw the grenade that I equipped. Not even gonna throw the grenade that I equipped. What is with this game and not equipping the things that I equip?
Here.
Jesus, this game is like allergic to equipping things that I want. Jesus. I wonder if I get close if they grab me. Losers. Leon! Why did I get a note I was being shouted out? I have no clue. Must be a Twitch bug. Also, hi, Sasha Buddy! Yeah, it must be a bug. Where do I hear? Alright, I think everybody's dead. Nope. Oh, okay, it's just them. A glitch in the Matrix. Must be! Alright, Leon, you're doing great. You're doing great, sweetie. Oh, that is so hot. Alright.
That took longer than planned.
I agree.
Luckily, I found a bike. Should make up for lost time.
Great. You'll need it. It's 15 miles to the city center on the 419.
Oh, do I want to detonate that right now? Are we done? How much time do I have before I do this, Leon? Leon! Oh, okay. I just got chills. This means we're switching to Grace. This is usually what this loading screen means. I have to pee, by the way. So the next ad that we play, which will be after this cutscene, I'm gonna go pee. What's up, Melodol? Melodol, happy Tuesday, happy March. Yeah, right, Raven? Oh, just kidding. We're still not Grace. We're Leon. Kind of wish I had saved. Well, there's an autosave. Am I driving this? Oh god, I am! This is the weirdest camera angle, Leon, I'm not gonna lie. This is the weirdest camera angle.
Good to hear. How are the roads? Leon?
Just a few potholes.
This game is being very generous with the steering. Are you shiitaking my mushrooms right now, Victor? You have an RPG. Hamkin Womp. A Melodol. Mwah. 3 with 4 kids eat mods. Can I get a snooze on the ad, please? I don't think it's gonna end soon.
This stage just keeps getting better and better.
What do you mean? Shoot, what? Oh, holy auto aim, Batman. I have infinite ammo? Oh, you know it's gonna be a long thing. Well, hopefully I don't have to steer anywhere because I'm not looking. Oh my god. Hopefully I don't have to steer. Victor! Ooh.
Pups could use more training.
It like auto aims and then stops auto aiming and then auto aims like while I'm already moving and aiming. It's they are very easy to kill though. Shout out to being on casual. It is auto steering. which I appreciate. I love how he, like, John Wicks the clip. How he, like, flings the clip, you know? Like John Wick does. That's very satisfying. Look at that. Look, 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 look. Oh. This is dope. This is very cool. This is very cool. I'm enjoying this a lot. This is so cool.
Seriously. I don't give up that easy.
Oh my god! Leon! Holy! This is so dope! We're just scaling this wall? Or this building? What is happening? Do a flip! Do a barrel roll! Slippy just comes out. Fox, do a barrel roll! Alright, I'm controlling the bike again, which I don't like. I don't want to control the bike. No, I have that fully upgraded! Leon, that's the only thing I have fully upgraded.
I've had enough of you. I know the feeling.
Oh, thank you. Please take it back. Oh, I got the motorcycle from a BSAA tank or container. Okay, now's not the time.
Come on.
He's not dead. He's not dead. This is like modern day jousting.
Should have worn a helmet.
I'm so like ugh with his one-liners, but then also if he didn't do a one-liner, I'd be disappointed. Leon one-liner count 87. That's a bacon veto. Oh my gosh. Like I roll at them, but at the same time I would be disappointed if he didn't have a silly one-liner. I don't believe that that's the end of Victor. We didn't see a body. That was very, very fun. Of Duke Nukem. Okay, Radiant. Oh, Duke Nukem. What a silly... yeah. I'm helping my cousin dye her hair, and now she's becoming an avatar because she's playing in the blue dye. Oh, really, Remy? Man can get it any day? The one-liner king, truly. Alright, Leon, I really need to pee. Can we find a place to stop? Please?
Yeah. Looks like it. I'll take a look around then.
Okay, there we go. Cool. Thanks, Leon. Alright, I have to go pee. And then I will be right back. And I'll play an ad too. What do you think of Discount Wesker? I don't know. Also, please no spoilers. I have not finished the game. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. And I'll play an ad so that when we come back, we'll just go straight back into the gameplay. Be right back, homies! Jervs has me. Or J-Bug's coming. Both of them! We might have to run. Oh! Let's go! I take the hit. W. But she might. Okay.
see. Okay. I'm gonna run right to the boon. Methinks. Okay, she hits the gen. She hits the gen. I do have Rosil. Ah, no, we gotta go. We gotta go. Alright, he's checking there. Oh, there she is. Oh, J-Bug with the big body blocks. There we go. Medium vault, that's fine. I don't need it. Nice. Nice. Yo, J-Bug with the big body blocks. Yo, let's go. Whew. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Whew. Let's go! Let's go! Honestly, this boon is so great. Your boon is so good. Oh god, Circle Pin is just so good.
Thank you. Too bad they're banned during the tourney.
Yeah. It's just like that that aura reading, or just like knowing that someone's there is so good. Oh. Mike. That's alright. She's gotta break that pallet, yeah. Should I make this? I'm gonna just do it for distance. She vaults. Oh, okay. Oh! Oh, I thought for sure she was getting that. That's right. I think I get this. Yeah, it's fine. Why am I taking chase, by the way? When we have Zerbs, J-Bug, and Lilypie here. Why is it I am taking chase? Okay. You know what? I panicked a little bit. Wish I had quick ambit. You gotta break this paella, lady. You gotta break this paella. There she goes. We gotta go. We gotta go. I don't know where my homies are at. Oh. Oh no! Alright, well. Thank you so much, Ray, truly. Thank you so much. I bought milk. Oh, don't talk about milk in front of don't talk about milk in front of Sloth. That's a pretty sensitive topic for him. Hey. Hey. I'm funny, chat. I'm funny. Oh god. Mink! Okay. Men's 50, he's gilf, not dilf. Huh? Who's having grandchildren at 50? Should we do another shot, yay or nay? What do you guys think? What do you think, Jasper? Yay or nay? What do you guys think? Jasper, you want another shot? Weird boy. Your mother did? Really? I guess it's possible, right? Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Oh, such a good boy. Guess who's alive and kicking? What's up, Troy? Troy, happy Monday/Tuesday. Depending on your time zone, it's already almost 11 p.m. for me. What if I take one slutty little shot? Would you guys mind? Because I didn't want to take any of the shots during the sponsor segment.
in honor of Kyle. Kyle would love this very much. Really? Your mom's 60? What? Yo. You know what? That's dope. Both my parents are in their 60s. Oh my god. Please don't make this like shot like really high. So I did one shot for the 20 gifted subs, and then here's another shot for the level 8 hype train. Because holy moly artichoke! Oh, Spooky Dragon, do you want a dog or cat treats? Are you really, Troy? Oh my god, congrats! That's very exciting. I hope the 4 months fly by. Alright. Rum. Ugh. Ah! Holy. You don't? Oh. I hope they last forever then. I hope time moves at a snail's pace. Alright, well we'll do some kitty ones for you, Spooky Dragon. There are still people I have to bully. That's so funny. Say thank you, Spooky Dragon. There we go. Yeah. Oh, it's a good dog. Uno más. Oh, good boy. Good boy, Jojo. Oh, your choice? Oh, I beat you to it. Sorry. I'm the tiger. Good doggy. To be fair, Boo's gotten 2 so far, and, well, 3 technically, and that was Jasper's second, so. We're almost even Stevens. Oh, cool. Oh, no way! Well, congrats to you and your baby brother. How fun! Is there anything back here to loot / collect? No. Leon is a full and complete sentence. And it's, yum. Can I can interact with this? It's out of gas. Ah, poo. I imagine that's gonna be something we're gonna have to do then. Eh? I hear you. I hear you. Where are you? Ah! Thank you. I knew I'm not crazy. Spades, yes. Yes. I thought I saw a shadow. It's like I went and get jumped on. Shut up. Shut up.
Can't believe it's still standing.
I can't believe we're gonna RPD. Shut up. Shut up. Are we really gonna can we? Oh my god. Oh my god, no spoilers! Please don't spoilers, please don't spoilers. Also, hi, Water! What's up, Rune Dragon? Rune Dragon, happy Monday. Happy Monday / Tuesday, everybody. Can I go through this? Oh, I can go through this. No way. No spoilers, guys. Please, 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 please. This is my first playthrough. 9 hours? Damn. I can't believe we're going in RPD. I can't believe that. This is awesome. Welcome home, Leon. Or, not welcome home. Welcome, Leon. Please, no spoilers, Water. Please. Please, please, please. Oh. If we see his corpse, I'm gonna be so sad. Oh my god. Huh. Hey guys, is that one map in DBD? Oh. dusty old typewriter. Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh. Wait, can I not save? Hello? There we go. There's no way this thing works. Well, you need an ink ribbon. Thank you so much, Spades. Yeah, please no spoilers. And spoilers include, but are not limited to, oh, you're gonna love this. Oh, you're gonna hate this. Oh, have you seen this part yet? And then lists a specific part of the game that I clearly haven't been to yet. How many times have you faced this person? How many times have you played as this person? It's like, or, oh, you have this much time left in the game. Just, please, for the love of God, people, please, let me play the game for the first time. Let me experience this for the first time. I know a lot of people have already finished it. I know, I'm really far behind. But, please let me experience for the first time. Please, 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 please. Please, 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 please. I'm on my knees and I'm begging you.
Sugarman RPD.
It's been a while since you've been back there.
Like 30 years, lady.
Yeah.
Wow.
Looks like the BSAA set up HQ here.
Abandoned?
Not sure.
No way. Oh! Are you joking? There's no way. We come, Leon! Me too! Oh my god. That's crazy.
That fucking guy.
Hello, Wesker.
Grace. Shit, she's in danger. Sure, he found Grace.
At RPD?
Yeah, exactly. Someone's been expecting us.
Troy, how old do you think this man is?
Got a lock on our location. Headed there now.
My water! Yeah, where are my ballots? That's so funny. Oh, thank God I could play. Leon, exactly. I saw. I didn't watch the cameo, but I did see that she got a cameo. He's 51. I think in this game, yeah. Wait, girl, how many save slots can I get? Hold on. Wait, hold on. How many save slots are there? Why do we need 10 save slots? Okay, we come for Leon. That had to be a choice. That had to be a choice to have the L be missing, right? That had to be a choice. That's very funny. What are we doing here? Raccoon City perimeter surveys are posted here. Wow. Cool beans. They thought this game took place in 2028, so he's technically 49, says it does take place in 2026. This is, yeah, 2026. Like, we're, like, just slightly in the future. The following items were edited. Oh, well, thank you. Let us... upgrade this. Yes. I'm okay with that. I know, we just saying. I don't care. Well, obviously water. When it's been so long since it's been a whole map. That's why if I get stuck so much because the player base doesn't know the full map. Oh yeah, well and obviously like and if you get and if you die first in 2v8 on RPD, you're definitely gonna go to second stage because no one runs through the. Isn't this where the sign was before we come for Leon? What's over here? Top secret operation! Champions of Justice! Are you ready? Duty calls. Provision Specialist Neil. Do you have the pizza and beer at the ready? Make sure you've got some soda on hand too, in case the rookie is liver conscious. Decoration Manager Elliot. Think you're an artist? Then show us what you got. Make sure you use that banner with the stars on it. Gift Coordinator Scott. Don't forget to pick up the goods from Robert's shop on the day. Get what Barry suggested. Barry! That man knows his stuff. One last thing. Make sure the chief doesn't catch wind of the welcome party for the new recruit. We wouldn't want to put young Kennedy in his bad books right away. Marvin. This is so dope! Wow.
Kennedy, reporting for duty.
Oh, poor baby! Oh. Oh, Leon. Oh my god. What do I hear? Okay. I mean, for half the guys in this game, yeah, Lily, truly. Yeah, Spades. Whenever I play an RPD, especially if I'm doing like solo queue, I want to do it anyways. I'm always I'm being the unhook gamer. I'm unhooking people in 2v8 on RPD. Record of events. September 25th. We're turning the station into a temporary shelter due to the sudden massive outbreak. All police personnel have been instructed to make the safety of the citizens their top priority as we try to accommodate as many of them as possible. September 25th, addendum. One of the refugees attacked us in the middle of the night, resulting in the death of one officer and injuring 3 others. The person in question was quickly restrained. We believe there was simply a case of someone snapping under intense stress. September 26th. A mob attacked the station today, resulting in a number of casualties. A few survivors were able to make it safely behind the emergency shutters, but surrounded as we are, it'll be hard for any of us to escape this place. We're not sure we can fix any of our comm equipment, so we remain cut off from the outside world. September 27th. There was another clash on the west side of the station around 1 p.m. 12 people died, and there's only a handful of survivors left. Everything is falling into disarray in here. David Ford. I hear you. No, I hear you. Where are you? Ah! Gotta keep your peepers peeped. The music, the nostalgia, really, truly, truly, truly. You missed that? Oh, well, now you know where it is. My other pet peeve, people who use the blue vials when I'm right there asking to heal them. Stop wasting blue vials. That's why nobody has them when they need them. Yeah. Oh. Wow. This is really cool. Oh! Oh, that was one of your friends, Leon. Rest easy, officer. Rest easy, officer! Rest easy. I'm sorry. Oh. Oh. Excuse me? I'll get that later. I just want to see something. Is this lower jaw is missing? Why is that relevant? Is that where that one guy died? I can't remember. It's been a long time. The Clam Slam! Welcome to the Clam Slam! Alright! Welcome to the Clam Slam! A puzzle? It's rusted and won't budge. We'll see about that. Hello, library. I hear another one. I hear you. I hear you, Joanna. I think it's downstairs. Ah, Jasper, that was my butt. Mechanic jack. A device for lifting heavy objects. The handle is firmly attached. Where are you? Where is it? I feel like Edgar Allan Heckin' Poe with these things. Oh, no. I feel like Edgar Allan Poe. Like, where is it? Ah! Am I? What is wrong with me? Like, what do you mean? There you go. Okay. I've been in line since Leon was nearly pixelated. Hey, if you watch the stream long enough, you'll become pixelated. That's not a sex joke. It's just my PC's bad. You found that so much faster. Oh, really? It was gonna drive me crazy. Like, I love that they have such great audio cues for the collectibles, but that one was tricky. Okay, I guess we're done in the library. A grenade. Oh my god, I actually don't think I. Oh, really? It did seem a little tricky to break. That thing's lucky I didn't have any grenades on me. Huh. No dogs better come through these doors. Stars. Oh, I'm definitely gonna be able to pick this up. Yep. Yep. Oh my god. Holy shit. Barry!
Good lives needlessly lost.
That's crazy. Holy. Oh, Albert Wesker. This is so cool. But also I hate it at the same time. Barry's to-do list. Make Jill a sandwich. Turn in training plan for the new recruit. Join Jill at the shooting range. Pick the girls up from soccer. Don't be late. Find that missing library book. Top priority. The librarian is about to blow a gasket. Looks like the captain checked it out last. I shall be lurking in shadows, RPD. No, thank you! I appreciate you so much, Water. Guys, everyone go follow Water Tyrese. Truly, you're amazing. So I've been helping... Wait, what about Looney Tunes? What's up, Ewok? Ewok, happy Tuesday. Happy March, everybody. Ewok, mwah. Thank you for the 111 kisses. Make a wish. That's a, an angel number. You kids have fun solving this one. Barry. Oh my god, the music is so good. Doubt there's anything in it. Well, just look at it. Or look in it. What do you mean? The music is crazy. Holy crap. I don't think I know this. I don't think I know this. I might have to come back to that. Alright. Well. Wait, what happened? Oh, yeah, I did not see that message. Maybe I shouldn't have clicked on that. Yeah. Please no spoilers, homies. Oh, spoilers. I'm gonna do a drinking game. Here. Oh, my game is like freaking out. Hold on. My game is freaking out between like mouse and keyboard right now. Hold on. Yeah, my game is... Hold on. My game is freaking out. Nah, shit. How do I... Yeah, my game's freaking out. Girl, I don't know. I don't know. Mods, I don't know. How do I stop this? How do I get this to stop freaking out? What do I have to do? How do I get my game to stop freaking out? Okay. There we go. Okay. You kids have fun solving this one. Why do you have the same thing over and over again? What do you mean here? What does it mean? There's no way that's a sticker of an herb. I don't get it. Scavenger hunt clue 1. Space, truly. Truly. You know, I'm just gonna keep my eye out for an American flag. Because that seems to be the key here. I guess. I don't know. Okay, water. I can do that. I can do that. I can do that. America, fuck yeah. Can I jump down this? I would love to be able to jump down this. Yippee! Thanks, homie. Okay. Yeah, that's why I'm like, that's why I was saying it's like I need to find an American flag. Or keep an eye out for an American flag. Really? Aw, oh, man. I'm sorry, Ewok. He does seem to be pretty, like, liberal with his, jumping. That was a weird puzzle. Oh my god, that is so funny. That they kept all of those things in here. How interesting. Alright, if I were an American flag, where would I be? In a police station? Everywhere. Aha. I knew I heard somebody. Bye, bitch. What? 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 Was I supposed to shoot that? What was that? It's tofu? That's tofu? Do I eat him? Was I supposed to shoot that? I don't remember that. I don't remember that at all. Wait, come back. Aside from a snack, I would like to eat him as a delicious snack. Thank you very much. What do you mean? Wait, come back. time I enter this room? It does that? Jesus Christ. I think I forgot to turn lizard on. Yeah, okay, so it does it every time. Interesting. Interesting. Actually, hold on. Let me turn lizard on. I'm sorry. I forgot to turn lizard on before I started stream. My bad. To be fair, I heard it. You guys just didn't hear it. For follow ads? Oh, for Gunner? Sorry, Bacon. I wish, Tom. Guys, would you hate me if I applied to be in that Amazon show? Wait, what is it? Hold on. There's like applications to apply for this whole thing. Like a Fallout Shelter show. I think it's being hosted by Amazon. Oh, closing date was March 1st. Oh, guess it's over. Guess I can't apply anymore. I might still apply. I mean, applications are still open. Or still available to click. I mean, do it anyway, shit. Tofu is not a protein replacement culturally. It is an alternate protein source. All I know is that I love tofu. I love the texture of it. It's unflavored until like you flavor it. Oh, also, I have the game pause because an ad's starting, by the way. Sorry. I probably should have mentioned that. We're an ad's about to play, so I'm pausing the game so that the ad can play. I have opinions on how the white influencers have framed it. How have white influencers framed it? It's one of the extra content modes in RE2. Oh, also, hi, Flicky! While working on my telescope, I might need to invest in a new one. Really? I'm starting to hear that, Dragon. Alright, ad's gonna start playing soon. Unfortunately, I missed the button where it says playing ad, so now I have to wait for the ad to start playing by default. Ah, there it goes, cool. It's like, take your time. Shoot. What is up, zombie? Zombie, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Miso soup? No, it's funny, I hate miso soup. No, miso soup is good. I don't like egg drop soup. That's what I don't like. I've had egg drop soup once, and it was disgusting, and I'll never eat it again. Miso soup is fine. I wouldn't say it's good, but I think it's fine. I don't like egg drop soup either. Yeah, I don't like it. I also might be a little bit biased towards it, because there was one time I was having an autistic freak out, and I was with my abusive ex, and we had just got Chinese food, and part of it was egg drop soup, and I ended up dropping it. I ended up dropping the egg drop soup, and it spilled all over our kitchen, and I was like already having like autistic burnout, but at the time I was not diagnosed yet, so I had no idea that I was like autistic. So I just like, you know, he just like called me a bitch, and you know, it was like a really bad day, and then like he made it even worse because I dropped the egg drop soup everywhere, and it was just so bad. So I think I just had like really bad memories associated with egg drop soup. So I don't remember. I refuse to try it again to see if it was because of that or because I just also don't like it. But I had awful connotation with it. Did you finish the game? No spoilers. Sorry to scream that, but everybody and their mother is trying to spoil this game for me, and so no, we have not. We are pausing because an ad was playing, so we are still playing the game. I know Bloody German Boy, but everybody and their mother is still trying to spoil it. And it's like, at this point, I'm going to do a fucking drinking game for everybody. Drink every time I say don't spoil someone, and someone says, okay, I'm not going to spoil it, and then says something that is a spoiler. It's happened 3 times today. I'm just like, why? My poor mods are doing so much. I appreciate you. I'm having so much fun. I am. Also, let me do a stretch. Thank you, Bacon. Let me do a stretch. Yeah, sorry. I'm in like 2 different like Gunner ads right now for the Fallout glasses. So sorry if you guys see me everywhere. Drink every time Pixel says no spoilers, and then someone immediately puts a spoiler in chat. Oh, enjoy, Bloody German. Enjoy. I'd be drunk for you, truly. Good stretch, though, Bacon. Good stretch. Good stretch. Okay. All right, ad is done. Also, reminder that sometime either this week or next week, I'm going to be giving away a code for Resident Evil Requiem Deluxe Edition. So keep an eye out for that. What's up, Lintona? I've never played any of the Resident Evil games. Well, I tried and I couldn't get myself into it. I don't blame you. I have never played all of the Resident Evils. I've played quite a few of them, but I haven't played all of them. I have watched every single person or every single game be played, though. I watch a lot of Resident Evil games. They're like my guilty pleasure games to watch on YouTube. I love watching, not speedruns, but 100% playthroughs. And so I haven't played all of them myself, but I have watched them played. You know what I mean? Nintona, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. It's not for everybody. It's better when you make it from scratch. I'm too neurodivergent for that. Oh, really? What 2 games do you have to do? What order? That's my butt. You guys have touching my butt. Oh, I forgot. We're looking for an American flag. Stop it! Stop! He's like following me. I hear him. He's following me. Oh. Oh. Why? Did you hear that, Tom? Can you guys hear that in your end? It tastes like chicken. Really, Spades? That's funny. It's like it doesn't taste like anything. Oh, I don't know what I expected. Egg drop soup. Am I saying that right? To taste like. I just know it. I just didn't like it at all. Ooh, also, I have mentioned this a couple times in stream. I'm gonna mention it again. We are playing a game called Pixel Says. If you guys are familiar with Simon Says, or if you guys are Call of Duty fans, if you guys are familiar with Swiftor Says, I will make general questions. Oh, here we go. I will make general questions like, oh, where do I go here? Or what do I do with this? But I did not say, Pixel Says, chat, what do I do with this? Or where do I go here? You guys wait until I say, Pixel Says, chat, and I ask a question. So, we are playing Pixel Says. If I ask a question, I did not mean to fall! I'm gonna kill myself. In-game, I'm gonna kill myself. If I say, Pixel Says, chat, help me with this, then you have my permission to answer. But until then, don't say anything. Okay, well anyways, I gotta go back up. I fell on accident. Yeah, I'm thinking out loud. Yeah, I just wanted to go downstairs. I should have saved so I could be like, yeah, I got that on purpose. The exit gate a lever now? I'd like that. I'd like that. A ripe yellow dragon fruit? I've never tried a yellow dragon fruit. Shotgun. Gimme. Okay. Oh, is that it? That's it? That's all I came here for? Alright. Still don't know where American flag is. Makes you poop! Ladies. Right, Danny? I agree. They got the rights for Leon from DVD. Oh, okay. Okay. Like, it's a natural way to play the game. Exactly. Like, everything I'm saying is rhetorical. But if I do get stuck to the point where I'm just like, guys, I do really, really would like your help, I'll say, Pixel Says, chat. Grace.
The ruins. The Raccoon City Police Department.
Stop making the damn thing!
Hey, the residents sure are evil.
That scared the hell. I'm trying so hard to listen. That scared the hell out of me. Shabby! Shabby, thank you for the 33 months with Prime. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes to add for you view and add your sub badge. What the heck? The Residents sure are evil. You don't have to be afraid. Sorry, there's no subtitles here. I'm gonna try to repeat them. He's okay. There's subtitles. Do you have a head? Okay, now we're good. What? Some no head?
Covert military units from every country on Earth come to Raccoon City for one purpose. To find Elpis.
What
Is it bad that I'm attracted to him?
The power to upset the military balance of the world. The last virus, created by Spencer. Designed to control human consciousness.
Yo, what gutter optics is he wearing, guys? Timu Wesker, for sure.
They couldn't let it be stolen. So they launched the missile strike to hide it.
Excuse me.
Why do something so extreme?
Extreme. Is it? When the president tried to investigate, they had him assassinated. And you are the key to retrieving Elpis.
Hi, Pumpkin Busby.
Emily.
Oh, before her cataracts.
But not the girl you met. So many attempts. So many failures.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Such a waste.
What do you mean?
Copies. Crafted to
Yep.
duplicate you.
Yep. Did we not see the resemblance there, Grace?
All scrapped.
How old is Grace? I think 26, I think.
One sad story.
I think. Oh, 28. Late 20s. I don't think she's a clone. I think they're trying to clone. They're trying to make a Grace clone, I think. Raccoon City Orphanage, February 1990. Six years before Leon joins the force?
Doctor, we can't contain them.
Sedate them now! Are you kidding me? Get out of my way!
Hey, are you awake?
What? Am I gonna play as a child? Cause girl, no thank you.
Where did everybody go?
Oh, fuck me. I'm a child. What's up, Birdie? Oh my god. Also, thanks for the poops. Or the fart, by the way. Alright, what can I do? I can crouch. I have an inventory. Dope. Alright, back to first person. Oh, can I hide? There's enough space under the bed to hide. Well, can I hide? You're not gonna let me. Okay. Back to first person. Yep.
Weren't they just here?
Girl, I just got here. I'm from the future! Future! Okay, we covered this already. Raccoons? Raccoon City Police Department? It is so weird being back in first person again. I think I should find something. How was she supposed to look around? I think she got cataracts from the experimentation. That's gonna close right in my face, right? Like that door's gonna close right in my face.
Stay away.
No, okay.
Stay away! Get back! Don't come any closer!
Willem Dafoe? Girl, what did you trip on? Girl, save one for you. Save one for you.
Get back! Get back!
Ugh, children touching you.
What are you doing?
Not only did they have to be zombies, they had to be zombie children. Hide from the children. Oh, 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 oh,
What was
oh.
that?
I know what to do. This game told me that I could hide under here. Oh, children laughing. Ugh. Bum 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 bum. Jingle bells. I'm actually trying to crawl out from under the bed. Oh, please don't make a sound. Please don't make a sound, baby. Oh, got some varicose looking veins. I love that it lets me move under the bed, by the way. I love that I can move. Grab their legs. Oh, scare them back? Also, what's up, sushi guy? Mwah. Thank you for the forehead, Gizzy. And you're right. Emily wants to play too? Why do they get their attention? Just sneak away. Right? Tickle, tickle, tickle. Tickle, tickle, tickle. If I can scare them, then I can't get scared.
Please, someone help me.
Ew, look at the one all the way at the end. Ugh. Nah. Nah. Hello, can I have your gun?
He's not moving.
He's taking a nap. He's taking a nap. Do you have... Yo, you got any of that sweet, sweet gun left? Alright. Alright. Ah! Oh. Ew. Okay, girl, you're like barefoot. Be careful, chill.
Please open.
Well, try using the doorknob, lady. What? What can I do with it? Alright. I can't crawl out. Oh, that's by design. You're playing a child? I hate children. I mean, children are great. Children are our future. Not that one's future, apparently. What? That's one way to get downstairs, I suppose. That would scare you too. Oh, these children are crazy. Oh, I hope you feel better, Water. Oh my god. Everyone say, good night, Water. I hope you feel better. Hugs. Unless you guys don't want the hug, you guys can double it and give it to the next person. But, what do you mean crawl out? What do you mean? Isn't there like a child like right there? Oh, no, you're totally fine. Girly pop. Oh my god, Raven, you're so Gucci as Gucci. Can I hide under that table again? Do you think that table will work twice? It's like making me think it works twice. All I know is that I'm like on Outlast. Run, hide, and die is all I have. Shut up, Jasper. Alright, what do you mean? What do you mean? Oh! Ah! Were those children not chasing me, or what's going on here? Oh, okay. Can you stop slapping your grippers on the floor, young Grace? Jesus. I don't have a flashlight. Step, 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 step.
Can't let them find me.
Girl, I'm trying. Am I being pursued right now? Am I under a time constraint? Alright, well, I don't know what to do. Alright. Oh, here we go. Oh, I like that. Light is good. Are we using that as a step stool? There it is. Okay, that's what I figured. Tiny child needs to climb. Ah, yep, okay. That's what I figured. Good news, everyone! I wanted to play until I reach BP cap, and my cap is matching my tolerance to DB because I'm almost there, and I just really want this to be LG. I'm so sorry. I like that mannequin head. You know what's funny? I was just watching... Can you shut up, child? I was just watching, the, Silent Hill something movie. Nope. Nope! Nope!
What do I do? What do I do?
I don't know. I assume hide here, right? I have to. You know that one movie with the mannequin monster in Silent Hill? Pixel's gonna get hatched. It's crazy. Shut up. They're not gonna come. They're not gonna come. No, we're good. We're good. They won't come. Wait, what if I come out? Idiot. Idiots. What do you mean? Idiots. That was weird. Silent Hill 2? I don't remember. Whatever that Silent Hill one of the mannequin is. That's just a bad dream. Girly pop, I hope so. This sucks.
Why did they?
She's literally walking like this. I'm sorry. Grace! Chill on it! So loud. You're giving me more gray hairs? Good. Yo, is that a bomb? Oh, okay. You know, I've watched The Conjuring to know that that thing is not going to be my friend. Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to build a snowman? It doesn't have to be a snowman. What in the amnesia? I see you. I see you. No? We're not gonna use this chair? Child, I know you can pick up a chair. Can't reach? Skill issue. Oh! I can't get in there. Let me in! Alright. Okay, here, sorry. Okay, why can I not, like, go through here? Am I stupid? Just keep bashing your head on it, Grace. Alright. Oh. Sorry, I'm like four inches tall. I couldn't see that. Alright, now that door opens, eh? There it is, okay. Name of deceased, Charlotte. Age, 7 years, 2 months. Sex, female. Date of death, January 14th, 1990. So that's like, what, a month ago? Discarded due to volatile symptoms. Okay. This might help to get the ladder down. I agree. I think we should go in there, Grace. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 coffins. Can't crawl under that. Okay, can we not? Okay, I agree. I agree, Grace. Oh, here we go. Ah, I see. Can I pull this out? Ah. You can pull this out, but you can't get that chair to climb on? Alright. I'm sure no zombie child will come out. Is this Grace, the kid? I want to assume so. I'm making the assumption that this is Grace. The age matches up. Ooh, actually, no. The age would not match up. If she's in her late 20s in 2026, this would not be Grace, actually. I lied. Yeah, Raven, yep, exactly. I'm gonna call her Grace, though. I'm gonna call her Grace until someone tells me what her name is. Okay, I'm also gonna pretend that this is a weapon, too. Do you guys mind? Also, before we progress, we do have to wait ad. I'm sorry. Ad now, no ad in game. Yeah, exactly. She'd be like 10 years older than what she is in the game. So, Grace could be a clone, is what we're figuring out. But also, don't confirm or deny, chat, or I swear to God, I'll sick Raven on you. Alright, ad now, no ad in game. I like how Boo's tail started wagging like I was gonna pick him up.
Oh, your belly. He's so cute. Wait, can I get him in the dog cam? Dog cam. See, this is what people miss in the ad breaks. Oh, sorry, lovely. Sorry, love. Up, 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 up. Good boy. Good doggy. All right. Why do my glasses? Who's French toast sticking my glasses? Why do they get so dirty? Let me spank that butt. Let me spank that butt. Oh, I should. You know, I should have peed. That's right. I'll go to the next ad break. Good dog. All right. So I just spent a minute and a half fucking around with my cat. The ads are done. Back to the game. Sorry for the ad break, homies. I'm pretty sure the scary zombie children are gonna start chasing me now. That too. Good thing you have a fire poker. If they start crawling, I'm gonna leave. Oh, I didn't realize I was playing. Ah! Please don't discard the fire poker. Please keep the fire poker. Oh my god. Kick him, kick him, kick him, kick him, kick him. Close it, close it. If that thing moves, I'm gonna be really upset.
What's wrong with them? What is this place?
I don't know, but I don't like that. Watching you. I'm watching you. They just want to play. Maybe. Why does that look like the Eye of Sauron? This does not. Series 60 results. Though the Series 60 possesses recombinant DNA, increasing the volume of Spencer's injected plasma did not result in successful memory transfer. Mental abnormalities were developed. We will perform the next medical procedure and progress to the final phase. However, after adjusting the viral load in the blood of Series 70 subject Chloe, improved signs of stability were observed. We will continue to monitor her progress. My name could be Chloe, question mark? April 15th, 1987, Mr. Spencer's visit. And they're all small, blonde children. New research notebook. Today was unbelievable. I somehow got invited to the renowned Oswald E. Spencer's lab. I heard rumors at this place, but to think ARC has been underneath me this entire time. I was given a quick tour of the attached orphanage too. The children there really creep me out. They all have nasty surgical scars across their heads, and if you meet their gaze, they'll greet you with this unsettling giggle. Apparently, they are used for human experiments. The whole thing gives me goosebumps. To have built a place like this, Spencer must have been unhinged more than any of us. Okay, now that I know that they're not clones, that actually makes it worse. Sensational. The prospect of being able to freely experiment on those kids sends shivers of anticipation throughout my entire body. It's also exciting. For now, I'll start by making the rounds at the orphanage tonight. It seems like the newbie always gets stuck with the boring jobs. Hopefully I can wrap up the tedious bits quickly so I can prepare for the real fun tomorrow. Okay, this person's sick. This person's clearly in Epstein files. No, any chance you got that fire poker? Nope. Okay.
Are those babies?
It's giving. Is it really? Ending up at 5.3 million. Hey, okay. What's up, Lex Derpington?
Lex, happy Monday / Tuesday, depending on your time zone. It is almost midnight for me. Really? Chloe. Okay.
Is that how I...
Oh, man, that was rude.
Daughter! Get over here, now!
She's showing symptoms, too.
We need to get rid of her.
Rude! Almost 1 a.m. Almost midnight for me. I don't know if I'm gonna finish this tonight. I'll try. Yeah, we need to get rid of her. It's crazy. Interesting. I wonder who we're gonna be playing as. Grace? Grace. Okay.
They weren't able to recreate Spencer's key. But now we have the original. We have you. You can unlock Elpis at Ark. That's where we'll go.
So... what, I was made?
Correct.
So it really was all my fault.
What was?
That Mom was murdered and... Oh God, when she turned into that thing.
What's done is done. You need to focus on the future.
Was she even really my mother?
It's time to embrace your destiny.
Wesker! Timu! That has to be a Wesker clone. That has to be a Wesker clone. On God.
Make an appearance. Sorry, but I don't have time to spare.
You don't have 7 minutes? Oh no!
Have fun.
Oh no! Yeah, alright. Look, it's that guy that everybody thought was going to be in DVD, but we got Nemesis instead. By the way, very happy with Nemesis, just saying. It's Mr. XXX. Sorry. How many tall men are in this room right now? Not enough. Enjoy your lurky turkey.
Wasn't there an orphanage around here?
Yes, there was. Why?
Enjoy your lurky turkey.
I just sent you the coordinates.
This is crazy. Escape RPD? Why are they gonna blow it up? It wouldn't be a Resident Evil game if they didn't set something to explode. Ah!
I don't have time to deal with this.
I don't have any Requiem ammo. I don't have any Requiem ammo. Oh God, Mr. X. Okay, guys, I play DBD a lot. It's alright. I know how to loop him. It's okay. Loop him. Yo, Chevy!
Kitten. Hugs. People hugging emoji. People hugging emoji. 2 hearts emoji.
People
revolving
hugging
hearts
emoji is crazy.
Heart on fire emoji.
He stopped.
Sparkling
He
heart
stopped.
emoji.
He do the Mr. X stop. You know what? I never finished the berry clues. Was I supposed to finish the berry clues before I get out of here? Wait, hold on. Shani, thank you so much for the 2 months. Enjoy your 90 Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub. What's up, Cherry? Oh my god. Cherry, I totally get it. Also, hello and goodbye. Enjoy your evening or morning, whatever time zone it is for you guys. 451 days sober. Let's go. W's in chat for 451 days sober. Huge. That's very huge. I'm very impressed. What? 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 What?
Give me a goddamn break.
I'm trying. All right, I can loop him in here, right? Ah! Girly, you gotta stop. What's mold guy's name in Resident Evil 7? Where he just like keeps barging through where he keeps barging through walls? Mr. Baker. Yeah, Baker, Jack Baker. I need more bullets. Yeah, Jack Baker is all over here. Jesus Christ. Lantona, please. Yeah, mold guy. Thanks, guys. I couldn't remember. I remember Baker. I couldn't remember Jack. Couldn't remember Jack shit.
Everything all right, Leon?
Leon! No. No. No, it's not.
I'm good.
No, it's not. No, you're not.
So, why'd you ask about the orphanage?
The
Sherry,
Jane
keep
Grey's
up.
dark. The orphanage is the entrance.
No, Lantona, you're perfect.
What is Ark?
Not sure. But apparently it's someplace important.
Okay, well, guys, I kind of don't want to leave RPD because I still never found the American flag. Wrong button. I'm assuming I never found Scavenger Hunt Clue 3. How am I missing? I feel like I'm being so thorough. Alpha, woo! Mwah, thank you for the 4 kids. Also, hi, Al! Al, happy Monday/Tuesday. Looks like you have to play it again. Real. Because I saw that there's an achievement. Again, no spoilers. This is my first playthrough. I did see that there is an achievement for playing through this game without using a single health potion. I was like, Jesus Christ. Hello, Torvis! Torvis, thank you so much for the raid! Ah! Yo, welcome in, raiders! Torvis, welcome in. How is your Resident Evil 3? What's up, Unicorn Taco? Just so you guys know, we are currently playing through my first playthrough of Resident Evil Requiem, so if you guys don't want any spoilers, I totally get if you guys need to go raid and run. Also, speaking of spoilers, I am playing my first playthrough, so please don't spoil the game for me. But how is your Resident Evil 3? Welcome in, raiders. Thank you so much for raid. We are 5 hours into the stream and you were my first raid. Welcome in. 1 achievement left. You've 100% Requiem? Shut up. No, you didn't. That's incredible. I'm still in my first playthrough. Happy Tuesday, Al. Happy International Women's Month, everybody. I hope you enjoy it. I'm enjoying it so far. Welcome in, raiders. My name is Pixel Kitten. We're currently playing through my first playthrough of Resident Evil Requiem, and I'm having the best time. Everyone go follow Torvis. Torvis and friends, please get your post-stream self-care, get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, nummies, and bevies. Go ika, pika, puka, stretch, go drink. I'm gonna play a little raid trailer for you guys, and I will be right back. Oh, look at my goddamn shade.
Merry Crisis. Merry Crisis.
It went everywhere! Why is the music like this? I can't stop looking at my cleavage, I'm sorry. Pixel! Pixel! It squirts in your mouth, not in your hands. By the way, it's Pixel. It's not really Bob Ross. It's me. It's Pixel. My mouth tastes like barf and stink bug. Who wants a lick? Who wants a lick? me whenever Leon is on screen. Shenny, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Your shirt's awesome. Thanks. I made it myself. It is my merch. Fun fact, it even says Pixel Kitten on it. Oh, hold on. While I'm here, hold on. Shout out to Razer for making the best back cracking chair there is. You know what? I haven't had a good back crack since I was in those, like, you know those desks that you had in, like, elementary school or middle school or whatever? I haven't had a better back crack since then. So, Razer, thank you so much. My back feels amazing. So, thank you. Shout out to Razer. Yo, happy birthday, Shenny! Shenny, what do you got to do for your birthday? Wait, is Tuesday your birthday or is Wednesday your birthday? Too bad I can't read. Also, thanks for the merch command. Guys, tell the mods how hot they are. Thank you so much. Sorry for screaming. It's alright. I have that effect on women. What? Anywho. Tuesday! Oh my god. Well, it's officially, it's 4 minutes into Tuesday for me. So, everybody, happy birthday, Shenny! Shenny, what are you gonna do for your birthday? What do you got planned? Or do you have anything planned for this weekend? Oh my god, thank you so much. Torvis, thank you so much for raid. My first raid today. Thank you so much. You start a new job? No way! Oh, that's a good birthday present. I hope you love it. I hope it's a good job. Shut up, Rootsy. Shut up, Rootsy. I need you to pick my poison. Gummy or chug drink? Oh. Can you... Well, if you chug your drink now, how long does it take for a gummy to kick in for you? Because I was considering taking a gummy tonight. I am leaning towards chugging, because I'm thinking chug, and if it takes at least an hour... if it takes at least an hour, then I would say chug the drink, and then, like, in a little bit, take an edible, so it kicks in an hour. Chat at the shelter. Wait, shelter for what? So I was surprised he was ready. Literally, even if it's 4 people, that's 4 people that weren't in the stream currently. So, thank you. No matter how many people you're bringing in, even if it's just you or 4 or 13 people, truly, Torvis, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Gummies usually 30-45 minutes. Let's do a poll. Yes, always gummies. Always gummies. If you want to do a poll, I'm totally down for it. Chat, please drink responsibly. What Ruthie said. Do you cake pop flavored gummies? What? Have you really, Shenny? Oh, no way. Well, I hope you're still enjoying your birthday. Hope you're having a good time. I don't know if that's insensitive. I don't know. Am I allowed to say that? I appreciate you. Seriously, Torvis, thank you so much. I hope you've been enjoying Resident Evil. Also, for any of our Resident Evil fans, keep an eye on my socials and my stream. I'm going to be giving away, not this specific physical copy, but I'm going to be giving away the digital code for this, the Resident Evil Deluxe Edition. I'm going to be giving away the Resident Evil Deluxe Edition on PC sometime either this week or next week. So, this code, it's not like a real disc because it's just the PC code, so it's just like a little piece of paper, but right here is the code for the Resident Evil Deluxe Edition on Steam. I'm gonna be giving this away either this week or next week, and you'll have like a couple days to enter, so I can get as many people entered as they can / want. But yeah, if anyone wants to play Resident Evil Deluxe Edition and they haven't got a chance to get their hands on it because, you know, it's expensive as fuck, I'll be giving away a code for that the next coming days. So keep an eye on my socials for when I announce that. Was on the front. I do have to, like, double check, even though I have seen it, like, 5 times, Torvis. I have to keep double checking that I don't, like, accidentally show it, but it's gonna be given away eventually. So even if I did show it on accident, it was gonna be given away eventually, but yeah. Gonna do drugs, prescription, of course. Guys, med check. Sad 2VA is leaving. I agree. Ooh, Shabby, I haven't checked the creator Discord in a while. I'm not sure what's on the roadmap. I'm not sure what's on the roadmap for what's coming next, as far as, like, events or Chaos Shuffle or anything. I'm not gonna lie, guys, I kind of want to take a shot. You guys wouldn't hate me if I took a shot, right? Just one slitty little shot. I know. Oh my god, I loved it. I loved it, Chappie. I had so much fun. Enjoy your lurky turkey, please. Please go take care of yourself. Truly, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate you, Torvis. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Not at all. I might just do Malort. Eh? Oh, you know, I'll do whiskey. Yeah. I'll do some Tennessee honey, because you're really Tennessee. Can I get a matcha, please, and thank you? You know what? I'm actually drinking my honeydew green tea. Not matcha tea, but it makes me think of matcha. I was in recovery last year, and now I'm done with recovery and trying hard to find work. End up with 4 job offers. No way! Well, congratulations, Shani. Ooh, okay, Shabby. Let's go, let's go. We have a good little cheeky shot. Remember, drink responsibly. Gummy responsibly. Be responsible. Do as Pixel says, not as Pixel does. Cheers. L'chaim. Salud. Yuck. Alright. Alright, back to the game. Back to the game. Oh, save? I'm actually going to save right here, too. Because I'm going to keep going. I'm going to leave RPD. But I want to have a save slot. I didn't see this. RPD perimeter report. From our survey of the grounds, we've pinpointed some locations that still have viable resources. Second floor office. The armory has leftover supplies. Gun shop out back. Working shotgun and ammo. Parking garage. Advanced team supplies, weapon, and weapon upgrade parts. Okay. No way, Al. Shut up. Did you just do that tonight? Were you streaming tonight? I want to have a save slot for... Oh, man. Don't look at your activity feed. This is embarrassing. I wanted to have a save slot for, like, if I want to come back to RPD to do that berry scavenger hunt. Because clearly I'm missing a lot. Even though I can't imagine what I'm missing. You know? Umbrella. When you are with me, I'm free, I'm careless, I believe. Oh, with the family! Oh, that's dope. Honestly, I can hold you. I feel like that's even better. With the familia. I love silly kids. Talk about my cat. Sorry if I'm missing anyone's message. I don't know how to read. Oh my god, Stepbro, you're totally fine. Stepbro, don't stay for spoilers. Guys, if you guys want to avoid spoilers, get the fuck out of here. I have not played all of them myself, but I have watched playthroughs of every single Resident Evil numerous times. Not all of them recently. Like, I can't tell you what happened, like, in Revelations and Zero and things like that, but I have played through many of them, but I have not played through all of them. Some of them just because I don't own all of them, and some of it just because... charm for shotguns increases mid-range firepower, sacrificing close quarter potency. I knew it! I knew it! I was looking for a head! A custom part for the Classic 70. This scope boasts a high optical performance, making it ideal for hitting those long-range targets. Ah! Alright. Auto-aim. Can you, like, auto-aim? Ah! Auto-aim better, auto-aim! Okay, well, now you're close enough that I can do this. I swear to God, the auto-aim cucks you more than... Oops. The auto-aim cucks you more than it doesn't. Is there a way to turn off auto-aim? Because I would greatly appreciate that, actually. Because that, I think, would help me out a lot. Actually. Jasper, shut up. And he's freaking silly. Do you want Jasper? Do you want 2 silly cats? Silly cat, what are they feeding you? Sorry. I think that's it in here. You can keep that demonic one? No, you want Jasper. You want Jasper. You want him. You think he's a good boy. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Is I didn't go to spend all my credits. So I guess I don't have that many credits. War. War never changes. Classic puppy. Oh my god. Yeah, there's like Mr. Raccoon bobbleheads. And they make like little like clicking sounds when you're near one. Makes me want to scratch my brain out. But I do appreciate the audio cue.
Terminator. It's my fucking daughter.
Not anymore, it's not.
You're a cop. You're supposed to know something. How did this happen?
Oh, Jasper, I was gonna make a cute picture of you. Chuck Green? I'm joking.
I'm so sorry.
Poor baby. Yeah, I feel like I wish I'd watched RE2 playthrough more recently. I've watched RE1 more recently than RE2. I burped in her face. I like to sneeze in my animals' faces. I think that's very funny. Because Midnight, specifically, Midnight? Is that a spaz? Midnight sneezes in my face more often than I'd like to have someone sneeze in my face. Do you guys hear this little shit meowing at me? Not Meryl again! Oh my god. Mommy, did I do something wrong? Daddy got mad at me. He yelled, "Why are you here?" really, really loud. He didn't let me in the police station. I'm hiding with Mr. George now, but said we can get inside by the parking garage. But first we are resting. He's really nice, Mommy. I'll give him one of my kitty bandages. I'll cover up the owie on his hand. Love you lots. Okay, well that's gonna be a clue to find Mr. George later, aren't I? Or isn't it? She's a weirdo. She likes to sniff my breath after. Well, I guess, like, yeah. Dogs are curious about, like, what you got going on. They want to know if they can get some of that. Do I want to sell this? I don't know. I just spent all that coins on increasing and upgrading this shotgun, but now you're telling me that this shotgun's better? Oh, Spades, you're perfect. Likes to shove his face in my mouth. Really? Cats are so weird. Cats are weird boys. You might as well, right? I don't need 2 shotguns. Oh, shoot. Ooh. We do have to play an ad. I think I'm gonna go pee for this ad, and then I'll be right back. Yeah. So ad, be right back. Pee. Yes. Okay. Oh, I should probably pause the game.
Or J-Bug.
Silly goose.
Both of them. We might have to run. Oh! Let's go! I take the hit. Double U. But she might. Okay. Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna run right to the boon. Methinks. Okay, she hits the gen. I do have Roselle. Ah, no, we gotta go. Oh, he's checking there. Oh, there she is. Oh, J-Bug with the big body blocks. There we go. Medium vault, that's fine. I don't need it. Nice. Yo, J-Bug with the big body blocks. Yo, let's go. Whew. Oh, sorry. Whew. Let's go. Honestly, this boon is so great. Your boon is so good. Oh God, Circle Pit is just so good.
Thank you. Too bad they're banned during the tourney.
Yeah, it's just like that aura reading, or just like knowing that someone's there is so good. Oh. That's alright. She's gotta break that pallet, yeah.
Ow! Every time I get the
Should I make this?
static shock. Static shock! Okay. If I do try to finish this game tonight, because I really want to finish this game tonight, I might have to walk my dogs at some point. Because it's already almost 12:30. I do have to walk the doggies. Especially if I don't finish the game, or finish this, like, soon. TM. Yeah. Okay. But I do want to say thank you to everyone who was here or has been here today. I did not have a good day today. I had a really bad day today. Like, I was going to cancel stream if it wasn't for a Gunner stream today. So, thank you for being here. And immediately, as soon as I got here and started hanging out with you guys, I started feeling so much better. So, thank you for being here. Whether you're lurking, yapping, I appreciate it. Thank you. Fuck me. If you ask so nicely! Ladies. Twist my arm, Leon. Truly. Happy to be here. Happy to have you here. Seriously.
Bastards like you.
Yo, can I get more Requiem bullets? Oh my god. LB when the enemy attacks? What do you mean? Did I do it? Am I doing damage to him? I truly can't tell. Okay. That looks like I'm doing damage. Okay, how was I supposed to avoid that? Okay. Oh. did not know that's how you did that. Interesting. Oh, can I, am I supposed to do our trigger? Yeah. I didn't know I could sharpen my weapon. That's dope. Take that, Mr. X.
Die, you son of a bitch.
I'm trying. Wait, oh, that car's gonna go right into me, isn't it? There's no way I evaded that. What the helly? Oh, I tried to parry that, and I think I got my timing wrong. That's okay. I kind of liked it.
Not yet.
No way!
I'll stop you as many times as I have to.
Come on and slam, and welcome to the clan slam, welcome to the clan slam. Alright. Let's go! Oh, that wasn't so bad. That wasn't so bad at all. I had a lot of rifle bullets. Yeah, there we go. Let's reload the rifle. That wasn't so bad at all. Was that like just stage 1? Oh, I forgot machine gun ammo. I forgot that was a thing. Oh yeah, and I had grenades. Ah, well, live and learn. Live and learn. Can I unlock this? All right, there we go. Oh, yes, please give me shotgun bullets. All right, that's reloaded. Okay. That wasn't so bad at all, right? Okay. I have the feeling that we haven't seen the last of him, but we'll see. Okay. I wanted to listen to if I was listening to fire or if I was maybe could hear a collectible that was being like snuck into the bus or something. Always gotta keep your peepers open for a collectible. Actually, speaking of collectibles, oh, invisible wall? Invisible wall? In my Christian Minecraft server? Really? Alright, well, Resident Evil games are pretty linear, so I guess, well, makes sense, eh?
At the orphanage, Sherry. There's not much left of it.
Yeah.
On the ground to look for Grace.
Understood.
Invisible wall. Let's go upstairs. Can I go upstairs? Invisible walls everywhere. Okay. Is there really nothing in here? Okay. I maybe should have saved after Mr. X, but I don't think it'll be a problem. So you guys said there's a shirtless mod? Just curious. Every time I hear the name Sherry, my head snaps. Long time ago, a friend didn't want to call me Shiroku, so they called me Sherry, and it stuck. So even when I was visiting them IRL, their mother called me Sherry. Really? Tom Faulty lore? Or I'm sorry. I guess Shiroku lore. Wow. Sherry. Is it a nickname that you like, or you don't like? Or are you okay with it? So I do gotta. Do you really? No way. I like the Tom Faulty lore. Tom canonically in Resident Evil. 100% okay with it. Cool. I do oftentimes forget that your name is Shiroku. Shirohu. Shut up. I do audio checks sometimes for the collectibles. This thing's making noise. I don't like the noise it's making. Yep. I've played enough video games, know how this ends. Uh-huh. I told you he wasn't dead! Oh.
Seriously.
I knew it! Shirohu. Oh, the shots have made me sleepy. Hello?
Guess this is my stop.
I guess it's my stop. Oh, Leon, never change. I guess this is my stop. Oh my god. Leon and your one-liners. What would I do without you? I hear like clicking in my head everywhere I go because of these stupid collectibles. Like they live in my brain. I genuinely hear them everywhere. There we go, finally. I would like some shotgun shells. Thank you very much. Okay. Oh. Girl, I don't even know if I want to be alive at 51. Mod where I replace Sherry incoming. Wait, what? Oh, a Resident Evil mod. Okay, I was thinking Twitch mod. Sorry, brain no work. Leon got the stamina to go all night long. All night long. All right. Leon's phone's like, yes, please. A mixed herb. Repel, it looks like. Oh, cool.
Something behind.
You're gonna make me do this, aren't you? All right.
It just keeps going.
I would like you guys to know that my vibrator... That my controller is vibrating! Sorry! My controller is vibrating! I will have you guys know that my controller is vibrating. I'm sorry. What's that word? What is that thing when you say something you don't want to say? What is that? Oh my god, not Murphy's Law. What is it? I'm a Freudian slip. Thank you. Freudian slip. Thank you. I was like, not Murphy's Law. But anything that could go wrong did go wrong during that. Oh my god. Shout to my vibrator. I normally do if I run on batteries because it's plugged in. I don't mind the rumble. But, yeah. Also, most of the rumbling happens when I'm playing Leon, so the vibration's kind of nice. Happy International Women's Month! Girly pop. Chill. Oh, I just realized I should take some health. I'll do this one. Forgot I just fought a boss. Girly pop, you have to stop. This is giving what is that game? Jumanji. This is giving Jumanji, you know, when the plants come to life. That's what it's giving. Ah, I see. So if I just pay attention to my surroundings, I can stop getting grabbed. I see, I see. Too bad for them. I don't know how to pay attention to anything. The rumbling hurts my joints. Oh, really? Damn. Well, at least it's a setting that you could turn off, though, right? Which is nice. Also, shout out to the one Requiem shot. I don't care. One is better than none. I will gladly take. Also, I have 1,000,000 bullets for that. I'm actually gonna start using this bullet. These bullets. I need more bullets! Yeah, I have like 1,000,001 bullets for my SMG. Blech, blech. There it is. I was like, I know you're here. I know you're there. Yeah, now I can, but it was harder for the 1900s in your trial. Yeah, because now the settings let you turn it off, but I don't think older settings allowed you. Damn, Danny, I'm sorry. Damn, Danny.
This flower's really ugly.
I'm learning. Pixel's learning. Not too shabby. Oh, wow. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Wait, where's you? What? And the bad dragon is crazy. I had to get a special Barbie controller. Oh my god, that's kind of dope though. What in the bad dragon is such a funny sentence. But I see what you mean.
Just so you know, I've killed every planet we were.
Girly Bob, same. Except shout out to my succulents. My succulents never die. God, I love Leon.
Stubborn meat, aren't you?
Why don't they have a giant crate of red flammable barrels by every boss I've ever fought ever? That is very nice. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. That was very nice. Shout out to casual mode, by the way. That was awesome. Oh, W cake. W dead.
This must be it.
I hope my plants get that big one day. Hope I can get that big one day. Yeah, I could see Rootsy becoming like a poison ivy kind of person. Rootsy's plants. An anti-hero. Deadpool. That door is so extra. There's no reason why that door had to be as extra as it had to be. That was cool though.
Sherry, I found some kind of massive facility.
Sherry?
What do you think it is?
I'm seeing supplies with the logos of the usual suspects.
Whatever it is, clearly wasn't meant to be found.
Yeah. You're telling me.
I'm assuming we're gonna go back to Grace now. Oh, we're still Leon. Question, chat. Do we make this super long stream and we finish game, but you let me go walk my dogs now? Or should I just end stream now? What do you guys think? I'm leaning towards, I want to finish this damn game. Because I'm tired of telling people no spoilers. Do you, Vervix? I'm not expecting anyone to be here or hang out. But I'm down to keep going. I just have to walk my dogs. Because it's been quite a few hours since they've been walked. I'll go take a shower while you're walking the dogs. Honestly, slay. Yeah. Okay. So let me do a pinned message then. Pixel is walking her dogs, then we'll be back to Hi Panda. Woo! Sounds good. All right. Pixel is walking her dogs, and we'll be back to finish the game. Okay. When it telling you how much you have left be a spoiler? Yes, it will be. Yeah. Also, Paltex! Oh, you said I disapprove. Oh. I thought you were redeeming a forehead kiss. That's why I got excited, but then you said you disapprove, so I guess I'll go fuck myself. Thank you for asking, Lily. I really appreciate you. All right, I'm gonna go walk my dogs. Boo is out. Boo, you wanna go outside? Wait, hold on. I wonder if this will trigger him. If I turn off this monitor. As soon as I start turning off my monitors, he knows it's time for Pixel to go upstairs. Every time I turn off my monitor, he knows that Pixel's going upstairs. So, all right. I'm gonna go walk my doggies. You wanna go outside? You wanna go outside? You wanna go outside, Phil? You wanna go outside? He said go outside. We gotta go pee-pee. We gotta go pee-pee. We gotta go pee-pee. I know. We gotta go pee-pee. And poo-poo. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mwah. All right. You activated him? Yeah, it's like sleeper agent activation. Oh, wait. You know what? I put the message in chat, but I didn't pin it. Hold on. There we go. Okay. And then we'll do the spoiler when we come back. I appreciate you, Lily. Hex! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Alright, let me take off my rings. I don't like walking my dog, so I'm holding. I got my rings on. Alright. I will be right back. Go eat, stretch, poop, shower. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go walk my doggies really quickly. What the heck? Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. What the hecky?
There's something out there far from my home, a longing that I've never known.
Boo says thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Yo, Politics. I'm a snake. I'm a slithery snake. Would you like a pink, an orange, a yellow, a green, a blue, or a purple? Pussy! Thank you so much for 5 gifted subbies, guys. Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. Let the dog decide. Boo! What color kitty? Oh, he licked the purple one. He booped green, but he licked purple. So I'm gonna go with purple. Oh, and that's what your name color is for me. So maybe that'll maybe that's fate. Purple is. Also, thank you for giving 5 subs to Gunter Gaming, Corpser, Jesus Faith, Damior, and Delicate. Yo, W gifts. Thank you guys so much. All right, Paul Dux 1. All right, and then I promise we'll go walk them after this. Hi, Jasper. Oh, Miley Cyrus. Yes, sir. Politics, enjoy your derpy kitty. Also, we have matching necklaces. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subbies. What the fuck? Also, I'll take a shot when I come back, too. Oh, no! YBZ's kitty cat fell. Let me fix that. I can buy myself flowers. There we go. All right. Now I'll be right back. Yeah, be right back. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink, go shower. I'm gonna go walk the doggies.
We might have to run. Oh, let's go. I take the hit. W. But she might. Okay. Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna run right to the boon. Methinks. Okay, she hits the gen. I do have Roselle. Ah, no, we gotta go. Alright, he's checking there. Oh, there she is. Oh, J-Funk with the big body blocks. There we go. Medium vault, that's fine. I don't need it. Nice. Nice. Yo, J-Book with the big body blocks. Yo, let's go. Whew. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Whew. Let's go! Let's go! Honestly, this boon is so great. Your boon is so good. Oh god, Circle Pit is just so good.
Thank you. Too bad they're banned during the tourney.
Yeah. It's just like that aura reading, or just like knowing that someone's there is so good. Oh. Ay. That's alright. She's gotta break that pallet, yeah. Do I make this? I'm gonna just do it for distance. She vaults. Ooh! Okay. Oh! Oh, I thought for sure she was getting that. That's right. I think I get this. Yeah, this is fine. Why am I taking chase, by the way? When we have Zervs, J-Bug, and Lilypie here. Why is it I am taking chase? Ah! Okay. You know what? I panicked a little bit. Wish I had quick ambit. You gotta break this paella, lady. You gotta break this paella. There she goes. We gotta go, we gotta go. I don't know where my homies are at. Oh, oh no! Alright, well. Thank you so much, Ray, truly. Thank you so much. I bought milk. Oh, don't talk about milk in front of, don't talk about milk in front of Sloth. That's a pretty sensitive topic for him. Hey. Hey. I'm funny, chat. I'm funny. Oh, God. Mink! Oh my god, if that hit me, I would have uninstalled. I'm locked in, chat! Be nice to me! Bye. Ooh, I see a Devour. I'm assuming that's Devour, at least. Oh my god. Yo, that's thinking for the, was that 17? Whoa, Bad Raiders! How was your stream? Yo, Mandy, tell me who your favorite survivor is right now so I can play them for you. Tell me. Why are you so nervous, Master Chief? I'm gonna slow walk away because it's cool. Ah, just kidding. FLV check. Ah! Wait, we can talk about this. Wait. I didn't realize the Legion was there too. Oh, I know. I'm mad at me too, Dangos. I'm mad at me too. What the fucking? No, do it again.
No, come quick. Come quick. No, no, no. I'm not done with you. No, come quick. Come quick. Made you get out of your power, idiot. Who's chasing who now? I don't know. Grizzly!
Hello?
Grizzly! Hello? Thank you so much for the gift and Thank you so much for the gift and subby! Yo, you gotta get the subby. Make sure you say, I thank you! Say Grizzly, and enjoy your 90 countdown. 90 emotes, you add for your viewing, and you sub back. Oh shit, Apple. Thank you! Alright. Alright, go to country. Thank you, Bookers. Oh, special delivery. Hello. Okay, bye. Oh, you're totally fine. Oh, is this for me? Oh, thank you. A lime flavored one. Holy crap. Thank you, Dingo. I had to check the HUD to see who that was, though. Yeah! Oh my god, look at how far they teleported, though. He's looking for the sun because he doesn't know how far they teleported. I can't get that. No way I get that. I can still blind them. No, I can't. Wait, what the hell? Why is he only M1? Why you only M1, my brother? Only M1, my brother. 99, that's my first. 99, that's my first. Let him see me. Let him see me. There we go. Around the corner. We gonna go again? Yeah, sure. Oh no! I didn't mean it! I didn't mean it! Bitch. Oh! I did it too good! Coward. I mean, you frightened him away. Where is this whisker? I'm actually getting a little nervous. Hold on. Oh, there's no message. Finally. Feels good! It's a beautiful day to save lives, right, Seattle Grace Hospital? Feels like forever. Ah! Forever feels like home. And all alone is not. Ah!
Slave.
Oh no. Oh, I made a mistake. Mistake! You guys are so worried. For what reason, Master Chief? For what reason? Dylan! Period! Yo, Dylan, thank you for the 3 months! Enjoy your 90 emotes. You add free viewing and your sub badge. You guys want to see Rex's butt? Ew, why was like my head like in your butt? Oh man. Since when do you have? Since forever, Derpy! Wait, what are you talking about? Who's that? No one's brought me a beamer yet. No one gets spanks on the butt yet. If I miss anybody's message, it's because I'm a bad person. Ah! Sue's a bad person, not because I don't like you. Ah! Ah! Made you whiff. Idiot. Okay. You tell that barrel what's what, brother.
Hello?
Hello, hello, hello. Ah! All right. Thank you guys for letting me walk my doggies. I also got the rest of my carrots because I figure I might need a snack. And I have a couple carrots left. Also, my sister-in-law gave me these to give to my doggies. And I think that now is a time for them to get some nice snackies. Some good high-reward snackies because you're such good boys. And you've been so patient with me tonight. Letting mommy do long stream. You have to say, thank you, Disco Chicken, next time you see her, okay? Alright, Charlie. Big Bone! Big Bone! Say thank you, Disco Chicken. Oh, good doggy! Oh, don't throw it on the floor, you brat. Boo! Boo, come here. Oh, you said yes, sir. Marshmallow! Thank you for the forehead kissy. I've already constructed a twit longer. Wait, about what? Wait, about what? You know what? I'm so sorry, Boo. Mommy's taking so long to open this. Mommy, where? Oh, okay. Let me take the plastic off, brother. Okay. All right. Boo, come here. Sit. No. Sit. Paw. There you go. Good doggy. Good doggies. Oh, so cute. Oh, say thanks, Disco Chicken. They also like carrots, but these are my carrots. Mine. Charlie loves carrots. Oh, you know what, Lily? While I was walking my dogs, Lily, can I ask you, roughly how many hours do I have left in this game? Ice cream! Space is true. Space, That's true, Space. You prefer bigger ones. That's true. So cute. Like, what is this? Like, what do you mean a baby carrot? Not bad. Okay, thank you, Lily. Thank you. I appreciate you. No, I appreciate you, Lily. Thank you. Oh, really? That's very funny. It smells like peanut butter in here. It smells really good in here right now. Alright. I'm not gonna eat any more carrots because I'm realizing there's kind of like a choking hazard with them. I've heard that horses love peppermints. I've watched a lot of TikToks of horses eating peppermints, and I think it's like the cutest thing ever. I think it's adorable. I do. I think it's so cute. Alright. So we're in for long haul. We are gonna stream until this game is over. Alright? We are in it to the end. Also, don't make me keep any of you guys up. I know it's a Monday/Tuesday. So don't let me keep anybody up. If anybody needs to go, get the heck out of here. But I do appreciate all you guys for hanging out with me. Thank you, Lily. Thank you so much. And the puffy peppermints don't melt. You know what? That's so true. That is so true. I love that. I think that's so cute. As like little treats for the horsies. I'm completely blanking on your horse's name, by the way. I'm completely blanking, and it's like pissing me off. What's your horse's name? It's actually Sadie. Thank you. I don't know why I thought it started with the M. It's like, that ain't right. I've played these games before, Leon! I've played these games before! I am not going in that room. I am not going in that room. You can't make me. That's very funny. That has to be an Easter egg, right? If I stay here long enough, will the Red Queen turn on? Alright. Jesus. That was unnecessarily scary. Okay, are these shootable? They look shootable, and I really want to. Also, auto-aim looks like they're shootable. Oh, I thought that was a giant grenade. I hear collectible. I hear, aha. Let's go this way. I've had to teach. Did you have to eat the grass for them, or I wonder how that works. This is a save button. Shut up. I like how you just smack the shit out of it to collect it. Yes, that's why I always have to have a knife on me, or my hatchet on me. I guess Leon will always have his hatchet, but usually if I was ripping the grass out of the ground while they watch it. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. We have to let them watch other horses eat grass. That's fair. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. That's so much better than what I had in my head of you just getting on your hands and knees and just like eating the grass in front of them. So I'm glad you explained that for me. I'm just gonna keep buying gun upgrades. Yas. Oh, this is fully upgraded. Now it's fully upgraded. He's fully upgraded too. You are not fully upgraded. What do you mean I don't have $10,000? Alright. Well. N0AH status report. Current facility operation status. Auto processing green. Network system all areas online. Environmental control systems green. Disposal systems green. Security level 2 guards on patrol. Area status. Lab unit 1 checking. Lab unit 2 normal. Restricted area normal. Pandora normal. Now operating 82%. System access must be performed manually from the restricted area. Boo. Don't scare me. You scare me good. I knew there were gonna be liquors in here. I knew there were gonna be liquors in here. I knew it. Oi, Jamoy. Liquor, I hardly knew her. That's how we get acquainted. Hello, server room. Well, Leon, if you really want to mess this place up, just start blasting. Okay, now I know that zombies are gonna be here because look at all of this. Okay, first of all, herbs and this. Nah, liquors are gonna start coming out of their cases. Yeah, I've played these games before, Leon. I know. I know everything. I know everything about everything.
Where is that?
99.
Okay.
Wow, that's an awful lot of ammo and healing items, right? Oh, I'm vibrating. Guys, my vibrator turned on. I want you. Let me look at you. You look so done. You look so done! Yep. Oh shit, nipples, they have guns. Oh! Why are we Scooby-Dooing across the map? Like, what is that? What is this? What is this strategy? I would like to have you know that zombies hit me with their guns more than you guys have hit me with your guns. What is happening? The skedaddle tech, by the way. Well, quite the opposite, my dear Watson. My dear Leon. The skedaddle tech is crazy. What was that? Literally, zombies hit me. Oh, thank you. Oh, Spades, thank you. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. I totally forgot to change that. Thank you. Thank you, mods. Oh my god, guys, my mods are so hot. The skedaddle tech is so funny, by the way. Oops. Cal's happy International Women's Month. Happy ladies. Cal's, you're so hot and tall and talented and handsome. What do you mean? You're clearly still walking your dogs right now. Clearly. Thank you for shut up for Cal's. Cal's, I hope you're doing so good, my sweet. Where? Oh, there you are. Whoa, shit. Sorry, I just realized my health. Weird that guns do so much more damage than zombie bites. Okay, excuse me? Okay. I'm like, excuse me, what? The music is really good right now. Like, I'm very much enjoying this music. Ooh. Why? Shit. Shit. Why, again, are we using the lowest? Thank you. Oh, that worked. All right. That was bad. Holy! Not so bad, not so bad, not so bad. I love fighting armed guards, though, because look at all this stuff. All the stuff that they leave for me. Oh, thank you, thank you. Oh, my Lanta. Yeah, sure. Wow. Look at this stuff. Isn't it neat? Wouldn't you think I'm playing on casual? Yes, because I am. I like to play on easy mode. Icy Wolf! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kiss. Get more considerate where they bleed. Hope the janitor gets a raise. I'm sure they do not pay their janitors anything. Well, I'm sure that's not going to be a problem at all. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. We knew this was gonna be a theme, Leon. I literally said this was gonna be a thing. Why am I the way that I am? I don't know. Yes, zombie! Yes, I am! I love you, Moist Kels. I love you so much. Oh, that dropped on my head in RE2 Remake, and I screamed at all F. Did you really? I have not quitted. Accidentally quitted the game. I have not. Luckily. I got scared. Oh, here we go. Oh, also, I know I just got back from walking the dogs, and Ad has to play. I know, I'm sorry, I'm the worst. I was yapping. I'm just gonna play an ad now while I upgrade my stuff. The thank you trend that was on TikTok. I'm not sure if I know that one. Leon's Moans. Alright, I'm gonna do an ad now. I'm not gonna do anything, just upgrade my guns. I won't move from the spot until the ad's over. I promise. Actually, what is my ammo situation looking like? Imagine getting scared. It couldn't be me. Oh, I still haven't reloaded my SMG, by the way. I could do with some shotgun ammo. Actually, could I buy Requiem ammo? I can't. That's fine. I do have enough to upgrade the last part for my Requiem, though. Yeesh. Perfect. And then I suppose I'll get... No, shotgun shells. Shotgun shells. Yes, okay. And then I think I'm good with that. So now I have... Yes. Okay. Yes. Yes. Okay. I'll save. And then we wait 20 more seconds for the ad to be done. We'll go back. Oh, well, zombie, I'm playing on casual. I'm playing on casual mode, so I'm sure it takes a lot less resources to kill enemies. And I probably get a lot more resources on casual. All right. You guys should be back from the ads. Welcome back from the ads. No, when it comes to playing the game for playing a story game for the first time, I very much enjoy playing on casual.
Here at ARC, your
That's my like my default.
Do not leave the designated areas without authorization. The recording and transmitting of information is strictly prohibited.
Zombie is a cool tune. It's true. Zombie's a homie. Mia and Leon, when? Oh, cool. It's too white in here. Product Catalog 2, 2026. Code CN-T-501 Tyrant. Price 120 million.
Hope you are well. Less than 3.
Me next. Lord Raiden! Thank you so much for the 6 months with Prime. Enjoy your 90 count up. Your 90 emotes to ad-free view it at your sub badge. Nothing irritates me more than people who get mad at other people playing their game, especially single player, like back when people used to make fun of people scumming in their single player BG3 runs. I used to like feel shame in telling people that like, oh, I play on easy mode or I play on like easy difficulties. Like I enjoy, like, especially like in the Halo days when I used to play Halo, I would start off playing on easy and then I would collect all the skulls and play like Lasso, right? And I don't know, I think people care way too much, like, oh, and especially like being like AFABs or girls back in the day where, oh, you're not a real gamer unless you play on legendary mode and all that stuff. So I think that's where that shame first started for me. Was like, oh, well, if you didn't beat Call of Duty like on veteran mode, then you're ass, or if you didn't beat Halo on legendary mode, then you're ass, you know. So yeah, people suck, but not you guys. Yeah, exactly, Spades. Bullshit. I like to enjoy my games. Exactly. Like, let me enjoy the story first, and then let me go and get the achievements, right? Product specifications. A humanoid bioweapon with exceptional combat capabilities. It can execute simple commands such as tracking and eliminating targets and comes with a coat as standard. It comes with a coat. It is so funny. For effective human disguise. Yeah, because he blends in. Code CM-NE-Y-001 Nemesis Y. Price negotiable. Product specifications. Based on the Umbrella Corporation's parasitic NE is that Omega or is that an A? This mass-produced model focused on cost reduction and performance enhancement. Sorry, I just ate a bunch of carrots and now my breath smells like carrots. It smells really good, actually. Repeated improvements have resulted in a significant boost to physical ability and recovery, regardless of the host's durability. I rage quit Minecraft. Oh my god. Product catalog 1. Code CM-D-00G. Garmer. Price $30 million. Product specification. Umbrella's Corporation's Cerebus has been further enhanced and enlarged. And resulting in increased combat capabilities. It can track and pursue targets at speeds exceeding 60 miles per hour. Code CM-LB-110. Liquor. Price $14 million. Product specifications. Originally an infection anomaly. Words are hard. Originally an infection anomaly, rigorous experimentation revealed the key to activating the mutation, paving the way for commercialization. Product boasts enhanced climbing capabilities and possesses sharp claws and a pointed tongue. Code CX-B-001 plant. Price $100 million. Product specification. A prototype bioweapon developed from a viral plant infection found in the Arklay Mountains in Raccoon City. Note, an incident occurred during the transport of the experimental plant 43 and resulted in an infestation near the service entrance of ARK. Always exercise extreme caution when transporting bioweapons. Can I read this little note, or is that what the note... That is what the note says, okay. Also, welcome back, Ewok! Yes, I am committed to finishing this game. Imagine being worth 30 million. Imagine being worth... Can't relate. Raccoon City Bioweapon Research Report. As previously stated, ARK is focused on bioweapon research and development, utilizing the unique environment of Raccoon City. In particular, experiments performed by infecting nearby zombies with the mutated T-virus strain have yielded a great deal of empirical data. This has also proven effective against the BSAA's attempt to eradicate ARK. The development of a new bioweapon based on this hard data is in its final stages. If said bioweapon is released, we can expect further profit growth next fiscal year. ARK has now become a key bioweapon production hub for North America. It will continue to bring great benefits for both us and the United States. You are so worth it. That guy in the white t-shirt, and he just goes, me? Oh, didn't I tell you guys I was gonna take a shot? Oh my god, because of Paul Tech's shot or subs, I was gonna tell you guys I was gonna take a shot. I'm gonna do Malort, because I'm panicking. Sorry, Paul Techs. I told you I was gonna take a shot, and then I didn't. This might be my last shot of the night. This ain't a scene. Goddamn arms and rings. Malort is just distilled T-virus. Thank you so much for all of the subbies today. What the fudge? What the fudge? Whatever, Leon's moans. And anyone who's scummed like they're terrible at BG3. Oh my god. People care too much about what other people do, in my humble opinion. I actually just made a quote tweet about that. I've never looked anywhere in my life, zombie. Can't prove it. Do not enter. Authorized personnel only. Oops, okay. Honk!
Not necessary. I'll neutralize the target myself.
When are they gonna start cloning Leon Kennedy? When are they gonna start cloning him? That's what I need to know. Oh my god, are we Hatchet twins?
Leon Kennedy. We finally meet.
Who are you?
I
Wait!
didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were smart.
Oh my god! Parry, you freak! Alright, alright. God! God! You're wearing a gas mask. That's not fair. Yo, suck my T to my A, hunk. Suck my T to my A. Okay, am I gonna die? Hold on. Okay, we're good. See, that's why we play on casual. Ooh, a formidable instrument of death. It has taken countless lives and is steeped in a long, bloody history. Has exceptional parry capabilities. An unassuming design, but when in the hands of a skilled user, it becomes a deadly weapon. Man, so I upgraded my hatchet all the way. Am I gonna have to upgrade this now? Having to live up to the legend of the original, I would be okay with a clone of Leon. I'd be okay with that. I'd be okay. I wouldn't mind that. I would be very grateful. How hard did you kick him? Not hard enough, apparently. You have a shotgun, right? Also, hi, English! English, I don't know if I said hello to you. Hi, English. I will take you. Yep. I know, Jojo. I know. Mommy's not paying attention to you because Mommy's the worst ever, apparently. That's my cat. That's me in the background. I think Leon would be up to the task. Welcome back, Torvis. Torvis, did you get your post-stream self-care? Did you eat something? Better have been taking care of yourself, homie. Oh, okay. This is where Hunk knocked me out. So I assume this is where we go, obviously. Obviously. I wish I could do a barrel roll. Are those all babies?
Grace, this is where we are. The world is under threat.
This is where we are. What a weird sentence to say.
Technology to control another's will already exists, but it's not efficient at infecting others. I believe Spencer solved that with Elpis. The Connection sealed Raccoon City to save it for themselves, and it's been waiting here ever since.
Oh, let's go. Congratulations, Torvis.
This is as far as we could get. If the wrong password is entered, the Ark will be destroyed and Elpis will be lost forever. So tell me, Grace, what's the password?
I don't know.
Of course you do. You're the...
Leon!
So you're telling me I could just type 42069 and I'll blow up everything?
Kennedy. You can't beat me.
Aren't we fancy?
That, the voice actor, that sounded like legit choking. Hold on. That is such a dope gun, dude.
Don't move! Oh, wait!
Good girl.
You still need me, right?
Good girl. Guys, my vibrator is vibrating again.
Come on! Grab time!
Oh my god. Yes, drop her. Good girl.
I got you.
Holy! Holy!
Are you okay?
No, he's not okay.
I feel like $1 million.
In this day and age, that's not really that much money, is it?
Where does this take us?
Your guess is as good as mine. Time to get off. Come on.
Yo, that mold, or that virus is growing on your arm, buddy.
What now? Leon.
There he goes.
Leon!
Oh, not in the gross stuff, Leon. Yeah. Would still do. What? Oh no, I've made eye contact with him. What? October 9th, 4:53 p.m. Put to the producers. Yeah, Jasper's my producer. Not her, just waiting for him to wake up. That's so cute. Oh, Grace, I love you so much. She's so cute. Like, what else do you do, right? Like, you just gotta wait for him to wake up. That mold is getting, or I keep saying it mold, but that virus is getting up there, man.
Leon, are you okay?
What's up, Mighty Slumpy?
I don't know.
He and Sherry are infected with the T virus.
Those marks.
It's T-virus. Stage 3 infection.
If you're so sick, why would you come here?
Still would, by the way.
This place. Raccoon City was where it all began for me. When it all happened, I couldn't make a difference. So I am here now.
We can't stop Zeno.
He said something about you having a password. What was he talking about?
I don't know. I'm sorry. Here.
I'm going back. I'm gonna destroy Elvis.
I'm coming with you.
No, you're not.
He literally just told you how to destroy
I
it.
don't want any more regrets. Whatever it takes, count me in.
Jasper, no.
If anything happens to me, you promise you'll end this.
I promise.
Find a way out of the dump. Who is this girl? I'm at Grace Ashcroft? What's my last name? My mom is in other games. But I don't think Grace has been in other games. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. Okay, yeah. Thank you, Lily. Yeah, my mom has been in other games, but I don't think Grace has either by name or physically been in other games. But my mom has. Sherry's been in 2 or 3 other games. Leon's been in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, other games. This is Grace vs. Bears. Okay. The mold. Oh no, I am not Ethan's daughter. No, I am not. I am not mold. At least not that I know of. But chat, don't correct me if I'm wrong. I do not think that Grace is mold. Still never played that DLC, by the way. No. She's just a baby! Alright, do I have anything? Oh, pistol. Yo! I still got that Molotov! Let's go! We're back to first person. Alright. Oh, that's right, Lily. Okay. I still need to play, or I actually don't even own that DLC.
Look, there's a door over there.
Crane's blocking it, though.
Oh, he's gonna have to help me up there, isn't he? Give me a boost.
I can check it out for us. You think you can give me a boost?
You have 2 hatchets, Leon. Give me one of them. That entire shoreline made my brain hurt. Wait, which one? The Ethan one? That emote was so funny. Well, can you not? Hello? God?
Watch out for yourself up there, yeah?
I will.
Because what's-her-face is still alive. And Rose is still alive. Ethan is not alive. Ethan is mold. Yeah, and he puts his body parts back together with, like, some juice.
Once I go down, there's no getting back up.
Well, why would you say that? Now it makes me think that they're missing something, Grace. What am I missing? Can I jump back down? Oh, okay. Well, then there's no point. Grace, why would you be that dramatic? For no reason, Master Chief. Isn't a game without something... No! Oh my god, Marsh! There was a point in the game earlier that had a self-destruct sequence, and it was like... And I was literally going off on a tangent. It was like, literally not a Resident Evil game unless something is marked to self-destruct. Also, please no spoilers. I'm not saying this to you, Marsh. I'm just saying, like, as a general... to everybody. Back to first person. Alright, now the game's gonna get scary. Oh, man. I'm sure there's not gonna be a single licker that's gonna try to get me. Needs a key.
Locked. Override key required for reactivation.
Fuck you. I'm playing Leon in third person and Grace in first person because that is what Resident Evil recommended, and so I'm going based off like the default setting. So I'm playing casual mode, Grace in first person, Leon in third person, so I can have like the most like organic default experience. Empty bottle means there's gonna have to be stealth missions. Fucking hate this game. Ah, shit. Okay, do I need this hand? Alright. God, it's been a while since it's been a while since I've been in, oh my god. Do I need this blood? I don't know. I'm just gonna keep everything. Except you. I'm getting rid of you. I don't know what I'm gonna need. So I guess I'll just put... Oh, God. Oh, God. Do I have a knife? I do have a knife. Oh, please no spoilers, Marsh. That is a spoiler. That is a spoiler. Please, 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 please read this. And do not tell me. Do not tell me. Also, we're playing a game called Pixel Says. If Pixel does not specifically says, Pixel says, chat, do I need this item? Or Pixel says, chat, where do I go? We are not answering the messages. Or we are not answering the chat. We are currently playing Pixel Says. If you're not familiar, it is also... Why are we deleting all these? Wait, why are we deleting these? Okay, I'm not gonna check them, because just in case. But I'm just gonna trust you. I'm not gonna check them. So we're playing a version of Simon Says. Or if you're a Call of Duty fan, Swifter Says. If Pixel doesn't specifically say chat, tell me this, it is a rhetorical question of me just streaming. Also, please no spoilers. Please, for the love of God, please read that pinned message. Lily, I'm not even gonna check. I'm just gonna trust Spades. I don't want to check just in case, you know, because I have done that before, where like a mod deleted a message. I think it was when I was playing Baldur's Gate 3, back when it first came out. A mod deleted a message, and I was like, wait, what did they delete? And I clicked the message, and it was a spoiler, and I was like, fuck. So, but please read that. Please read the pinned message for anybody who just joining us, or just for anybody. This is my first playthrough. Spoilers include, but are not limited to. You're gonna love this part. You're gonna hate this part. You're gonna need this. You're not gonna need this. Just wait. Oh, I died so much at this part. Oh, I loved this part so much. Let me experience it for the first time. Please, please, and thank you. I haven't seen this game, so it's just being safe rather than sorry. It might have been, like, on the overly cautious side of things. Gotcha. Gotcha. If your message does get deleted, it is not a personal attack of, pew pew, we hate you. It's just to make sure that they're basically, mods are just protecting me. Alright. What am I doing? Why are my buttons? Oh, I'm not clicked into the game. That's why. I was like, why are my buttons not buttoning? Okay. I'm going to put this away for now, and I'm going to put this away for now. But I am going to take this lockpick, and I'm going to take bottle. And that's all I'm going to take. I don't know about the blood. I'm going to keep the blood for now, but we'll see. Alright. Alright. Thank you guys very much for understanding. Truly. Restricted area. Archives. Central Refinery System. Pandora. So, okay.
Just beyond here.
Oh, Grace, you make it sound like it's so easy. I really appreciate you guys understanding.
Warning. Threat level orange. Confirmed in storage sector. Critical error. Containment lockdown failure.
What do you mean? Can I go in here or not? Oh, Grace, you slug. Ah! Almost pissed. Oh my god, almost peed myself. That's fine. I'm fine. I'm not scared. I'm not scared. That's fine. I've never been scared ever. That was nothing. Okay. Oh, Boomer! Yo, what is up? Oh my god. Miriam? Oh my god. Hold on. What's up? I hope I'm saying your names right. Miriam Masood? What's up? Joffrey! Oh my god, your name is so much fun. Hi, Boomer. Are we about to kiss right now? Careful, we might kiss. Yo, welcome, Band Raiders! We are currently playing Resident Evil Requiem. I am committed to finishing this game tonight. I've been told that it's going to take me about, maybe 2-ish more hours, considering how much I do be yapping. Thank you very much for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the follows. Guys, everyone go follow Moomer. Moomer is so hot, and so tall, and so talented, and so handsome. We just rated her the other day, or other week. I don't know. I blacked out. But you guys should go...
follow her right now. The 1%! I need you to know, my follows are anonymous, but I need you to know that that follow alert specifically only happens 1% of every time someone follows. So I need you to know that you are very special. You are the 1%. Yeah, well, I have 5 different follow alerts. Each one happens 24% of the time, and one happens 1% of the time. So, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. That was not Jasper, but here is Jasper. Oh, do you want to say hi to Boomer and friends? Okay. Hello, this is my cat. This is Jasper. There are many like it, but this one is mine. Sorry. Oh my god, yes! Oh my god, Miriam. I hope I'm saying your name right. He's so cute. He is very cute. I have 3 cats and 2 dogs. This is 33% of my cat population, and this is 50% of my dog population. They're very sleepy. Oh, the dogs are very sleepy. Jasper is so annoying. He's just been meowing and yelling at me all stream. How long have I been streaming for? 7 hours! And he's been yelling at me this whole time. He's so tired, just yelling at mommy. See, mommy, stop playing video games. Pay attention to me. No. But, everyone go follow, Moomer, and friends. Please go get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, nammies, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. We are currently playing, Resident Evil Requiem. I'm pretty decently far. I have maybe a couple hours left before I finish the game. So if you guys are looking to avoid spoilers, get out of here. Please take care of yourself. Oh my god, Moomer, please love God. I'm going to test our relationship right now, Moomer. I'm going to test our relationship right now. And feel free to tell me I'm bad for this. You're going to be a good girl and you're going to drink water for me, right? You're going to be a good girl, you're going to drink water for me. Alright, thank you. Too busy farting in Apex? I believe it. You're going to drink some water for me? I will right now. Good girl. I'm sorry. It got me kicking my hair and twirling my feet right now. But please get your post-stream self-care. We are playing Resident Evil Requiem. It is my first time playing. So no spoilers for me, no spoilers for you. And, I'm gonna play a raid trailer for you guys. For my mod Raven, I haven't played her favorite raid trailer, so I'm gonna play that one for her right now. This game just seems like it's just a bunch of cheap jump scares. What in the M. Night Shyamalan signs is this?
She had seen during her time with the cults.
Honkin' tibbies! Those are knockers! I actually kind of want to stay on the screen again. God, is that the hatch right there? Yo, speedrun. Because I might have a big butt, but I got a small brain. Okay, crawl upstairs, crawl. I love your titsy stuff. Thanks. Thank you so much for the raid. Also, hi, Ari. Ari, good morning? Question mark? Thank you guys very much for the raid. Unfortunately, I'm gonna be an L streamer and ad is about to play, but it's okay because we play ads and we don't play the game because I'm trying to play ads while the game's not playing. I pause for ads so that people who aren't subbed. Oh my god. How was your Tuesday, Ari? Oh my god, I forget. Time zones are weird. I also forgot that it was already 2 a.m. for me. So it's already Tuesday night for you. Well, I hope you had a great Tuesday. My future queen. You bed rotted? As you should. Honestly, queen shit.
I'm gonna play an ad now because I'm an L streamer, and I'm so sorry, but I have to play an ad now, so there's no ad during the game. But as soon as the ad's done, we'll get back to the game. Oh, look at the kitty! Kitty! What are you doing? You're, like, aggressively licking yourself. Hello. Do you want to get brushed? Balthazar likes getting brushed. Jesper likes getting brushed-ish. But, like, he'll eventually get tired of it. Oh, he says, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Balthazar's my brush slut. He's my tuxedo boy. He loves getting brushed. Come here. Come here. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's the good shit. It's the good goods. It's the good goods. Want more? Yeah, you want more. Yeah. Oh, good boy. Good boy. Good doggy. Bedtime for me. I hope you enjoyed Last Virus. Thank you so much, Jeffrey. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. Also, I don't know if you can hear me right now because an ad's playing because I'm the worst person ever. But Benny, I don't know if you can hear me, but thank you so much for being here. But where's my ad? I have trust issues because what if I get randomly out of nowhere? Okay, if an ad... Theoretically, the ad's just finished. So you guys should all hear me now. Also, Benny, if you're still here, thank you so much for being here. And for following after the Legion game. You didn't get an ad? I wonder if you didn't get an ad because you guys just got here. And maybe the Twitch is like, well, you guys just got here. I don't know. That's suspicious. That's weird. Well, I guess we'll get back into the game. I hope an ad doesn't play. Let me know if an ad does play. No answer me. Yeah, I have Turbo too. I you know, I want to be able to watch the homies, you know? Game time. Yippee! As we like to call it, my game intermission, because I'm normally a yapper. So we like to intermission with gaming segments. I came from this way, right? Okay. I came from this way. I now have 1,000,000 bottles. And by 1,000,000, I mean 3. I'm sure that liquor is not going to be a problem. We need to get you the Leon ad. I've seen that. Is that real?
Can't see.
Is that real? The Leon ass controller? Bye, Jeffrey! Have a good night. Is it like the Deadpool controller, Hex? Do you remember that one? What do you mean? There's 2. Alright, where's your sense of urgency, brother? But Leon's ass. Leon's moans would love that. Oh, I just walked on glass, didn't I? Oh, you know I'm here! Oh! I do still need blood. Cool. That's good. I like that. A safe. I don't have that. Oh my god. How's his booty in this game? Very nice. I have a chip burrito. Ooh, a chip burrito. Well, you know what? I'm glad that you're eating. I'm glad you're taking care of yourself. A knife. What is that? A knife. No! Oh my god, my cat just rubbed against my legs and scared the hell out of me. You're not gonna get up, right? Yeah. I didn't think it saw me! And by saw me, I mean... Oh, shit nipples. Alright, 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 alright! Grace, I'm gonna need you to reload, homie! front of you. Do something, sweetheart. I'm sorry, but going from Leon to Grace is an adjustment. Maybe I don't want to play. No, it's not bad. I'm just bad at the video games. I hate liquors, truly. Ladies. I will be giving away a code for Resident Evil Requiem Deluxe sometime this week / next week. So I will be doing a giveaway, which I'm very, very excited for. It says I'm fine, so I'm going to pretend like I'm fine. Will you give me blood too? No, of course not. Yeah. So I will let people know when that giveaway starts. And I'm probably going to have it go for a couple days because I want people to, because I know some people like have lives and jobs and can't always like just, you know, join spur of the moment. So I'll probably have it go for a couple days. That thing is gray, no blood left. You never know. Might be some blood. Don't turn around. Turn around if you hate women. It is Women's History Month. So turn around if you hate women. Let's go! A bottle of concentrated sulfuric acid that's highly effective against enemies with exposed tissue. This game is scary. Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit lonely. My coochie, how dare you! If you break a bottle of acid, the contents will disperse into the surrounding area. A particularly effective strategy against the liquor. Oh, thank you for holding my hand. Yo, karate shot. Oh, I can get blood. Only a little bit, though. That's why I play the games for you, Spades, so you don't have to worry about it. Another bottle of acid? Oh, yes, sir. Look at all this blood. All right, can I craft anything right now, actually? I can. I would like... How many can I craft? Oh, I only have one. I'm going to go with handgun ammo, actually. Because I have 2 hemoglobin injectors, or whatever they're called. So I'm gonna go with handgun ammo. What is the blood for, may I ask? Oh no, you're totally fine. So the blood is for my crafting. I craft with it. So if I combine blood, the blood with the scraps, like if I find scrap, I will... Oh, which I do have 2 knives for, so I could make scrap. I'll save it for a second, though. Hydrate! Citrate comes in a little black vial. A little glass vial. Fabled, welcome in. Thank you for coming over to the raid. Uh-huh. I agree, Hex. I totally agree. Aha. You're not gonna come out, right? Three bullets? I need more bullets! You're not gonna give any blood. That's really selfish. What do you mean? Okay. Surely you're not gonna come out of here, right? Yeah, these guys are... Yeah. I'm just doing it now because I know they're gonna come out later. I know they're gonna come out later, so I might as well. Kaboom! I'm gonna leave that other guy there. That's gonna be a problem. Pixel will remember this. Citrate comes in a little glass vial. Is this where I just was? Oh, that's right. We go back. My save button here is here, and that's what matters.
I'm not dead yet.
Grace, why would you say that? Grace, why would you say that? What do you mean? This is... For what? Key readers, save. Oh, it's for that, okay. I feel so tiny, but that has to... It has to be the first person, right? It's not a problem anymore. Oh, I forgot that that was our objective. Guys, I was yapping for too long. I forgot that Leon was still here. Oh my god! Danny redeemed to get assigned a crystal, and I totally ignored you. Alright, well, I'm thinking something green. Something green.
Be careful. I need to get going too. Nice.
Caribbean calcite. Caribbean calcite is very, very pretty. Want to see something funny? Thank you. Thank you. That was actually not too shabby. One shot. One kill. I can open this door now, right? But I don't want to open this door. Do I want to open... I want to open this door, right? Also, if you hear that cat in the background, yes, that is my cat. I'm sorry. I feel like I don't want to go here yet. I feel like this is the right way. I want to go the wrong way first. Oh, she's so slow, though. There's no way that I come back here and now all the zombies start coming out of their, like, pods, right? Like, surely that's not going to happen. There's so many of them, too. Do you guys see that? There's so many. There's so many of them. Oh, 2 Molotov cocktails? You shouldn't have. Yo! What's up, Robin? Animus orb. Oh, this looks very pretty. A beautiful crimson orb. One of the objects needed to enter the administration area within ARC. What's up, Tobo? I'm so impressed with you by your mocking dedication. Actually makes my day better every time I see one of your progress tweets. Oh, Kono, thank you so much. I am gonna finish my Hobbit walking challenge live on Friday. So I'm gonna do walking pad stuff on Friday, which I'm excited for, and then finish my challenge. I'm still gonna do more walking stuff afterwards, but I will finish my Hobbit walking challenge on stream on Friday, which I'm very excited about. So thank you so much, Kono. That means so much. You're so hot and talented and handsome. I'm full on blood, right? And I don't have any scrap. I could make scrap though. Let me make scrap because I don't need 2 knives. Let us make a hemoglobin injector. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, I feel better about that. Even though I haven't really been using them, I'll still use that. Or I'll still make that. Alright. I knew it! See, I told you they were gonna come out. So are you telling me there was gonna be 4 of them coming after me? I still don't know the safe password. I don't know. I must have missed something. Just surprise and shock of nobody. I'm going the wrong way. But, I mean, I guess since I'm here. Yeah, there's nothing. Right? There's nothing I would have... Yeah, there's nothing I would have seen for that. Right? Alright. I don't know. Okay. Alright, I'll go out this door. We are gonna save again. I'm not gonna drop off any items. I still have room for one more. I'm okay with that. I suppose I could, like, deposit my lockpicks, because I doubt I'm gonna need my lockpicks. But I am gonna keep.
Threat level red in storage sector. Rebooting AI control center. Noah.
What?
Oh no.
What do you mean, oh no? What does it mean? You can now craft bottle of acid and various other items. Oh. Thank you. Oh my god. Okay. Another safe? I don't know what to help it is. Access log 51st assembly minutes. Checking database access request. The following data was found. Minutes of the 51st assembly meeting as transcribed by AI Control Center, NOAA. The state. We heard the key. Grace Ashcroft has finally been found. It's been 28 years since we occupied Ark. Are you sure she's the one? Z. Without a doubt. There's no need to worry. More importantly, don't you think your withdrawal from the treaty is too blatant? The state. It's a bluff. The United States is, and always will be, at the center of the world. The BSAA are fully under our control as well. Are there any changes in product supply? Z. Ark's factory automation is constantly evolving. I believe that's enough for today. We can discuss further while we view the products. Transcript ends here. Is there anything more for me to read? Nothing? Oh, I feel like I'm being so thorough, but also I feel like I'm missing so many collectibles. Yeah, exactly. No, you get it. You get it. I have to pee. Just throwing it out there. And if any lickers can hear me, I do have to pee. So let's X-nay on the Aries-say. I'm close to the puppers getting more Treatos. I think all the treats have been redeemed for the day. Because I do limit how many treats can be given in a stream, just so they're not, like, you know, getting too many. Hey! Emergency supplies code. Perfect. Woke up to free my bladder, and you're still going? I'm trying, Salted Loki. I'm trying to... That's not gonna work. Nope. Alright, I'll guess I'll go kill myself. In-game, obviously. Homie! Homie! Yo, homie, no sense of urgency. She has 0 sense of urgency. She has 0 sense of urgency. Just none. Like, any effort on your point, Grace, would be so... Oh, it would be so nice. You know what? Honestly, you know what, Grace? You deserve this. You deserve this. Grace, you deserve this. I don't care if you have FBI training or no FBI training. You are not dead. You deserve whatever you have coming to you, Grace. You really do. You deserve it. Learn to run with like a bit of a pip to the step, Grace. A pip. A little bit of pip. You drank water. Oh, I'm so proud of you. Good girl. Very good girl. I'm so proud of you. Oh, Asia, moi. No sense of urgency. She moves faster than she's. She moved faster. She's fucking dead. Oh, we're just opening random cases now. Okay. Oh, more inventory? I will not say no to that. I'm not gonna lie. These, like, pale zombies are pretty scary to me. I'm not gonna lie. Shit. Yeah, no urgency. No urgency. I'm running. I'm just running. And by running, I mean walking very slowly. Shit. Double kill! Maybe? Double kill! So, still no sense of urgency, by the way. Like, none. At all. My grandma moves faster and she's fucking dead! What is this? What is her speed? It's fine. Grace, I love you, but like... Oh, is that scrap? Oh, thank Christ. I like it. You just walk through the fire. Yeah, you like that shit? Ah, I think I like the Molotov. Oh, I can make more? Oh, 2 Molotovs? Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Also, my sensitivity for looking is super slow. And everything about her is super slow. And as you guys, if you guys know anything about me, I'm a very impatient person. I like speed. There's a reason why I play on like 6400 DPI. Like I love very fast. And she is the opposite of fast, and so she just drives me like a little crazy, and it's fine. It's fine. I'm just gonna bitch about it incessantly. All right, so here, for reference. Running, walking. Running, walking. Running, walking. Just, I need you guys to know. Explains why you like Sonic so much. Gotta go fast. So, just so you guys can see the difference. If you guys even saw a difference. I understand if you didn't. If you turn around, you hate women. If you turn around, you hate women. If you turn around, you hate women. If you turn around. Yes! We love feminist icons. Ooh, bitch. Meg can beat... Meg can beat Sonic in a race? Okay, buddy. Woo! We got another one. Okay, well, we're gonna have to go back to wherever we were. Okay, 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 okay. All right. You should have knocked. He was. You should have knocked. He was changing. I am going to go back where I came from. It sounds like something is in my way. Stop making sounds. Alright. Well, we're gonna go back where we came from because I gotta do these 2 saves. Safes. Oh, enjoy your lucky turkey! Seriously, Torvus, thank you so much. Not only for rating, but for hanging out. I really appreciate you. Everyone say, good night, Torvus! I still float of blood in games because that's not how blood works. Listen, this is a game about zombies, Fades. You can't question the realism of it. Oh, I never even tried this door. I don't think I can open this yet. Definitely not. Alright. Oh. Aha. Just get it out of my inventory, you know? Alright, so I imagine I need to find a white one. I'm questioning the realism. If this game were realistic, Leon would have already been dead. You shut your whore mouth up! I'm joking. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm joking. We have an ad coming up. I'm gonna do this safe, and then we'll play an ad. Irish Queen, literally me. I don't know where we are, so I'm just gonna guess. 10, 90, 20. Uh, 50. Oh wait, yeah, 50, 60, 80. First try! Let's go. Wait, what do you mean? What? Wait, what? What? It was first try! I just didn't click A! I just didn't click A. My bad. Alright. I'm gonna do the ad now, and I'm gonna go pee. So I'm gonna go pee. I know I've been pissing a lot. I'm sorry. I've drank almost an entire thing of G Fuel, almost an entire thing of G Fuel, and I've been taking shots. All right. All right. I'm gonna be right back. I'm playing ad. I'm gonna go pee and eat some carrots. I'll be right back. All right. Be good. I'll be right back. Has me or J-Bug's coming. Both of them. We might have to run. Oh, let's go. I take the hit. W. But she might. Okay. Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna run right to the boon. Methinks. Okay, she hits the gen. I do have Roselle. Ah, no, we gotta go. Oh, he's checking there. Oh, there she is. Oh, J-Bug with the big body blocks. There we go. Medium vault, that's fine. I don't need it. Nice. Yo, J-Bug with the big body blocks. Yo, let's go. Woo! Oh, sorry. Woo! Let's go! Honestly, this boon is so great. Your boon is so good. Oh god, Circle Pin is just so good.
Thank you. Too bad they're banned during the tourney.
Yeah. It's just like that that aura reading, or just like knowing that someone's there is so good. Oh. Ow! I keep static shocking myself. Also, hi, Charity! Still got carrots all in my mouth. This song is so good. I don't know why I keep getting static shocked, man. Hi, Jasper. Alright. So I got a lot of good stuff from that. Charity. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. Conspiracy theory? Oh, then I'm stack shock. Why do I have so much scrap? Wait, why do I have so much scrap? But I'm not making things. What the hecky? Let's make another ball of acid. Let's make another ball of acid. Let's make a molly. And, oh, okay. Why do I still have so much scrap? Why do I have so much scrap? What? Dropping acid? Hell yeah, brother. Where was that other safe? Oh, here. Okay. Okay. Oh, go! Her pockets are full. Shut up. You're Scrappy? You wanna know who the worst cartoon character in the world is? Scrappy Doo. Anyone else? Anyone else think that? I think that. Scrappy Doo's so annoying. What was I saying? Puppy power! Oh my god, it's a cringe. Cringe. Yeah. But, are you trying to say that I'm encumbered right now? Is that what you're trying to say? Timothy? 50, 60, 80, alright. 80. Yeah, he's just so annoying, you know? Med injector. Bottle of acid and empty bottle? Oh, slay. Alright. I need more blood. Shut up, Spades. I understand her plight. You do. You would, wouldn't you? Question? Answer? Question mark? What are you trying to do right now? Destroy Elpis. Head to the central refining system and find a way to open the door. That's my current, like, on God objective. I am trying to open a door so that me and Leon can progress and destroy Elpis. Elpis is bad in Resident Evil. Yeah. Elpis. Yeah, I thought it was a very, like, interesting, like, choice of words. Elpis. Shout out to Pissin. I don't need to pee anymore because I just peed. I feel great, by the way. Woo!
Control center. Noah. Reboot.
Collectible.
No
Collectible.
Containment protocol inactive.
Thank you. Almost like I am not using ammo on you.
Inactive.
Ah! A Noblesse orb. A beautiful white orb. One of the objects needed to enter the administration area within ARC. Yeah, but there's gonna be like a million things coming to kill me now. Elpis Presley. You are so perfect, Moomer. You're Gucci's a Gucci. Grace says the nerf of women running away in horror movies. Oh my god! I wish it wasn't true, especially in Women's History Month. I wish it wasn't true, but it is. Sorry, ladies. Anything else in here? Oh, there's a safe spot. Give me. If you're gonna give me a safe spot, that's. I see this box. I want that, and I want that. How do I get that? Oh, wait. There's a whole ass thing I haven't opened. Back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up. And now we need Brenda Meeks. Who is Brenda Meeks? I'm excited for the Cindy and Brenda reunion. Oh, and Scary Movie! Yeah, sure. When does the new Scary Movie come out? Or is it already out? Question mark. I know it's probably a stupid question. Okay. Really? I think a Scary Movie collab would go kind of dummy, no? I think that'd be kind of sick. Oh, in June? You know what movie I'm really excited for is French Toast Sticks. Yep. Ready or Not. Shut up! Shut up, Tom. I'm really excited for Ready or Not 2. I was actually just rewatching Ready or Not 2 nights ago while I was working out. Brian is dick. Holy. And Elijah Wood is in the next one. Holy. I'm very, very excited. Shut up, Jasper. Never seen that. It's very good. I think it's really good. It's basically like the, what's it called? The Impossible Game? Or what is it? What is that one book called? Where people hunt people on a desert island or something? The Impossible Game or something? I don't know. It was the main... Oh, I've never seen that. I am so excited for Ready or Not 2. So excited. Because I just rewatched it. It comes out this month. But I don't go to theaters because I have anxiety. So I'm going to wait for it to start streaming. I'm still waiting for Iron Lung to make it to streaming. Oh my god, my face is right there. Cutscene? Question mark? Alright. Looks like my mother too. A floppy disk? That's how bad guys take over the world in 90s cartoons.
Something important. I'll explain later.
It's 2026. Why do we still have floppy disks? So this is my mom, Alyssa Ashcroft.
Like this is quite the change for you.
Please don't jump scare me. I want to eat a carrot.
Unexpected turns, don't you think?
Looking back, do you feel that the choices you've made have contributed to your present circumstances?
Of course.
You picked up the
What you
shape
sow,
icon.
You reap. Isn't that the natural order?
So, tell me, Lord Spencer, what would you like the world to know?
The truth. But a short break before we begin, Miss Ashcroft. I'm not a young man. I don't have the energy I once did.
Oh god! There's pee all over me. Oh, we're playing Leon now?
Back in biz.
You alright, Leon?
I am now. Grace cleared the way for me.
That's not what I'm talking about. Your body can't take much more.
I'm gonna settle this. You just send us a chopper for immediate evacuation.
Alright. Have you thought about doing ASMR? I've done like 2 ASMR streams where I've like whispered and done things. But I've never done like, I haven't done like ASMR content. Like I haven't done like, you know? I just don't think I could take it seriously doing it myself. I like watching ASMR. Like I like watching ASMR Twix. ASMR Twix, she's one of my favorites. And, hold on. Let me pick up the YouTube. Her name's starts with Shalala. There's a period of time where they had rappers doing ASMR and it was goofy. Really? Sheely TV. Shili TV. She's my favorite. She's my favorite, and then ASMR Twix is my next favorite. And those are the 2 ASMR peeps and poops that I watch. Besides that, there's no other like ASMR stuff I get into. I don't know if I could do it. I just don't know if I'm a ASMR girly as far as like what people who watch. I think I would have good ideas on what would give ASMR tingles, but I'd have to have my mic muted or something, or I'd have to like cover up my freaking mouth because I'm a yapper, you know? Holy yes. That's why I think people would just get like really annoyed with me, especially since I'm so loud, and that's just like my natural like state of being is just being loud. Oh, Leon, how nice is it to have somebody who actually, he's like on death's doorbed and he runs faster than Grace. Grace, I love you, but ugh, Curly Pop, you're just so slow. The whispering. See, I can't do the whispering really. Although I can do it when it's in like Japanese and other languages. I can't do it when it's English. Isn't that weird? You know what I mean? But Whitley, I totally get it. Yeah, Leon's most exactly. But when it comes to Sheely and ASMR Twix, I have never had. I love their stuff. They make me so happy. And ASMR Twix did do a collab with Sofia Nygaard, which was like the coolest thing ever, by the way. I thought that was so neat that they did a collab together. Ooh, this is gonna be annoying. Leon is reaching his limit. Sudden bouts of coughing and blurred vision will cause him to falter. He can only wait for these effects to subside. All right, let's back up because we have a throwable behind us. So let's back up until we can get into our throwable, and then we can use that.
Oh shit! You gotta be kidding me.
Good girl. I have figured out why I'm fucking shivering my fucking AC. It's being weird again, like every few hours on its own, it just starts setting itself lower and lower until it hits 50, stays at 50 around 15 minutes, and then goes back up. What the helly? What the hell, Beyonce? Yeah, that sounds freezing. Ooh, I can't do eating or like mukbangs. The only mukbang I'm gonna do, or I'm gonna watch, are watching animals eat. Like I love watching like dogs eat snacks, you know? Like, I will watch a bunch of animals eating their kibble or eating, like, their... Oh, you know what? I do. I love watching those... Oh, I watch them on TikTok, though. Those animals with, like, those, like, expensive-ass, high-end, like, oh, they'll have, like, all these fancy, like, an ostrich egg or something. Not an ostrich egg, but you know what I mean. And then they'll have all these fancy, like, fresh meats that they'll eat, and they'll tell you, like, what they're eating. And I love listening to dogs eat those food. I could listen to those dogs eat all day, every day. I love it. Like, then they just drool. Oh, I love it. Are you talking about Leon? Leon eating is, yeah. I don't like people eating, and also because that just makes me want to eat. And I'm already like a fatty as it is. There's a turtle that eats fruit. I've seen some turtles eating stuff, and they're just like, and they're so cute. You should watch people make their horses meals. Some people do crazy shite for their horses' diet. I would watch that. I would love watching them eat as well. Yeah, Leon. I am. No, remember, I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it as like, oh, thank you, Tom. I'm not saying it as like a way to like get compliments or to shit on myself. I identify as a fat person because that's just who I am. I am currently like 220 pounds. I'm 5'7". I am clinically morbidly obese, and that's totally fine. I also, sorry, we're yapping. I'm also, I've also been working out 168 days in a row. I've done 5.5 miles every single day for the past 168 days. And I don't know, part of my mission as a streamer or content creator or influencer, whatever you want to fucking call me, is say that like fat is not like a bad or dirty word. And I just like dissolve that stigma behind the word being fat. So I say that I'm fat, but I'm not saying that because I'm trying to say like, oh, guys, tell me I'm so pretty and skinny. Like, no, I'm literally like a fat. I'm super fat. Really, remember? I've gotten so many people to get walking pads. That makes me so happy. But I'm full disclosure. I'm very like open and transparent. I'm a fat girly, and that's fine. We're okay with that. Oh my god. BMI, first of all, was made by a man, and this is Women's History Month, so just put out there, men suck. Sorry for any men in chat. Proud of you, thank you, Roman. This Friday, March 6th, I will be finishing my Hobbit challenge live on stream. I'm gonna raise up my standing desk, bring my walking pad. We're gonna finish up my Hobbit walking challenge live on stream. Lily, that makes me so happy. If anybody needs a motivation buddy, please hit me up. Pixel just hit us. I just slapped you guys in the face. It was made by a mathematician, has zero credibility, inadvertently impacts athletes, certain POC, and AFAT people. Literally, BMI is the dumbest thing in the world. My dream weight, like my goal weight would be 200 pounds. I would be so happy. But like, according to the BMI, I need to be 150 pounds. I was 150 pounds in 2014 when I was joining the military. I did not join the military. I got medically disqualified. Oh, it's because I cut myself. Medically disqualified, whatever. But anyway, pixel lore. But, I used to be 150 pounds, which is what, like, I'm supposed to be as a 5'7" woman. But I was still being called fat all the time. As a, oh, I don't want to save yet. When I was 150 pounds, I was like, what is that? 70 pounds less than I am now? And people were calling me fat all the time. It's like, you can't win as a woman on the internet, you know? You just can't win. But my dream weight would be 200 pounds. I'm currently 220. I have no, I'm sorry. I know, Pixel, shut up. You're playing a game. I know, I just keep yapping. My goal with this challenge was not to lose weight. So my goal was to walk 950 miles in 172 days, which is about 5.5 miles every day, because that's how long it took Bilbo and Thorin to get from the Shire to Erebor in the Hobbit movies. I made up this challenge literally just for me to be active, but not for me to lose weight. And I think a lot of people are going to be really upset when I finish this challenge and I give everyone, like, my stats of, like, my weight at the beginning, my weight now, and everything like that, because people are going to be really pissed off that I didn't lose more. I should have lost a lot more. But I'm also really fucking depressed, and food is my vice. Like, I don't have a drug problem. I don't have an alcohol problem. I have a food problem. Like, I find solace in food. I find comfort in food. And so I eat whatever I want, whenever I want. And so that keeps me, like, yes, I've lost weight since doing this challenge, but I would lose more if I didn't find such comfort in food. So I think people are going to be really upset when they're like, oh man, like, you should, like, you mean you only lost like this many pounds doing that much for that long? It's like, yeah, but I also like ate whatever I wanted, whenever I wanted. So, you know, it is what it is. Like, my ideal weight would be 200 pounds, but my goal is not to lose weight at the moment. So, sorry. I'm missing messages. I was under 30 2 years ago after giving birth. Holy shit, Panda. You got to boot camp left for medical reasons too? I never got past MEPS. They made me medically disqualified because they thought I was gonna kill myself because the military is such a high suicide rate. I get called fat still. You? Oh my god. It is great motivation. I have gained so much more like benefits, and I have like my my mind have changed in so many great ways since being more physically active. Besides a physical weight loss thing. I don't know. I think people just can't get past that because they can only think wait. But that's not. They're just being a product of, you know, our society, because our society makes us think wait, and they don't make us think about anything else, you know. I think you're giving a real raw version of this challenge. Oh, thanks, Moomer. I hope people take that away when I finish this challenge. I'm snacking on Trey Leche's cake. Oh my god, Panda, I love that for you. I agree, Moomer, and that's something people were just talking about too recently. Last time I brought this up, is like losing too much weight too fast isn't realistic. That's but also the amount of women that were separating for mental health issues were crazy. Oh really? I was gonna join the Marines. You hate to admit it, but exercising really does help in feeling better. It does. There have been so many times where I've been like, I want to like not work out today. I don't want to work out today, and then like 2.5 miles into my workout, I was like, I'm glad I worked out today. I fucking hate it. Weight loss pills, exactly. The GLP-1 or whatever it's called. Every other commercial and then if it's not about weight loss, it's about like how happy someone is after losing weight. I don't know. I was happy fat. I was miserable fit. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. But sorry. Back to the game. Sorry, guys. I keep getting distracted. I was going to be Navy. My husband is actually enlisted Navy, and he thought boot camp was a breeze. The military ain't for me. There are times where there are times where I'm just like, damn, I wish I stuck with it, but holy sh... I kind of want to sell this. I think I'm going to. Nah. Maybe. We'll see. I might sell that, though. But there are times where I'm just like, man, I wish I wasn't like my... Because I wish it was on like my terms, I suppose, is what I would have had liked it to be, is like, I wish I just like, it was on my terms, me not joining, you know? But being told you can't is hard. But it's alright. It is what it is. It is what it is, and it is what it is. Do you use the axe? I do use my axe. I actually want to equip this. Yes, okay. Yeah. What was I saying? Something dark side. They're hoax. Once you get off the weight, comes back. Oh, with the GLP ones or whatever it's called. Ozempic, right? Body variation should not be subject to an innate morality. Body variation should not. What does that mean, Spades? Dumb that down for me. Pretend like I'm dumb. I weigh as much as I did after I gave birth almost 7 years ago. My weight has been a big struggle over the years, and I've made the most progress with it this year. But I have had a setback recently because I've been off and on sick. Oh my god. Being sick, so I've actually gained 5 pounds in the past 3 weeks. But I do blame me having migraines and me just being depressed. I've been eating a lot. Like, a lot. Like, and not all of it is bad stuff. Like, I just slam dunk that that bag of carrots. But I just eat a lot of it, you know? I do have an eating disorder. Shout out. Let's go! More if I know more success. It's just something that is. Exactly, right? And, you know.
Security.
I like that. It's just something that it is. I like how you said that.
Shutdown in effect.
I like that. That's a good one.
Authorization required.
Shut up. Alright. Alright, who's gonna be attacking me? Is it you? Is it you? Alright. 10,000 credits? Yeah, it's easy to say it, but then it's another thing to, like, believe it, right? Okay, why are there 2 of these? Alright. That's future Pixels. That's future Leon's problem, actually. I've had a lot of great things change for me. Holy liquors, Batman. Since doing my daily 5.5 miles, and I'm really happy I did this challenge. Oh, well, I can't go in there.
I'll take out as many of you fuckers as I can.
I hear you. Ah, shit nipples. Really? Right now, Leon? Leon, now's the best time? Leon, now's the best time? Really? Come on. Oh my god. All right. No, go ahead, Leon. No, go ahead. Oh, you're not dead. Okay. Do you like RE4? Yes. I think RE4 was great. Making food that's healthy for you takes more effort, costs more, or is just eating food you don't really enjoy. Wait, what? Wait. That's healthy for you, takes more effort, costs more, or is just eating food you don't really enjoy, in my opinion. Oh, in regards to healthy food, it's even more frustrating with the degrees and backgrounds I have. I can be so objective and factual and scientific, and I still cannot be objective with myself. Yeah, I totally get it, Spades, yeah. Hello, lovely. Oh, I didn't reload! I blame you guys. I was reading chat. Oh, hello. Just saw my health bar. Where did he go? Taking care of business.
Haven't changed much.
Huh.
Hell yeah.
Went for a snack? Leon's a snack. I hear you. Where are you? And I'm so sorry. Oh, good. Alright. Leon, stop. You're making me nervous. Stop breathing. Leon, stop breathing. You're making me nervous. Tactical. Right? I agree. That. Oh my god! I actually made that exact comment earlier. Holy. John Wick game looks awesome. I cannot wait. Can someone give me a quick rundown of what's wrong with Leon? He is infected with the T virus, and the T virus is what makes people into that. And Leah, yes. There is a John Wick game is being made at the moment. I'm not sure about release date. I don't think a release date has been announced yet. Exactly. Exactly, Hex. You wouldn't come out of there, would you? When does he get superpowers? Look at his butt. He's already got superpowers. You're gonna come out, aren't you? I know you're gonna come out. Oh, you know what, Leon's Bones? I wonder. Ewok was just mentioning that Leon hasn't been in the Fortnite store in, like, what did he say? Like, 1,000 days? The good guy never does. on real world RNA viruses. Whoa, okay. That's dope. 2023. I can't even count that high. Alright, they're loading me up with stuff, which I don't like. I thought I saw something. Oh, you do. Oh, yeah, sure. Oh my god, 4 Requiem bullets? Chris steroid red feels crazy. Chris and his boulder. Yeah, there you go. Oh, it's a store, okay. Okay. Did I miss anything? That's the door that I'm going to. Okay. Alright. Boulder-tastic. Have her own game that's not DLC. Oh, keep waiting. Alright, here we go. Here we go. There's one. Oh, shit! Ah! What is happening? Why are there like 40 of them? So I saw that there were 2. I didn't realize there were like 40 of them. Also, an ad is about to play in like 30 seconds, so I want to play an ad now. Ad now, no ad in game? Holy! I went from 0 to 100. Oh, there's an ad in progress! Guys, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize an ad just started playing. I'm so sorry. I totally missed that. I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Well, at least I clipped that for anyone who missed it. Oh, I'm the worst. I hoarded so many Requiem bullets, it actually affected Leon's costume. Your backup ammo is on the chest. Is it really? Yeah, I use my Requiem bullets with the, what are they called? The brain juicy people? I'll ask you a question, but I'll shave it for later. Sorry about the ads, homies, but the ads should be done now. I'll come back from the ads. You guys didn't miss anything, right? Right, guys? Right? Don't look at these dead bodies. Don't look at those dead bodies. You guys didn't miss anything. How long has that been there? Oh, my stomach just growled. Have you guys heard that? No, you didn't. At least he didn't go zombie during that time. The bursters? I don't know what they're called. The things that have like the big brains that are really annoying.
Warning, autoclave compromised. Pod lockdown unavailable. Memory corrupt. Self-repair functionality offline. Air thermometer warning. Pod lockdown unavailable.
Saw that coming. Saw that coming.
Let's get this over with.
Leon. Girly pop. Girly pop. Girly pop. Why are you the way that you are?
The elevator will arrive shortly.
The elevator will arrive shortly. Make sure that you go fuck yourself. Oh, I'm so glad the elevator has arrived. Just in time. Just in time, 469. I need more bullets.
I can't waste any more time here. I need to go.
Girl, I'm trying. I only have 4 bullets, homie. My vibrator. The hand cannon. The hand cannon. Rub some dead in it. My what? I accidentally said that my... So I was trying to say earlier my controller is vibrating, and it came out my vibrator is what I said, and I just stopped because I accidentally called this my vibrator instead of my controller, because I meant to say my controller is vibrating, and now I'm just called this my vibrator. Get some of Ethan's excellent arm juice, yeah. So that was really embarrassing. So now I just gotta roll with it. You might be a little done. I'll take care of you. Don't worry. He's gonna pass out in Grace's arms or something. Making me a little dizzy. Oh, this is a very yellow room. Oh, I kind of want to go this way because this looks the wrong way. So I want to go this way. Oh, all right, we'll go this way. Back to Pandora. This is why we get our vaccines everywhere. Oh my god. It's a rough day at the office for Leon. Oh my god. We come home. We come, Leon. We come. Stairs are my worst enemy too. Just because I'm bad. Meanwhile, something in your face? Yeah, my mouth. I appreciate you, Irish. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I really do appreciate you guys so much. Especially this long stream. 3 a.m. Good morning.
What kind of legacy do you want to leave behind?
My research opened Pandora's box.
Pandora's box is the name of my pussy.
Disaster upon the world.
Except Elpis, the goddess of hope, or so the myth goes.
A blind hope.
What do you mean?
Humans cannot predict when death will come for them. This is why they have hope. I was wrong, and I am plagued by guilt. Happiness cannot be achieved at the expense of others. I think that's enough for today.
Why did you accept my request for an interview? Who is that? Is that one of your subjects?
Of course not. She was alone in the world. I took her in to make amends.
Is she
perfectly normal? Just an average child needing a home.
That's Grace, isn't it, right?
She is my hope. Aren't you beautiful? Would you like to hold her?
Okay. She's adorable. What's her name?
Grace.
Grace.
To the shock of nobody! Damn.
Is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
That's crazy.
I've said my piece.
Mr. Douche
I only
himself.
hope it serves as a requiem.
That's the name of the game!
For those who have passed.
He said Because all white blonde women look the same, that's why. Alright, Slytherin Kid, let me get your VIP! Yo, thank you so much, Slytherin, for redeeming the VIP. Let's go! Yo, W's the chat for Slytherin Kid! Sorry, no offense to blonde white women, but all blonde white women look the same. Alright, who did you steal the VIP from? I don't remember. Benny, you stole it from Benny! Sorry, Benny. Oh no, clear the condensation. VFX, so I know you're busy, but I didn't want it to get lost. No, you're totally good. I wanted to wait until the cutscene was done. I know I yap. I'm trying so hard not to yap during the cutscene. It's almost 1 a.m. here. It's just turned 3 a.m. for me. Slytherin! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Thank you. Oh, I appreciate you. I very much appreciate you. Go to Leon. Is there anything else in here for me? Maybe something for me to read? Any literature? Did I read this already? Access log. I don't think so. First assembly minutes. Checking database access requests. The following data was found. Minutes of the first assembly meeting as transcribed by... Oh, wait. No, okay, we didn't read this. As transcribed by AI Control Center, NOAA. The defense. The leakage of the T-virus has caused an epidemic. If things continue like this, all eyes will be focused on Raccoon City. KD. There's nothing to worry about. ARC has been secured. Commence the missile strike. The defense. We are lacking presidential authorization. KD. The organization is involved. There's no need for the usual procedures. The blame will fall solely on Spencer. The defense. Understood. KD. With this, Umbrella will be dismantled and we'll seize their assets. How much would you recommend this game for others, Pixel? I definitely wouldn't... I mean, even if this is the first Resident Evil game you ever play, I think this is still... I would definitely recommend playing, like, the others. Or, like, at least having some sort of knowledge of, like, previous games first, because I do feel like... What the fuck? What? I'm sorry, but the juxtaposition between this and this is just, like, what? But I would definitely recommend at least watching, like, a YouTube video of, like, some basic lore, right? I think this game is amazing just on its own, just like how Village was great just on its own. 8 was great just on its own. Or not Village. 7 and 8 were both great just on their own. I don't know. Each Resident Evil stands as a great game all its own. Even if you don't know all the lore, they're still great games to play. I would absolutely still recommend this game to play. Why does there always need to be a self-destruction sequence? Is this close to the end of the game? I don't know. Also, anybody do not answer that. Anybody in chat, please do not answer that. I don't want to know. I do not want to know how close we are. I'm sorry. But if you guys want to message Irish Green, let her know how close we are to the game, you can. But I do not want to know. Personally. Since we're getting so close to the end of the game, I don't want to have any spoilers. You know what I'm saying? My papa's chair. What? Why are we what a weird zoom in. Why do we need to zoom in on that? What a weird zoom in. Okay. Okay, Zombie. It seems to me like Biohazard and Village were almost like standalone. I agree. But I feel like this one ties more into all of the stories. More. There are some nods to Village and Biohazard in this game. But not as much of some of the other titles. The lore's in the chair. I must have missed something. Have a good night, Moomer! Moomer, thank you so much for the raid. Everyone go follow Moomer. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you have a great rest of your evening. Agreed, Zombie. Agreed. Have the breast night. Sorry. Ignore me. Leon! Have the greatest night. Thank you so much for hanging out, guys.
Oh, Leon!
I have a med injector! Take it!
Leon. Oh, hey, it's me. It's Grace. Oh, please wake up. Come on. Wake up. Hey.
Hey, you.
You're okay. Oh, let me help you.
This is really hard to watch.
Let's do this.
I don't know the password.
Good. You shouldn't.
It's okay. Soon left it wide open for us. Any wrong code will do.
Thank you. See, at least Leon was paying attention.
Let's try.
Chris, whatever it takes. I can buy you some time.
No. No, I have an idea.
I trust you. I trust you.
This sucks. I hate it.
So, the prodigal daughter returns.
I know the password.
Fulfill your destiny, and all will be forgiven.
Only if you let Leon live.
I don't think he has the power over that. I think Homie's gonna die regardless. Girly pop. I agree, Spades. Just type in 42069. It'll be funny. Leon is daddy 69. Come on. Literally any password that's wrong will work. Literally. What is the creator's desire? Oh. What do you mean? 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 I can release it? Oh, I want to. Oh, I want to.
I was wrong, and I am plagued by guilt.
I'm gonna destroy Elvis. You promise you'll end this.
This is it.
It lets me change my mind, by the way. I picked destroy. I did pick destroy. Because this is default playthrough, canon playthrough. I'll come back and I'll release it. I'll release Ouroboros. I'm destroying it. What's up, Braver? I have to destroy it. We gotta destroy it.
What did you do?
Yo, Team Leon.
What I had to.
I'm sorry, I thought that was the password.
Chris, get out of here! Go. Right behind you.
I don't think he's right behind you, Grace. I'm gonna cry. Oh, I'm gonna cry. I'm not gonna look at chat right now, by the way. I'm sorry. I am purposely not looking at chat. I'm sorry. You have 4 bullets in your Requiem. Come on.
At least I could save you.
Yo, this game sucks. This game sucks. Yo, this game is ass. This game is so stupid. Worst game 2026. Sorry guys, I'm purposely not reading chat. I'm like so scared that there's spoilers in the chat, so I'm not looking. I'm so sorry. Oh.
I wish I could have saved you, Leon.
Shut up, Grace. You're making it worse. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This is the worst game I've ever played. This game sucks. That was it? This game is stupid. We don't even get to see Sherry meeting Grace or anything, or... I'm gonna release Elpis. I'm going back and I'm releasing Elpis, and you guys are gonna have to fucking deal with it, okay? This game is stupid. For the record, I don't think this game is stupid. I'm just sad. I'm just really sad right now. Like, obviously, we all knew he was gonna die. I'm just really upset about it. Oh. Yeah, whatever. Was it worth it? Whatever. Yeah, I'm gonna go back and release Elpis. Give Leon some ibuprofen. What did Spade say earlier? Rub some dirt on his chest. Also, braver. Mwah. Thank you for the fork kiss. You sorry I wasn't reading chat. I'm so sorry. I was so scared that like something spoiler was gonna happen in chat, and I didn't read it. I'm sorry. How am I supposed to sleep now? I know. Are you serious? Oh, I saw you tweet that Resident Evil got spoiled for you. I think I saw you tweet that. Like, we all knew that something was gonna happen to Leon. The game the entire time, like Tom said, was leading up to something happen to Leon. I was just so hoping that, like, something... I don't know. But, like, him dying like that with a gun to the head is... That was hard to watch. I am gonna go back and... Yeah, I'm gonna go back and release Elpis. Holy crap. Yeah. I know we did technically just beat the game. However, we don't know what happens if we release Elpis. So, don't say anything! But we are gonna do that right now. Can I skip this? I can. I feel bad for skipping credits, but... Not bad for a yapper, right? 11 hours? Not bad. Considering me yapping. Yeah, unlock insanity mode. Let's go fucking play it. Oh, cool. The following challenges were completed. I wish it told me, like, what these meant. Okay. You can return the point in the game just before... Shut up! Oh, Capcom, you are so hot for that. I'm sorry, that was so inappropriate. I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm feeling a lot of emotions right now. I'm so sorry. But this, are you kidding me? This is, I'm so sorry. But are you let me. Thank you, Capcom. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're so hot for that. Oh my god. Back shots. Bite the pillow. Go in and try. Yes. I would like to go back. That is amazing. I've never seen a game do that. This is amazing. I've never seen a game do that.
Leon.
Release Elvis.
Please know that you are my hope.
She is my hope. A blind hope.
Okay. This is it.
If Leon says anything about him, like, being disappointed at me, I will start sobbing again. I'm not mad, Grace. I'm just disappointed.
What are you doing, Grace?
Spencer regretted what he did. He...
Well done.
You promised.
Yes, that I would let him live. Mr. Kennedy, I give you the honor of experiencing my power firsthand.
I'm not sure Elpis is what you think it is. There's nothing special about me. I was never any king. Spencer wanted to make amends. He...
But you released Elpis.
Is it healing him?
What is it? Tell me.
Leon!
Why? My powers!
Elpis is Spencer's atonement. It's an antiviral.
This game is stupid! Dumb game! Are you kidding me? Told you he wasn't dead, by the way. Told you he wasn't dead!
I am humbled by my master's genius.
I knew I should have done this. I knew I should have done this!
It was wrong.
Grace, stab him.
Elpis wasn't a weapon. There was never a key.
Spencer's paper was obviously incomplete. There was no connection between Grace and Emily.
Do you know how much time and money I wasted on this?
White man tears.
See the genius? With Elpis, all virus-based weapons are useless. The world order
Stab Leon,
will be
Grace.
thrown into chaos.
Stab Leon.
We wanted a weapon.
Instead, Spencer gave us anarchy. I will carry his torch and bring his vision to life.
You? You and Spencer were a means to an end.
Yet he outwitted you all.
Spencer defied us and paid the price with his life. He was nothing.
You are nothing but an imitation.
It's over, Victor. The Connections is done with you.
Oh.
Your ignorance is staggering.
Look at his baby arms! Finally, Grace, thank you! Look at his little baby arms! Take my strong hand!
Leon, it's working. Wake up.
Now, let it all come down. All of it.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Grace, you're fine. Grace, you're literally fine.
It's gonna go. Grab something.
Superhero
landing! Is that shotgun ammo? Am I about to play as Leon? Is there more gameplay that looks like shotgun ammo? Last boss, final boss, everyone shut up. I got snooze ad. I got snooze ad. Snooze, snooze. No way!
Spencer's vision will explain, and I will see he's brought to fruition.
And how many more will have to die for that vision?
Oh, okay, okay. You know what? You know what? I miscalculated. I miscalculated. You're invulnerable now. Usually bosses like that are invulnerable when they're doing things like that.
Seems to be reaching your limit.
What do you mean? See, this is why we need a barrel roll option. Capcom, barrel roll.
It's over.
Big by strong hand. Big by strong hand. Push. Girl.
Good riddance.
Whoa! We still haven't seen a body. Yeah. Okay. You know what? I was cocky. I was a little cocky. I was a little cocky. This is more like it. Big, giant Resident Evil zombie. This 100% is the last boss.
Nemesis.
Just like in Biohazard, just like in Village, this is the last boss.
So dim and
Yeah. Of course it's a big, yeah. Of course. In true Resident Evil fashion. Pattern recognition, pattern recognition, pattern recognition. Alright. Sorry, ran out of space to move, ran out of space to move. My bad, my bad. Oh, I see it, I see it, I see it, I see it. I see it. Is that not what I hit? Am I dumb? Am I stupid? That's it. Oh, I have 3 bullets! Yes. Okay. Oh Oh, you suck at it! Okay, we're fine. Oh my god. Oh! This place can like fall down on him. He's gonna get squished. Oh, Victor. Oh, Victor!
This time, you ain't getting back up.
Okay! Oh, wow! Yuki. Sorry, guys, snooze that. Alright, that's my last snooze.
Grace, where are you? Sherry. Sherry, come in. Sherry. Shit. Grace!
Curly Pup, you were there the whole time?
Grace, hang on.
I assume this is dead. I think that was the last, I think that's the last we're gonna see of Victor.
Grace.
I think it'd be a really interesting dynamic if you destroy Elpis, Leon dies. If you
We need to get you out of here.
release Elpis, Grace dies. I think that'd be a very interesting dynamic. But we'll see.
There's no way out, is there?
Not with that attitude.
Well, I'm not gonna leave your side.
Mm.
I'm gonna sit right here with you.
Not the lights turning off. Are you kidding me? That's so scary. That's so scary.
I guess this is it then.
Okay, I was about to say absolutely not. Sherry! BSAA? Who is this?
Leon S. Kennedy?
Depends who's asking.
Alpha, you read me, sir? Yeah, they're safe. I got them.
It's not BSAA.
Mr. Kennedy, I have a message from Captain Redfield.
I knew it! No way! No way! Oh, I like this ending way better than the other one. Was that it? It could be clear. There's more! There's more! Yo, my nipples could cut diamonds right now. I am so excited.
I'll be damned. Can't believe that antiviral actually worked.
Did you get some for Sherry? Because Sherry's gonna die too!
I'm glad you're okay.
We got a dose with your name on it.
Thank you.
Be back in action in no time.
Thank you, Leon.
Would have been a lot smoother if Chris hadn't been so late to the party.
Yeah, fuck you, Chris.
Where is Chris, anyway?
No idea. I'm sure I'll run into him at some point.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll call you back. It's over then.
Yeah. Elvis really was our last hope.
Oh, let's pray Umbrella hasn't left us any more nasty surprises.
I wish we could have saved him.
Grace. I didn't hit any of her vitals. She could still be alive.
What are you saying?
Maybe we can save her.
Oh my god, look! Okay, you don't... Leon... Don't litter!
The government has confirmed the existence of an actively trading bioweapons lab located here in the ruins of Raccoon City. The origin point for the worldwide spread of bioorganic weapons. This illegal facility appears to have been in operation for decades.
Sources say that the extension of the lockdown and the recent series of mysterious deaths may be related to tragic events in Raccoon City 28 years ago.
Evidence seized in Raccoon City has led the Justice Department to
Hey, it's where I work.
investigation into Oswald Spencer and the long-defunct Umbrella Corporation. Some believe the government deliberately drove Umbrella into bankruptcy.
The late Alyssa Ashcroft is credited with cracking the Oswald Spencer
Oh, that's
story.
awesome.
Conspiracy
That's
theorists
awesome.
are already claiming
She got her
that she was
flowers.
killed in a cover-up, and that the organization responsible is secretly controlling our government.
Tonight, in a speech from the Oval Office, the president is expected to reject allegations of any government involvement since the Raccoon City incident.
Oh, I got you, Irish. I got you, Irish. A bit on the nose these days, indeed. Emily! Oh my god. I like this ending way better. So I'm gonna equate the me destroying Elpis to the equivalent of you destroying the Elder Brain in Baldur's Gate by destroying Gale, right? That's my equivalent. And then actually destroying the Elder Brain, like, legitimately is the release Elpis. That's how I'm comparing it. Oh my god. Me, Kirasame, get that energy out of here. How dare you? I hope I said your name right, by the way. Also, good night, Moober. Moober, have a great night. It's the best comparison I can make, Eclipse. But considering we're getting this, like, cinematic credits with this ending, I'm assuming this is the canon ending. Scooter to ankle. Not the razor scooter. This is the actual ending, right? It has to be. Oh my gosh. I hate to see him leave, but I just love to watch him go. Oh my god, we finished it. We finished it, and now we don't have to worry about spoilers anymore in chat. And now I can finally watch and support my homies that are also playing this game. Oh my gosh. I've been doing the bedtime routine and setting up school tomorrow. How are you really? To be fair, I'm usually up for like 8 more hours. This is like middle of the day for me now. Why is Grace in the Peter Griffin pose? Shut the fuck up. Why is Grace in the Peter Griffin pose? That is so funny. Sorry, I'm just showing up on chat to see what I missed. Leon deserves a retirement, I agree. That's true, Tom. That is very true. That is super true. The other ending doesn't even proc the achievement for beating the game. Oh, really? For some reasons, my achievements weren't procking this entire time. What time do you wake up? 4 or 5 p.m. I go to sleep around noon. So I get about 4 or 5 hours of sleep a night. Ugh. Oh my god. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm really glad we did that first ending first. The bad ending first. I'm actually really... Everyone shut up! An ad is about to start. I'm so sorry. I have no more snoozes.
Sure he's okay? Oh, good. I'm so glad.
Sorry, I didn't know there was more.
Yeah, she's doing great. I'm actually teaching...
Was that an actual phone number?
Grace. Where's that report?
Sorry. Leon, gotta go. Catch up soon.
Oh my god. How many this is more endings than Lord of the Rings Return of the King! What is happening?
Remaining BSAA forces have been neutralized. Retrieving the objective before they send in the wolves.
Oh my god. Always the corrupt. Always the corrupt. Oh my god. Okay, so I thought that that voice actor was what's his face? War never changes. That guy. I'm blanking on the celebrity name right now. Hellboy. Ron Perlman. Yeah, I thought that was Ron Perlman for a second. Also, thank you very much for the follow. Sorry. I didn't want to say it during the cutscene, but thank you very much for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the follow. This pretty much confirms a DLC. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Holy crap. I thought that was Ron Perlman for a second. There's no way that was, but that did sound like Ron Perlman for a second. The following content was added to bonuses. Grace's report. The following challenges were completed. I got Hope and Requiem and Master Craftsman. Oh, really? Oh, I'm so glad. See, that's why I'm so glad to finally have this game done. So that, one, I don't have to worry about yelling at people for spoilers anymore. And two, I could probably start watching the homies play this. And I can start playing this for some achievements. Actually, I kind of want to look at my Steam achievos. Oh, I got a rare achievement. Master Craftsman. Craft every possible item of Leon. Apparently only 7.8% of people have that. And that's the only rare achievement that I got, it looks like. Complete the main story on standard. Defeat at least 3 enemies with a single Requiem shot. Oh, that would be good. Okay. Complete the main story on classic. Complete the main story without using herbs or meta injectors. Destroy every Mr. Raccoon. I can't believe I missed every Mr. Raccoon, because I feel like I did so well. Damn. Alright. So there's a lot of collectibles I need. Damn. I'll look at the hidden achievements later. I hope so, Zombie. I really hope so. This game was really, really good. Yeah, seeing you make the wrong choice at the end. I was your first time seeing the ending? Was it really? I'm really glad that I did the wrong ending first, because I feel like if I had watched the canon ending first, the watching Leon die would not have hit me as hard, and I don't think I would have had suffered through the emotions that I did. So I'm honestly really glad that I watched that first one first, because I feel like I didn't know I didn't know what else was gonna happen. I've watched 5 friends play this, and it's been rediscovering this game every time. Yeah, because everyone plays differently and makes all the different decisions. I did not watch the middle due to spoilers, but I wake up, see Leon alive, so I don't care about seeing Big Boss. That's fair. Time for some. Have a good night, Zombie. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate you. The ending did suck. I was screaming. Everyone else that I've seen made it to the end, made the choice to release it, and yes, I agree, it would have been more impactful watching Leon die first. Yeah, I'm so glad. I can't believe I voted on spoilers. And you said, what did you say? Look at Leon's hand. Was it in concept art? Oh, do I need to buy this stuff? Oh, see, I told you guys Sherry was Birkin's daughter. I showed you. I have to buy this stuff. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, no, so it's funny. I'm usually up around this time anyways. How long have I been streaming for? And I did walk my dogs. That's why I'm still able to stream right now. Is because I was able to walk the dogs. But yeah, it's been a really good stream. Sorry. So would you say by Leon's? View. Oh my god. Papa. You are like Papa. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, whoa, I did not mean to do that. I'm sorry, that's just where it organically zooms in. I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to do anything weird. I'm so sorry. This is a I'm here to reveal that I have a secret. I'm married to Leon Kennedy. I'm sorry this is how you guys had to find out. Oh, no way. Okay, I'm trying to zoom in over here, Leon. Can I stop zooming in on your penis? Can I do it with my mouse? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. He's mine. Clearly, I was already taken. Any guesses who the woman is? Oh, that he's married to? Hey, who's to say it's a woman? Let's look at Grace, too. Oh my god. Why can't I zoom in on your penis? Why can I only zoom in? What? Oh, there we go. I have to use the D-pad. Okay. Interesting. So dope. Oh, look at all the Chinese food in the garbage. It's Chris! I could absolutely see that. Oh my god. Victor. This snake jacket is so sick, though. I don't know, man. God, now I'm thinking back at all the things that we, oh, sorry, love. That we've done so far in this playthrough, and oh my god. My little Albert Wesker clone. Ooh, the girl. Ew, look. Teemu Wesker, Elpis, Elbrid. Ooh. Oh my god. You know what this specific middle art is giving? Scary stories to tell in the dark. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the art from those books. This is giving scary stories to tell in the dark for sure. And 7 years ago, yeah. I love those books, by the way. Sorry, I'm missing chat. This might be conspiracy, not true, since Leon and Sherry has a father-daughter relationship, but when in a cutscene of Sherry's washing her hand, there's a small window where you can see she also has a wedding ring. Oh yeah, I don't know, because Sherry's so like, I mean, there's age gaps for all marriages. They just don't seem to have that romantic relationship, right? Chris, him and Chris though, they definitely have a romantic relationship. Yeah, I definitely feel the paternal. I feel that with Grace too, with Leon and Grace. The Requiem VODs, since I missed a lot at the beginning game, and this is the first stream I've gotten to see the really Spades. So I will be uploading a video today, today as in Tuesday, it's gonna be very clipped down. It's about an 8-minute video of like highlights, funny moments, and reactions and jump scares. I'm uploading that. I will be cutting down to the best of my ability 3 videos: day 1 of Resident Evil Requiem, day 2 of Resident Evil Requiem, and day 3 of Resident Evil Requiem. See, Is it Ni Kirasame? I hope I'm saying your name right. If not, I'm so sorry. Please let me know how to say your name. I'm so sorry. But I agree. Also, shout out to the Gay Cat, but that was a really good emote to use. I will be uploading I'm going to edit 3 videos, and I'm trying to cut down and edit. I'm not very good at editing, and I have ADHD, so forgive me. And try to cut down and cut out all of my yapping commercial or ad breaks and things like that, and have just gameplay. And edit those and have those uploaded on YouTube. In addition, I don't know when those will be out, but the reaction video or the highlight reel is going out today. But I will, of course, watch sport. I appreciate you. Thank you, Spades. You guys don't have to, but if you guys want, don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel, because new videos going out today. No yapping or anything, just a highlight reel of funny moments, reaction moments, and jump scares of my first day playing Requiem. I will make a part 2 and a part 3 as well, but I'm gonna make long videos of me playing each day, day 1, day 2, and day 3. Today is day 3 of me playing Resident Evil Requiem, and just the gameplay, right? Or just the gameplay times. Also, I should get off this scene. Sorry, this is probably like the last thing you guys want to be looking at. Oh, Blisterhead! Okay, yeah, that's what they're called. Yeesh! Ew, look at all the teeth. Oh, you know what? I want to look at the singers. Do they have singers? No, I don't think so. Holy. Item designs, moment designs. Is this the Requiem? Yeah, we gotta look at the Requiem, right? So sick. Oh, the handle's so sick. That's true, Eclipse. That's true. Technically, today is my, or right now is my today. Oh, wow. This is so dope. Oh. Oh. Holy. Wow. So dope. Very, very cool. That was so cool. Almost where I am, yeah. Oh, the doggies! Oh, sorry. These were super cool, too. Kind of wish we got to see these guys' more so... Yeah, exactly. Very human. Very Bunsen. You're so right, Spades. I wish we could have seen them more than just that motorcycle time. But... Oh... But they were very, very cool enemies. Oh. 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 Okay. Yeah. Okay. Chunk. This guy's name is Chunk. The baby's name is Chunk, by the way. Oh my god. Literally me. Concept art of me, guys. It's the same picture. Is Hunk in the art concept? You can see him everywhere. Who's believed that the commander is Hunk. Is the commander not Hunk? I called him Hunk, but I don't know. Only because I was just recognizing it. Models. Oh. Leon's wings. Oh, okay. Oh, here we go. That looks like Legion Hunk to me. There's a few players that tries to deny it because they refuse to believe Leon beat him. Oh, really? Interesting. So dope. Hound Wolf Squad. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, this right here with like some sort of base would be a really cool like collectible action figure. You know what I mean? Hold on, I'm like, there we go. Like this with some sort of like base would be such a cool figure. That's dope. Ooh. Oh. Oh, not the hair moving. Oy vey. Oh my god, I saw a girl on TikTok that was making made like a IRL life-size version of this, by the way. It was so dope. Of Tatooine. Oh, here's what I wanted to see. The singers. Here they are. Wow. Apparently there's an achievement for killing both of them. Oh, here's Chunk again. Oh, look, it's me. Oh, so cute. It's like a boomer from Left 4 Dead. I agree, Lily. I totally agree. Nope, not looking at that one. Nope. Nope. Liquor. I like the liquors. Challenges. You've received information when you complete a challenge. Oh, so this is just like from completing the game. Oh, here, I want to see the incomplete one. Oh, these are all. Use an ink ribbon? I made that joke earlier. Cut the tongue of a liquor with the hatchet. Defeat a chunk as grace? You can defeat a chunk? You can defeat a chunk? Make a zombie attack another zombie in the hospital wards? Open every save. Ah, poo! I did miss one save. I remember that. Oh, I missed a container? I missed container number 3 with the sniper rifle. I'm so glad that this tells me how many files I missed. I missed 5 raccoons! Complete the main story by releasing Elpis within 4 hours. Oh, wow. You know what? I should have sold the gun. Or the hatchet. Collect 5,000 microsamples of infected blood. That's cool. View all models. Oh, wow. I missed. Oh, wow. Okay. Wow. Wow. Oh, okay. So this is... Oh, okay. So this is just from the end game doing that. Okay. Complete the main story without grace using the blood collector? What do you mean? So without crafting at all? Shut up. Let the sweet pear hear the voice? Let the sweet pear hear the voice. The final puzzle. Interesting. Wow. Huh. Really? I don't want to know. If you know it, I don't want to know it. Oh, I have 69,000 channel points or challenge points. Very cool. Very, very cool. I'm very, very pleased with this game. I am not going to be playing any more tonight, but I'm very pleased. Oh, the Requiem. Oh, really? Okay. So, we say 2 Requiem shots. Easy. Interesting. Interesting. Also, hi, Moonfire. What, the late night pickles? I know! Guys, everyone go follow the homie Moonfire. Moon, are you streaming tonight? Right now? This morning? Or is it hard? Oh my god. I got the under the chin cramp. Under the chin cramp. What? Oh, it went away. Okay. I've seen a lot of fight I've heard, but I do love that each of the zombies still spoke like they had a connection to their lives before the virus got them. I thought that was so neat. I thought it was the neatest little thing. The jiggle effects, that's right. Oh, Shamoy. You might be. Interesting. That it took people 40 to solve it by sharing information with each other. Interesting. Huh. Very, very cool. Alright. Well, damn. Well, that was it for me, guys. That was it for me. What a super duper fun game. I am so glad that we finally finished it. Will I stream any more of it? I don't know. My stomach just growled really loud. Sorry, that was really loud. I don't know if I'll stream any more of it. To be streamed. Thanks, guys. Double you guys. Oh, hello. My Twitch. Oh, my PC is so mad at me. It's not opening Google Chrome. No, W you guys. Also, thank you for my mods. Mods, I know you were putting in so much work today. So thank you guys so much for all the help. That's awesome. I had such a fun stream. Did I do the stretching? The Central Irish Grade. I don't think I stretched. Hold on. Let me get some stretching. Also, I'm really glad that I already worked out today. Well, technically, I didn't work out for Tuesday's workout, so I guess I could do Tuesday's workout right now. Since I'm already, like, wired. And awake. Oh. Good hammy stretch. Good hammy. Good hammy stretch. Yeah, I won't be able to, I can't look up anybody. Oh, you know what? I can just open up my phone and see who's live. Who's at my back door an hour ago? Oh, you raccoon! Raccoon City? My big fat raccoon neighbor is in my backyard again. Or at least he was an hour ago. Your body, yeah. Streaming 9 hours? I think I'm gonna work out now. For Tuesday's workout. I crashed twice. Did you really? I'm actually so impressed that, I mean, yeah, I had some lag during the cutscenes, but besides that, we were Gucci as a coochie, weirdly enough, with my PC. But right now, it's getting mad at me. Like, it won't open anything on Chrome. That's fine. I'm trying to start using Opera GX, because I just downloaded that. But I have to remember all my passwords. So, you kept them good graphics? Yeah, I played everything on slowest settings. Whoopsies! Alright, let's find someone to raid. Oh! Cool. Alright, I know what to raid. Oh, I think I got it. Thank you, though. We're gonna raid Moonfire. I'm trying to say it quiet, just in case he's still here. But, Moon, I believe, just went live. Yeah, they're on the starting soon raid. Ah! So we're gonna raid Moonfire. Moonfire is an absolute homie. So tall, so talented, so handsome. So you guys are gonna love him. Go give him lots of love. Super, super great homie. You guys will love the Moonfire very much. Thank you for the raid commands. Invalid username. What do you mean? Oh, my stomach just growled so loud. Invalid username. Is it because there's an @ in there? Maybe because there's an @ Did that work? Yay, that worked! Alright, we're gonna raid Moonfire. Have the best rest of your night/morning, depending on your relative time zones. Thank you guys so much for hanging out on this juicy long stream with me. Oh, look at he is crying. He's happy boy. I love you guys so much. Thank you guys so much. And thank you everyone for being so patient, understanding with me in the no spoilers. Now you guys don't have to listen to me bitch about spoilers anymore. So yippee! And thanks for not making fun of me for crying during that one ending. But go give lots of love to Moonfire. Go give lots of love to yourselves. I will see you guys technically tomorrow on Wednesday. But don't forget, new YouTube video today, Tuesday. You cried, almost made me cry. I was bawling. Oh my gosh. But new video going out today. Little reaction compilation from day 1 of Resident Evil Requiem. And I'll get some other edits done soon. But have the best night, guys. Have the best day. Whatever time zone is for you guys. I love you. Bye-bye.
Jojo, what are you doing?
Honestly, same. Sky, I love that for you. Am I your best friend?